Sheena Ren, a fourth-year university student, reflects on his deep-seated passion for the fantasy genre. Surrounded by imagery of swords, magic, and mythical creatures, he admits that he has spent his entire life immersed in fantasy books and games, often staying up for days just to lose himself in those worlds. Sheena Ren lets out a triumphant cheer as he finally reaches the end of his game, his screen displaying a congratulatory message for his clear time. Overjoyed, he wonders if he has achieved the fastest completion in the world. Despite the pressures of his upcoming career search, he feels satisfied that he set aside his responsibilities for just one weekend to fully immerse himself in this new release. Sheena Ren recalls the details of the game he just mastered. The Legend of the Seven Heroes I is a globally popular fantasy RPG that follows a standard template, students who are descendants of heroes fighting to prevent the resurrection of the Demon King. Yet, Ren notes that this specific installment featured a story unlike any that came before it. The narrative takes a dark turn as Sheena Ren describes how the hero's friend betrayed everyone by killing a saint. This act plunged the kingdom into chaos, forcing the emperor to command the hero to hunt down and subjugate his own companion, leaving many mysteries unresolved until the next installment. Sheena Ren scrolls through online forums, noting that other players are also theorizing about the true mastermind behind the game's tragic events. Suddenly, his game screen flashes with an unexpected prompt. An offer to begin a special story featuring a demon sword summoning skill. Puzzled, Ren wonders if such a skill even existed in the original game, but driven by curiosity, he selects yes to see what happens next. As soon as Shinran confirms his choice to start the special story, his body fails him. He collapses, struggling to understand why he suddenly cannot exert any form of strength, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. Sheena Ren finds himself in a new reality as a newborn. Sheena Ren, an elderly attendant, watches over him, noting that the young master is brimming with an unusual, powerful energy. The woman beside him agrees, though she is visibly startled by the mysterious aura surrounding the infant. Despite the inexplicable nature of the energy, she looks upon him with affection, wishing for his healthy growth. As Sheena Ren is bathed in a wooden tub, he finds himself overwhelmed by his physical limitations, unable to see clearly or move his limbs as he wishes. He desperately tries to make sense of his bizarre circumstances, wondering if he is trapped in a dream or if this strange new world is his actual reality. As the memories of the game's final prompt flash through his mind, Sheena Ren struggles to process the impossible reality of his situation. He questions if this is just a typical fantasy trope, finally coming to the shocking conclusion that he has indeed transmigrated into the world of the game. While Sheena Ren is still reeling from the shock of his transmigration, his mother, Noah, and their attendant, Luca, discuss his future. Noah reveals that she has already chosen a name for her child, officially naming him Len Ashton. As Sheena Ren grapples with the shock of his transmigration, he recalls the dark fate of the character he has become. He reflects on the game, the Legend of the Seven Heroes, and the infamous Mastermind who betrayed the protagonist, CL, and caused the downfall of the saint, Ari. He feels no connection to this villainous figure and is horrified to realize he is now trapped in the role of the story's primary antagonist. As Sheena Ren grapples with his new identity, a haunting vision of the character he has become looms over him. He stands in the middle of a battlefield, struggling to accept why he was forced into the role of the mastermind who betrays the heroes, marking the dawn of a dark and inevitable upheaval. Time has passed and Shinran is now a young boy. He focuses intensely on his training, swinging his sword with determination in the forest, determined to master his skills despite the dark fate that looms over his future. Sheena Ren attempts a jump attack during his sword practice, but the adult swordsman effortlessly deflects him, sending him crashing to the ground. As Ren lies on the grass, panting and nursing his bruises, his instructor sternly reminds him that jumping pointlessly only leaves him vulnerable to counterattacks. After a demanding training session, Sheena Ren lies flat on the grass, completely drained of energy. Soren, his instructor, looks down at him with a smile, commending his performance and noting that his movements are far beyond those of a typical 7-year-old. As the scene shifts to a peaceful spring landscape, contemplates the rapid passage of time, realizing that over 7 years have already flown by since he was first transmigrated into this world. The narrative pans out to reveal the broader world, showcasing a serene, unnamed village nestled within the Liamel Empire, a powerful military nation situated on the Elfin continent. Sheena Ren looks back on the early days of his reincarnation, admitting that he was initially in deep denial about his new reality as an infant. However, as time passed, the constant care from his mother, Noah, helped him adjust. Watching Noah gently tend to him, Ren realizes that even the most resistant soul would eventually succumb to the reality of being a Sheena Ren. While Noah tenderly puts him to sleep, Sheena Ren reflects on the secret he has kept from his parents since his reincarnation. He focuses on the bracelet on his wrist, triggering the appearance of a status screen. As he observes his stats and skills, he realizes he is identified as Len Ashton, the eldest son of the Ashton family, and possesses the unique ability to summon demon swords. Sheena Ren continues to scrutinize his status screen, noting that while he can see his skills, his core attributes like physical strength and magic power remain obscured. He finds this lack of transparency surprisingly realistic compared to the game he once played. Pondering his unique demon sword summoning skill, which he never encountered in the original game, he recalls the hidden skill system. He explains that in a second playthrough, players could grind to combine existing skills such as merging a swordsman and a magician to forge powerful original classes like a magic swordsman. Sheena Ren reflects on the nature of his power, identifying his ability as a unique skill, a rare talent reserved for specific individuals. He focuses his energy to manifest the skill, but discovers that his current limit allows him to summon only a small demon sword of wood. Looking at the tiny blade, he feels a mix of curiosity and slight disappointment at its diminutive size. Sheena Ren carefully examines the mechanics of his demon sword summoning skill. He realizes that by repeatedly summoning and using the demon sword of wood, he can increase his proficiency and unlock more advanced abilities. He also discovers that satisfying certain conditions will allow him to expand the variety of demon swords he can manifest, with the demon sword of metal being next potential unlock. Of the destructive potential of his magic, will player pick himself to be cautious and avoid testing these powers inside his room. Shinran carefully analyzes the risks of his unique skill, noting that summoning the demon sword drains his internal magic power. He understands that running out of energy could lead to debilitating headaches or even unconsciousness. To mitigate this, he commits to daily practice to expand his magical reserves. However, his training is cut short when his father calls out to him, prompting a startled Ren to immediately dispel the sword to keep his secret hidden. After narrowly avoiding detection by his father, Dane, Sheena Ren contemplates the gravity of his situation. He understands that possessing such a unique power confirms this world is tied to the game he once played, and he is determined to avoid the dark fate that awaits him. As he grows, Ren commits himself to learning about this world under the guidance of his mother, Noah, while simultaneously pushing himself to train his magic power and master his demon sword summoning at every available opportunity. Years have passed, and Sheena Ren has grown into a 7-year-old boy. As his father, Dane returns home after hunting. He proposes that Ren should finally start learning swordsmanship. Ren eagerly agrees, and they head to an open field. Dane admits he has never taught anyone before, noting that he is simply passing down the same method his own father used to train him, before inviting Ren to attack him with everything he has. As the training session begins, Sheena Ren takes his stance against his father, Dane. While appearing to follow standard practice, Ren discreetly activates his demon sword of the wood element to gain an edge, determined to test his abilities while maintaining his cover. Dane praises Sheena Ren's technique, urging him to continue the training until he is completely drained. Ren acknowledges his father's command while internally reflecting on the surprising physical potential of his current body. However, the reality of being 7 years old sets in quickly, as Ren finds himself gasping for air, unable to sustain the intense practice for even half an hour. Exhausted after his first session, Sheena Ren catches his breath while Dane commends his performance, telling him to head home while he recovers his energy. As Ren rests, he observes that his proficiency with the demon sword of wood has increased, confirming his growth. He settles into a demanding daily schedule, balancing academic studies in the morning with rigorous swordsmanship training under his father's guidance in the afternoon. Sheena Ren reflects on the limitations of his current resources. He realizes that the demon stone given to him by his father, Dane, does not trigger any reaction for his demon sword training. He concludes that he must personally hunt monsters to acquire the necessary demon stones to advance his skills. This realization humbles him as his journey will not be as straightforward as the game mechanics he once knew, forcing him to take his training and development much more seriously. Time continues to march forward, and another month passes in the life of Sheena Ren. While his family life remains peaceful, Ren remains dedicated to his grueling training regimen. He is seen once again in the field, breathing heavily as he engages in a focused swordsmanship session with his father, Dane, determined to improve his skills despite the physical toll. As the training continues, Dane observes that Sheena Ren's movements have improved compared to when they first started. However, he quickly notes that Ren still loses his balance too easily during their sparring. Dane advises him to concentrate more of his strength at his waist, and as Ren attempts to adjust, he is sent flying, landing hard on the ground. Sheena Ren lies on the grass, gasping for air, yet his determination drives him to try and stand back up. Seeing his son, Dane steps in to end the training session, He acknowledges Ren's relentless effort but warns him not to overexert himself to the point of injury. As Dane walks away, he tells a breathless Ren to get some rest before dinner. Exhausted from his rigorous training, Shinaren lies in the grass, checking his status window. He notes that his demon sword summoning technique is at level 1, with 88 out of 100 proficiency points. Reflecting on his slow but steady progress, he realizes that while the daily grind is grueling, his experience as a gamer makes the process of leveling up feel rewarding rather than purely exhausting. As the fire crackles in the hearth, Shinaren returns home, his hands showing the toll of his rigorous daily training. Noah gently examines his blisters, worried that the intensity of his practice with Dane might be too much for him. Despite the pain, Ren remains resolute, telling his mother that he is fine and that he genuinely enjoys learning more about the art of the sword. As Noah gently applies medicine to his blistered hands, she acknowledges the Ashton family's duty as protectors. When Shinaren asks if she hates swords, she clarifies that it is actually fear that haunts her. She recalls how his father was obsessed with swords since childhood, becoming a brave warrior who faced monsters and saved her many times. Leaving Shinaren to ponder the weight of that fear, Noah looks at Shinaren with a somber expression, confessing that her fear stems from the possibility that her husband's bravery might one day lead to his own downfall. She acknowledges that his hunting of monsters provides for their family and the village, but the constant risk he takes remains a source of deep personal distress for her. Observing the tension, Dane intervenes to reassure his family. He tells Noah not to worry, confidently stating that he is strong, and has become more cautious than he was in the past to ensure he does not fall to monsters. Seeing his wife's concern, he gently adds that his family's happiness is what matters most to him, hoping to put her mind at ease. As night falls, Shinaren lies awake in his bed, lost in thought. The quiet atmosphere prompts him to reflect on the nature of family. He remembers his past life, where his parents divorced when he was young, leading him to live with his mother. As Shinaren lies in bed, his thoughts drift back to the fading connection with his mother in his past life. He recalls how their conversations grew scarce as he aged, eventually leading to a point where she stopped returning home altogether. Despite the emotional distance and the unspoken struggles she might have been facing, Ren acknowledges his gratitude for the opportunity she provided him to attend university. The quiet reflection on his past life fades as Shinaren focuses entirely on his physical training. He engages in a grueling sparring session with Soren, panting heavily from the exertion. As the sun begins to set, Soren decides to end the practice for the day, telling Shinaren that they will continue tomorrow. Completely drained of energy, Shinaren collapses onto the ground, gasping for air. Shinaren finds a sense of fulfillment in his current life, helping with chores and studying, which stands in stark contrast to the loneliness of his past. However, his peaceful routine is balanced by his commitment to strength, as he pushes through intense physical training under the watchful eye of determined to complete his exercises, despite his exhaustion. Driven by his determination, Shinaren refuses to quit even as his body reaches its breaking point. He struggles to stay on his feet, gritting his teeth through the pain, until he finally collapses onto the grass. Seeing his student's condition, Soren checks on him and decides to conclude the training for the day. Shinaren is panting heavily from the intense training when he suddenly freezes, his expression shifting to one of shock as he senses a strange change within himself. Soren notices his hesitation and asks if he is hurt, but Shinaren quickly brushes it off, claiming it is nothing. However, he is visibly puzzled by the fact that his body feels unexpectedly light, and without further delay, he grips his sword and returns to his training routine. Ignoring his exhaustion, Shinaren pushes his body to the limit. With his senses heightened and his movements feeling strangely weightless, he launches himself into a swift, powerful strike, testing the boundaries of his evolving physical capabilities. With his body feeling lighter than ever, Shinaren lunges forward with a burst of speed that defies his previous limits. The sudden, explosive movement catches Soren completely off guard, leaving the instructor stunned by the unexpected display of prowess. Shinaren is left breathless by his own sudden burst of agility, while Soren stares in disbelief at the sheer speed and power his student just displayed. Recovering from the surprise, Soren calls out for another round, demanding that Shinaren keep charging without taking a break. Shinaren, determined to keep up with this newfound strength, shouts back his agreement and prepares to strike again. As the training intensifies, Shinaren lunges at Soren with newfound vigor. He grunts in exertion as he realizes that his speed and arm strength are significantly increasing, leaving him both surprised and focused on the sudden change in his physical state. The intensity of the training reaches a breaking point, as Shinaren lunges forward with overwhelming force. His strike connects with such ferocity that Soren's wooden training sword shatters upon impact. Soren is left in complete shock, struggling to comprehend how the young boy suddenly possesses such immense strength. Soren stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he realizes the true nature of the boy's sudden surge in power. He mutters to himself, wondering if this is truly the potential of Sheena Ren. Meanwhile, Sheena Ren remains focused and intense, pressing his attack with a speed that leaves Soren struggling to comprehend what is happening before his eyes. Soren, completely stunned by the boy's sudden surge in power, lifts Sheena Ren high into the air with a wide grin, exclaiming that he never expected to find a skill bearer in him. Sheena Ren looks up, visibly confused and caught off guard by the sudden praise. In the distance, Noah notices the scene and calls out in concern, asking what is wrong, while Soren excitedly prepares to share the news with her. Soren remains ecstatic, holding Sheena Ren aloft as he theorizes that the boy's sudden surge in power must be the result of a skill leveling up during their intense session. Unbeknownst to his instructor, Sheena Ren confirms the truth internally, observing the system notification that his physical ability up small ability has been successfully activated. Soren is brimming with excitement, insisting that Sheena Ren is too talented to remain in their small village and should instead head to the capital to become a knight. Dane and Noah consider the possibility of taking him to the town's church to have his skill formally checked, though they worry about the cost. Sensing the conversation heading in a direction he wants to avoid, Sheena Ren quickly interjects, downplaying the importance of knowing his skill's name and insisting that there is no need for a formal check. Sheena Ren maintains a cheerful but dismissive facade, telling his parents that he has never heard of a rare skill like demon sword summoning and that investigating it would be too much trouble. Dane and Noah look on with concern, finding his lack of curiosity about his own potential to be strange and uncharacteristic for a child. Sheena Ren continues to deflect the pressure to become a knight, painting a picture of a peaceful future where he stays in the village. He explains to Dane that by hunting monsters together, they can improve their livelihood and help the village thrive. Ultimately, he reveals his true intention. He would rather succeed his father in the village than pursue a life of fame and glory as a knight. In the heat of battle, Sheena Ren fights alongside his father, Dane, against a pack of monsters. He reassures his father that he is capable of protecting him should the situation turn dire. Meanwhile, Noah watches the scene unfold, her face filled with worry as she observes her son's combat prowess. Sheena Ren looks back on the last 7 years, feeling a sense of genuine happiness he never experienced in his former life. He credits this transformation to his parents, Dane and Noah. Deep down, he accepts that he is no longer the person he once was, fully embracing his new existence as Ren. Sheena Ren looks at his parents with a gentle smile, voicing his deepest wish for the three of them to simply live a long and happy life together. Overwhelmed by his words, Dane and Noah pull him into a warm, emotional embrace, with Dane affectionately calling him a brat as he struggles to hold back his tears. Deeply moved by the warmth of his parents, Sheena Ren internalizes his resolve. He equates this life to a second playthrough of the game he once mastered, but this time his priority is protecting the happiness he has found with Noah and Dane. Looking at their humble home, he commits himself to changing the narrative and preventing the future of despair that once awaited him. Sheena Ren contemplates the fragility of his current happiness, knowing that the peaceful life he cherishes is destined to be destroyed. In the original game's narrative, he steels his resolve, vowing that his life will not follow the same tragic path the character he once played, and that he will actively work to rewrite the future. As Sheena Ren contemplates his path to change the future, his thoughts turn to Ari. He knows that according to the game's original plot, he is destined to meet Herond ultimately. He is the one who is supposed to kill her. This grim realization serves as a stark reminder of the dark role he is trying to escape. As Sheena Ren reflects on his mission to rewrite the narrative, he visualizes the inevitable confrontation with Ari. He is determined to go against the changing future and the unreasonable destiny that the game has forced upon him, preparing to carve out a new path for himself. Despite the heavy burden of knowing the tragic path that lies ahead, Sheena Ren finds himself in a moment of pure, simple happiness. Sitting on the grass with his parents, Dane and Noah, he is shielded from the impending storm of his destiny. For now, the future remains a distant threat, and the family enjoys their peaceful time together, unaware that the gears of fate have already begun to move. The narrative moves to the northern city of Clausel within the Liamel Empire. Amidst a serene garden, a young girl with light hair sits alone on a bench, her presence shrouded in mystery as the story begins to unfold. In the garden of the northern city of Clausel, Ari stands amidst the aftermath of a training session, having left her practice partners defeated on the ground. As her attendant observes the scene, a man named Vios approaches in full armor. Ari, unimpressed by the previous bouts, notices his gear and immediately questions him, sensing that something unusual might be happening within the territory. In the garden, Ari questions Vios about his armored appearance. Vios explains that he has been ordered by his master to patrol the northwest region of the territory. He reveals that the mission is to slay a beast, noting that a particularly troublesome one has emerged. Prompting a concerned reaction from Ari, Shinaren walks along a quiet path, carrying a basket of produce. He pauses to look at his wrist, reflecting on how 3 years have already passed since he first leveled up in this world. Around him, the peaceful life of the countryside continues, with sheep grazing and farmers working in the fields. Unaware of the hidden strength he has been cultivating, Shinaren reviews his status window, observing that his demon sword summoning technique has successfully hit level 2. While this grants him new insights into the requirements for level 3, he feels a sense of stagnation. Having spent 3 years to reach his current proficiency, he realizes that the path to the next milestone of 1500 is a long and arduous journey ahead. Shinaren reflects on the reality of his training, noting that he cannot always focus on the sword because of his responsibilities in the fields and preparations for winter. He realizes that while short training sessions only yield minimal proficiency gains, this level of power is already more than enough to maintain his quiet, peaceful life in the village. As he continues his morning, he encounters Grandma Rig, who greets him warmly, noting his early start to the day. As Shinaren chats with Grandma Rig, she mentions how his father dreams of him becoming a great knight in the capital. Ren humbly brushes off the suggestion, insisting he has no desire to leave their peaceful village. However, their conversation is abruptly cut short when they spot a group of armored knights riding toward them. Recognizing them as Lord Baron's men, a panicked Grandma Rig urges Ren that they must return home immediately. An armored knight commander steps forward to address the villagers, offering a formal apology for their sudden intrusion. Shinaren, caught off guard by the presence of Lord Baron's men, tries to maintain his composure while questioning the commander about the true purpose of their visit to his quiet village. As the knights from Lord Baron arrive, Shinaren watches them with a mix of curiosity and unease. He reflects on the feudal structure of the land, noting that his father serves as a protector under the Baron's command. Observing the armored men, Shinaren wonders if their sudden appearance is linked to reports of a beast causing damage in the vicinity, prompting him to seek answers about what has truly happened. The armored knight reveals the grim reality of the situation, confirming that several villages have already fallen victim to a swift, critter-type beast. As he explains the need for a vigilance team to aid in the hunt, Shinaren is taken aback, realizing that the threat is significant enough to warrant a formal subjugation unit. Vios clarifies the threat level of the creature, explaining that the guild classifies beasts from S to G rank. He reveals that the beast currently terrorizing the area is a Drank monster, equivalent to an early-game boss that can easily defeat 5 average knights. Upon hearing this, Shinaren and Dane are stunned by the realization of how lethal the situation truly is. Dane is visibly troubled, questioning why a beast of such high rank would appear in their territory, noting that they usually only encounter frank creatures. Vios explains that while they are investigating the anomaly, the logistical reality is grim due to the wide area they must cover. It will take 20 days for reinforcements to arrive from the Lord's city, leaving Dane shocked by the long wait. Vios expresses regret over the long wait for reinforcements, assuring Dane that they will intensify their forest patrols in the meantime. Sensing the exhaustion of the group, Shinaren suggests they take a break in the village. As the knights accept the offer, Shinaren remains deep in thought, desperately trying to identify the beast using his memories of the game. Meanwhile, one of the knights observes Shinaren and asks if he is the son of Sir Roy. While the knights attend to their horses and take a moment to rest, Dane encourages Shinaren to properly greet their leader. Shinaren is visibly impressed, realizing that the man before him is the highest-ranking knight in the entire territory, and he prepares to introduce himself. The knights prepare to leave the village, their horses trotting away as the villagers watch them go. Among the departing group, the captain and his subordinates exchange observations about Shinaren. They remark on his young age and the surprising revelation that he is a skill-bearer. The captain reflects on the boy's potential, admitting that he would have liked to test Shinaren's swordsmanship if the situation hadn't been so urgent. As the village prepares for the upcoming threat, Dane tries to lighten the mood by telling Shinaren not to worry, confidently claiming he has hunted a Drank beast alone in the past. Meanwhile, Shinaren remains cautious and asks to see the beast's wanted notice to verify the information. Nearby, and Luca watches the family, silently hoping that Shinaren will remain safe until the danger passes. Shinaren is visibly stunned as he processes Dane's claim of hunting a Drank beast alone, reflecting on his father's hidden strength despite lacking any skills. As this conversation shifts, Dane focuses on his current task, proudly displaying a successful haul of hunted prey and mentioning his plan to ramp up their hunting efforts for the immediate future. Dane points out that the local boars are a primary food source for the dangerous beast currently threatening the area. Ren immediately grasps his father's logic. By hunting down these boars, they can make the area less attractive to the predator. Dane confirms his son's deduction, noting that they will focus on tracking the beast's feces and footprints along animal trails to keep the village safe. Ren reflects on the situation as the atmosphere grows tense. Taking the knight's warning seriously, Dane has shifted his routine, now venturing into the forest during the afternoon, and continuing his hunt until the sun sets, determined to clear the path and protect their home. Ren questions his father, Dane, about his recent overwork while they share a bath. Ren suggests that it is time for him to assist with the hunting, but Dane insists on waiting until the threat of the dangerous beast has passed. Dane apologizes for being unable to join Ren for sword training, noting that he and Noah are fully occupied with processing the influx of hunted boars, leaving no time for anything else. As the steam rises in the wooden tub, Dane thanks Ren for his help with Noah, acknowledging the extra work the family has taken on. Ren gazes at his father, silently contemplating the precious, peaceful life they have shared for over 10 years and his desperate wish to keep it from being destroyed. Noticing his father drifting off, Ren calls out to him, prompting a startled Dane to wake up. As the days go by, the tension builds. By the night of the 10th day, Dane still has not returned from the forest. Ren, feeling uneasy about the late hour, checks in on Noah, who is still occupied with household chores, and calls out to her in concern. Ren remains adamant about finding his father, Dane, and refuses to stay behind while it is dark and dangerous. Noah tries to hold him back, but seeing his determination, she realizes she must go with him to check on Dane. As they prepare to leave, Noah reveals her hidden anxiety, admitting that she is constantly terrified of the possibility that Dane might one day be gravely wounded in the forest. Determined to find Dane, Ren and Noah step out into the pitch-black night. Ren notes that this is his first time venturing outside after dark, struggling to see through the gloom. Noah remains cautious, warning him to watch his step. As they approach the forest, Noah draws his attention to a pair of lights in the distance, identifying them as the torches placed on the bridge at the forest entrance. Standing before the bridge that spans the dark river, Noah warns Ren to be careful of the rushing water below. Ren acknowledges her concern, his eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. Noah explains that they can only proceed as far as the bridge, as the area beyond is infested with dangerous beasts. Guided by the torchlight, Noah and Ren finally spot a figure resting against a large tree in the shadows of the forest. Recognizing him as Dane, Noah calls out to him in distress. As they approach, both Noah and Ren are overcome with relief to see that he is still alive and safe. Upon reaching the forest, Noah instructs Ren to stay back while she rushes toward Dane, who is sitting silently under a tree. Ren, struggling to keep up, wonders with growing anxiety why his father would be in such a perilous place. As they reach him, Noah out to Dane, desperate to confirm if he is all right. Dane sits motionless in the dark forest, his body battered and stained with blood. He appears to have suffered a severe injury, leaving him in a weakened state as he rests against the forest floor. Ren stares in absolute shock as he witnesses the dire condition of his father. Dane is slumped over, gasping for air while covered in blood, his life hanging by a thread. Overwhelmed by the sight, Ren cries out in desperation, realizing they have arrived at a truly desperate situation. Ren and Noah rush to Dane's side, their faces filled with panic as they witness his dire state. Noah desperately calls out to him, urging him to stay conscious, while Ren stands by, overwhelmed by the realization that they are trapped in a truly desperate situation. Just as the situation with Dane reaches a breaking point, a massive savage beast emerges from the shadows to attack. Ren is forced to react instantly, crying out in shock as the creature lunges toward him with its jaws wide open. Caught in a life-or-death struggle, Ren uses his blade to hold back the snapping jaws of the Rumi. As he grunts in pain and exertion, Noah screams out his name in terror, witnessing the brutal attack unfolding before her eyes. Ren fights to keep the Ruma's jaws away from his throat, shouting for Noah to run. Noah refuses to back down, brandishing a weapon and demanding the beast release her son. However, their hope for escape vanishes as two more Rumi appear, leaving them completely outnumbered in the dark forest. Surrounded by the deadly Rumi, Ren suddenly feels a surge of power. Realizing the physical ability up small effect has kicked in, he manages to forcefully push the beast, pinning him down. With a desperate shout, he creates some distance, but the danger is far from over as the other Rumi continue to circle him and a terrified Noah. Ren grunts in exertion as he maintains his end defense stance, pushing back against the overwhelming force of the Rumi beast. The battle remains intense, with Ren fully focused on surviving the creature's relentless assault. With his physical abilities enhanced, Ren swings his blade and connects with the Rumi beast. The creature lets out a pained cry as it is forced back. Ren watches in disbelief, realizing that his single strike was enough to damage the monster. However, the battle is far from over as the remaining Rumi beasts continue to press their attack. With the momentum of his previous successful attack, Ren delivers another decisive strike. The Rumi beast is knocked back, its body reeling from the force of the blow as Ren maintains his defensive stance, ready to face the remaining threats. Ren watches as the Rumi beasts scramble, realizing that the training and skills he has acquired are finally paying off. With his sword in hand and his breath heavy, he gains the confidence to face the remaining threats. While Noah looks on in astonishment at her son's newfound power, the tension of the forest battle fades as the scene transitions to a serene landscape. Inside, Luca is focused on his work, carefully handling tools and ingredients. He pauses for a moment, wiping his forehead and letting out a weary sigh of relief. Inside the room, Grandma Rig reassures Noah that Dane's condition has finally stabilized. Noah expresses her deep gratitude, relieved that he is safe. Meanwhile, Ren watches over his father, his mind racing. With doubt, he knows the strength of the monsters they faced and finds it impossible that they could have overwhelmed his father so easily, sensing a deeper mystery behind the incident. Ren looks at his unconscious father, Dane, and deduces that his injuries were caused by a specific powerful monster. As he wonders if the creature is still lurking within the forest, a scene of a military unit reveals that reinforcements will not arrive for another 10 days, heightening the sense of danger. Ren is deeply troubled by the thought of the monster invading the village. Fearing for the safety of Noah and the other residents, determined to protect them, he searches for any possible action he can take, his gaze shifting toward the bridge leading into the forest. Ren locates the small boar from the previous day, relieved that it hasn't been scavenged by other monsters. Yet he realizes he needs to retrieve it quickly to avoid attracting the dangerous wanted monster he is hunting. As he approaches, a strange energy emanates from the carcass, and to his shock, the remains are pulled into his bracelet. Confused and alarmed, Ren stares at the artifact, wondering what kind of power he has just triggered. Ren checks his bracelet status, confirming that his proficiency levels have increased after absorbing the magic stone from the boar. He deduces that the bracelet only functions when he personally defeats the monsters, a limitation he didn't have as a child. With this new understanding, he returns home and approaches Noah, determined to discuss the situation with her. Ren looks at Noah with a serious expression, declaring his intention to take over his father's duty to protect the village starting tomorrow. He acknowledges the danger involved but insists that as a member of the Ashton family, it is his responsibility. Noah is visibly shocked and worried, reminding him that he is still just a child regardless of how strong he has become. Ren looks at Noah with unwavering resolve. He explains that with his father injured, he is the only person left in the village capable of standing against the monster threat. Despite knowing that his request is difficult for a mother to accept, he pleads with Noah to let him take on the duty of protecting the village until the reinforcements finally arrive. The night passes with Noah, keeping a watchful, sleepless eye over the injured Dane. When the next morning breaks, Noah relents and allows Ren to head into the forest, setting a strict condition that he must return before the sun sets. With his mother's reluctant approval, Ren steps into the woods, ready to take on the responsibility of protecting the village. Before Ren departs, Noah provides a final stern warning to avoid the depths of the forest, advising him to use the Tsurugi Rock as a navigational landmark if he loses his way. Ren acknowledges the advice, but his mind is already drifting toward his past life as a gamer. He considers testing the natural magic small attribute of his demon sword of wood, recalling that in the original game, a formidable boss once wielded natural magic in that very region. Ren is caught off guard when a wild boar suddenly charges out of the brush. Recovering from the initial shock, he realizes this is the perfect opportunity to practice his skills. Holding his sword, he struggles to figure out the activation process for his magic, eventually calling out commands to summon tree sprouts and ivy from the ground. As Ren calls out his command, magical ivy erupts from the forest floor, wrapping tightly around the wild boar and effectively immobilizing the beast. Ren stares in genuine surprise as his newly cast natural magic successfully traps the wild boar in a thicket of vines. While he acknowledges that the spell is easy to use despite the mana cost, and considers finishing the beast with a single strike, his conscience gets the better of him. He stands before the struggling animal, unable to bring himself to inflict any more pain. Seizing the opportunity to hone his skills, Ren continues to use the wild boars as training dummies for his natural magic. By the end of his first day, he has managed to capture 12 boars, dragging them back to the village with the help of his magical vines. Luca and the other villagers watch in astonishment as Ren demonstrates his newfound incredible ability. Shina Ren's dedication to mastering his natural magic grows as he continues his hunting routine. After his initial success, he manages to capture another 12 wild boars on the second day. By the third day, he is still at it, dragging his latest haul back to the village while Luca watches on, witnessing Ren's rapidly improving skill. As the days pass, Shina Ren continues his relentless practice in the forest. By the fifth day, he has become increasingly efficient at capturing wild boars using his natural magic, all while successfully avoiding the dangerous wanted monster he knows from the game. Checking his status, he sees that his demon sword of wood is nearing level 2. With his progress steady, he feels a sense of anticipation, confident that he will soon be able to unlock the demon sword of metal. Returning from his training, Shina Ren arrives home, but the usual calm is replaced by an unsettling tension. He finds Noah and Grandma Rig deeply concerned about someone's health. As they urge him to step outside, the realization hits him that his father, Dane, is in a critical state, leaving Ren shocked and desperate for answers. Noah reveals the grim reality to Shina Ren, explaining that even with their supply of precious medicinal herbs, Dane's health has worsened significantly since dusk and he is barely clinging to life. Overwhelmed by the news, Shina Ren reacts with shock and confusion, desperately asking why this is happening, only for Noah to admit that she does not know. Grandma Rig holds a single leaf, her expression grave as she tells Noah that their medicinal herb stocks are running out. Overcome with despair, Noah covers her face and cries, realizing that everything they have will be used up by tonight. Shina Ren watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with shock and helplessness, as he realizes how dire his father's condition truly is. In a frantic attempt to save Dane, Grandma Rig urges Noah to retrieve a specific formula box from her home, noting that her husband might have more information. Shina Ren, witnessing his father's deteriorating state, steps in with a sense of urgency. He desperately asks Grandma Rig if there is anything he can do to assist and inquires about the location of the her-growing habitat, hoping to find a way to stabilize his father's condition. Grandma Rig continues to prepare medicine while explaining the grim reality to Shina Ren. The specific herbs required to treat his father's condition no longer grow in the area, having gone extinct during a harsh winter years ago. Shina Ren is visibly shaken by the news, struggling to process the hopelessness of the situation. As he points to the remaining supplies, hoping for a solution, Grandma Rig gently but firmly asks him to step outside so she can focus on caring for the patient. Left alone in the hallway, Shina Ren focuses on the rondo grass, a familiar healing item from his past gaming experience. Refusing to accept that it has truly gone extinct, he decides to venture out to find it himself, fully aware that the forest's dangers intensify drastically once night falls. Determined to change his father's fate, Shina Ren sprints through the dark, treacherous forest. He knows that if he does nothing, Dane will surely die, leaving him no choice but to push forward without hesitation. Shina Ren races through the dense, dark forest, his breath heavy as he ignores the eerie sounds of nocturnal creatures. Driven by a fierce refusal to accept his father's death, he presses forward with unwavering resolve. Despite the overwhelming fatigue and the treacherous path ahead, Shina Ren refuses to stop. He pushes his body to the limit, navigating the rocky landscape with a singular, desperate goal in mind: to secure the rondo grass and save his father. Shina Ren carefully inspects the foot of the rock, confirming his suspicion that the rondo grass is no longer growing there. Refusing to give up, he looks up at the towering, treacherous peak. Determined to find the herb, he draws his sword and prepares to use his natural magic to scale the cliff face, pushing himself further into the dangerous night. Exhausted from the climb, Shina Ren pulls himself up onto the ledge of the peak. His eyes widen in disbelief as he spots a cluster of plants glowing under the moonlight. It is exactly what he was looking for: the rondo grass. Overwhelmed with relief, he realizes that his desperate gamble to save his father has finally paid off. Shina Ren gazes at the thriving patch of rondo grass, confirming that the plant is not extinct as he once feared. Overwhelmed with relief, he realizes he has enough to save his father Dane. Yet, as he gathers the herbs, his attention is drawn to a pile of bones nearby. Recognizing them as the remains of little boars, he is struck by a sudden sense of unease, wondering why such remains would be found at such a high and isolated peak. Shina Ren stares in shock as he inspects the remains. It is not just the bones of the boars that catch his eye, but also scattered, mysterious ornaments lying in the grass. The realization hits him that something unnatural has occurred here, and a chilling sense of dread washes over him. He knows that whatever left these behind is likely far more dangerous than the wildlife he expected to encounter. Just as Shina Ren senses that something is wrong, a group of aggressive boars lunges at him from the shadows. Startled by the sudden ambush, He shouts in surprise and quickly readies his blade, realizing he must fight his way through the pack to survive and secure the rondo grass. Sheena Ren stands his ground, but his confusion grows as he watches the boars scramble away in a panic. He realizes they aren't charging at him, but are desperately trying to escape something else. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he stares at the massive sharp-toothed beast emerging from the shadows, confirming that a much greater threat has been hiding on the peak all along. Sheena Ren stares in shock as the true identity of the mountain's predator is revealed. Realizing that the creature before him is the wanted monster he had been tracking, he grips his sword tightly, preparing for a dangerous confrontation. The atmosphere grows heavy as the creature finally reveals itself. Rumi, the powerful beast Sheena Ren has been hunting, stands atop the craggy summit. With its dark, menacing features and multiple tails swaying in the air, the predator looms over the peak, ready for the confrontation. The Rumi reveals its true form, identified as the Chief Wolven, a formidable drank-unique monster. With its sharp gaze and predatory aura, the creature looms over the mountain peak, signaling that the battle for survival is about to reach a breaking point. The Chief Wolven stands atop the rocky peak, its howl echoing through the night as it is identified as a dangerous drank-unique monster that guards rare treasures. Below, Sheena Ren pushes through the dark, overgrown forest, breathing heavily as he remains on high alert, fully aware that he is closing in on his target. The battle intensifies as the Chief Wolven launches a lightning-fast assault. Sheena Ren is forced onto the defensive, barely managing to react to the beast's movements. Stumbling back, he grimly acknowledges that the monster holds the upper hand in speed, making the fight far more dangerous than he anticipated. As the battle intensifies, Sheena Ren quickly realizes that he is not facing a typical predator. The Chief Wolven reveals its true terrifying nature by manifesting wind magic, catching Ren completely off guard. A powerful gust of wind slams into him, forcing him back and highlighting the overwhelming gap in their abilities as he struggles to defend himself against such a formidable foe. Sheena Ren lies on the ground, struggling to recover from the impact of the Chief Wolven's wind magic. He quickly analyzes the monster's unique traits, realizing that the Chief Wolven is capable of stealing his equipment. As he stands back up, panting and clutching his sword, he recognizes the gravity of the situation. This is an enemy, far beyond his current capabilities. Despite his desire to retreat, he knows the beast will not let him escape, forcing him to desperately devise a strategy to survive the encounter. Breathing heavily, Sheena Ren acknowledges that his current nature magic is too weak to finish the fight. He resolves to find an opening to strike the Chief Wolven's stomach. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he notices a wound on the beast's leg, wondering if this could be the turning point he desperately needs. As Sheena Ren stares at the Chief Wolven, a sudden realization strikes him. He remembers Dane engaging the beast in combat, and now understands that the monster's failure to attack the village is likely due to the injury Dane inflicted upon it. This critical insight gives Ren a clearer understanding of the beast's current state and his father's survival. As Sheena Ren stares down the dangerous Chief Wolven, he recalls the image of his father, resting after his own battle. Realizing that his father had fulfilled his duty as a knight, Ren finds the strength to push past his fear. He refuses to give up, steeling himself to face the beast despite the overwhelming odds. As the Chief Wolven launches a fierce wind attack, Shin quickly braces himself. Despite the danger, he forces himself to stay calm, desperately searching for the perfect opportunity to manifest his nature magic and turn the tide of the battle. Sheena Ren manages to manifest thick vines that wrap around the Chief Wolven, forcing the massive beast to a halt. As the monster lets out a deafening roar and struggles against the magical bindings, Ren remains focused, determined to restrain the creature even if only for a fleeting moment to gain the upper hand. With the Chief Wolven successfully ensnared by his vines, Sheena Ren wastes no time. He leaps into the air, weapon held high, ready to strike the beast while it is momentarily immobilized and unable to retaliate. With the Chief Wolven successfully bound by his nature magic, Sheena Ren wastes no time. He lunges forward with full force, his weapon poised to strike the monster's leg wound and end the threat once and for all. Sheena Ren lunges with full force, but his attack takes a disastrous turn when his weapon, the magic sword of wood, suddenly snaps into pieces upon contact. Stunned by the breakage, Ren watches in disbelief as the shards fly through the air, while the Chief Wolven lets out a pained roar, still ensnared by the vines. Panic sets in as Sheena Ren realizes his magic sword has been destroyed. He desperately tries to resummon the weapon, but the effort consumes an overwhelming amount of his mana. As the Chief Wolven continues to struggle against the nature magic bindings, Ren realizes that his attempt to fix the broken sword might be the very thing draining his strength, leaving him exposed to the beast's next move. The situation turns dire as the Chief Wolven lunges forward, its massive form overwhelming Sheena Ren's position. Caught off guard by the beast's sudden surge of power, Ren can only curse his luck as he narrowly avoids the incoming strike, his mana reserves dangerously low. The force of the Chief Wolven's counterattack sends Shenna Ren through the air. His body slamming hard against the trunk of a tree, he collapses to the ground, gasping for air and coughing in pain as his strength rapidly fades. The beast stands just a short distance away, ready to press its advantage. Shenna Ren lies battered against the tree, his breath coming in ragged gasps. As the Chief Wolven looms over him, ready to strike, Ren clutches a medicinal herb in his hand. Realizing that his mana depletion is so severe, he might black out at any moment. He desperately weighs his options, knowing that if he doesn't act now, he won't survive the beast's next attack. Pinned and desperate, Shenna Ren catches a glimpse of his injured father, Dane, in his mind, causing him to hesitate. He realizes that using the medicinal herb now might leave his father without a cure, so he forces himself to stop. With the Chief Wolven closing in, Ren desperately searches his memory for another way to fight back, reminding himself of his original purpose for being here. As Shenna Ren grips his weapon, he realizes with dread that it is failing him. The Chief Wolven, growling with predatory intent, lunges forward and unleashes a powerful roar, shattering Ren's defenses and sending him reeling across the ground in pain. Shenna Ren struggles to keep the Chief Wolven at bay, shouting for the beast to stay put as he gasps for air. Realizing his mana is completely depleted, he knows he cannot keep fighting in his current state. Desperation sets in as he spots the corpses of the little boars nearby, prompting him to make a frantic dash toward them in a final attempt to find a weapon or solution to survive. Shenna Ren rushes toward the carcasses of the little boars, his mind racing as he checks his system interface. He realizes that by absorbing 3 more magic stones, he can finally unlock the demon sword of metal. Despite his exhaustion and the looming threat of the Chief Wolven, he decides to stake everything on this desperate gamble, hoping the new weapon will be enough to turn the tide of battle. With no mana to spare, Shenna Ren relies on the magic sword of wood to turn the tide. Vines instantly lash out, wrapping tightly around the Chief Wolven's body and pinning it in place. The beast lets out a pained cry as it struggles against the sudden, constricting magical growth. With his back against the wall, Shenna Ren refuses to give up. He channels his remaining energy to unlock the demon's sword of metal, a powerful weapon that grows sharper with its level. As the Chief Wolven lunges at him, Ren stands his ground, ready to unleash the power of his new blade. With his back against the wall, Shenna Ren pours his final reserves of energy into the newly unlocked demon's sword of metal. The Chief Wolven, relentless and terrifying, descends upon him with a massive snapping bite, forcing Ren to hold his ground in a desperate final stand. With no mana left and his life on the line, Shenna Ren commits everything to a final, decisive strike. He thrusts the demon's sword of metal straight into the terrifying tooth-filled jaws of the lunging Chief Wolven, hoping the blade's power is enough to pierce through the beast and secure his survival. With his final reserves of strength, Shenna Ren drives the demon's sword of metal deep into the Chief Wolven. The blade pierces through the beast, delivering a wholehearted single attack that brings the intense battle to a sudden, violent conclusion. With a final, desperate surge of power, Shenna Ren drives the demon's sword of metal deep into the Chief Wolven. The beast lets out a pained cry as the blade pierces through, and it collapses onto the ground, defeated. Ren stands victorious, his single-minded attack having successfully ended the deadly confrontation. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Shenna Ren stares at the blade in his hand. He realizes with awe that the demon's sword of metal is actively absorbing the magic stone from the Chief Wolven's remains, confirming the weapon's unique and potent capabilities. Shenna Ren lies on the forest floor, his body completely drained of energy as the demon's sword of metal finishes its absorption. Unable to move, he is overcome by thoughts of his parents, Noah and Dane. Suddenly, the sound of horses approaching breaks the silence. A group of soldiers, led by their captain, arrives at the clearing, having been drawn to the location by the beast's final cry. The silence of the residence is broken by the arrival of knights from Clausel. An armored knight bangs on the door, shouting for attention and apologizing for their abrupt intrusion. Noah, startled by the commotion, looks on in shock as the knights explain the urgency of the situation, needing to get the young Shenna Ren to his room immediately. Dane enters the home carrying the wounded and unconscious Shenna Ren, prompting a panicked reaction from Noah. The knights explain that they found him in that state, noting that he was tightly gripping his bag despite his condition. Upon opening the bag, Noah is stunned to find a piece of rondo grass inside, realizing the significance of what he was protecting. Noah pulls the unconscious Shenna Ren into a desperate, tearful embrace, clearly shaken by his condition. Dane stands nearby, watching the emotional scene unfold with a somber expression. The focus then transitions to the exterior of their home, standing quiet under the sky as the weight of the day's events settles in. The atmosphere turns tense as the knights confirm the impossible feat to Ari and the elderly noble. Upon hearing that Ren, a mere boy, took down the formidable Chief Wolven by himself, the listeners are struck with disbelief and astonishment. Time moves forward as 2 months pass. Ari remains deeply intrigued and skeptical by the reports she received, pondering the existence of a boy capable of defeating a drank beast all on his own. She questions whether such a talented individual is truly present within her territory. Ren reflects on his growth, observing the new skills added to his status window. He examines the magic sword of Bandit he obtained from the Chief Wolven, finding its form to be more like a piece of finger armor than a conventional sword. Ren is spotted in the forest by Vios, who immediately scolds him for venturing out while not in his best condition. Vios reminds him that he should have called for an escort, but Ren apologizes and thanks the knights for their swift response, which helped him survive. Vios admits that he is genuinely surprised by Ren's remarkable physical strength, noting that their hurried efforts to reach him were well worth it. As they travel, Vios asks about the bag he is carrying. Ren confirms it contains the treasures left behind by the Chief Wolven, expressing his desire to sell them to support the village while worrying about the tax situation. Vios reaches him explaining that the raw materials are highly valuable at a premium price. This deal will not only grant the village tax exemption, but also ensure its prosperity for decades to come, leaving Sheenan thrilled by the positive outcome. Back at home, Dane and Noah praise Ren for his incredible achievement in defeating the Chief Wolven. When asked if he wants anything as a reward, Ren humbly insists that his success was only possible because of his father's help. However, he shows interest in a glowing, rare item from the loot, identifying it as the Salacia Pearl, and asks to keep it for himself. Ren secures the bracelet he had his eye on, feeling relieved that he can now wear it openly, as he holds the item. Dane reaches out to pat his son's head, his expression a mix of parental concern and deep admiration. Dane acknowledges that while Ren's actions were incredibly reckless and worrying, he did a great job putting his life on the line to keep everyone safe, with Noah and Grandma Rig looking on with pride. Peace has finally returned to the village. As the threat of the beast fades into memory, the villagers resume their quiet, everyday routines. Ren watches over the scene, witnessing the simple, harmonious life that he helped secure through his actions. As the village settles into a peaceful routine, Ren's attention is drawn to a mysterious figure. Sitting quietly by a stone wall, under the shade of a tree, is a girl he has never seen before. Ren observes her from a distance, his curiosity piqued as he notes that she is clearly not a local resident of the village. As Ren watches from a distance, the mysterious girl turns toward him. With a calm and knowing expression, Ari looks directly at him and asks if he is indeed Len Ashton, shattering the quiet peace of the moment. Ren is visibly startled, his mind racing as he tries to recall where he might have seen the girl before. He cautiously confirms his name, but his internal monologue reveals a growing unease. Ari, maintaining a calm and enigmatic demeanor, acknowledges his response, signaling the beginning of a significant and fated meeting between them. Ari approaches Ren and offers him a sword, calmly inquiring about his recovery. Ren, visibly confused, accepts the blade while questioning how she possesses knowledge of his personal state. Ignoring his confusion, Ari maintains a mysterious composure and declares that it is time to begin, leaving Ren bewildered by her sudden and cryptic demand. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Ari moves with blinding speed. With a determined look, she lunges forward, thrusting her sword toward Ren. The suddenness of her attack leaves no room for questions, forcing Ren to face an immediate and dangerous confrontation. Ari launches a flurry of high-speed attacks, forcing Ren to react instinctively to avoid being struck. Taken by surprise, Ren barely manages to parry her blade while calling out in confusion, his composure shattered by the sudden shift from conversation to combat. Ari maintains a cheerful and intense demeanor as she continues her relentless assault on Ren. Caught off guard and struggling to parry her strikes, questions why this training is happening so abruptly. While he acknowledges her impressive skill, he remains focused on the immediate danger, even as Ari tries to calm him by noting that the blades have been dulled for safety. Ren is left wondering if this entire confrontation was part of some plan she had all along. Ari maintains her composure during the intense exchange, noting that the situation has become troublesome. Deciding to wrap things up before any actual injuries occur, she prepares to end the spar. Ren is caught completely off guard by her sudden, decisive action, letting out a startled cry as the training session is forcefully brought to a close. The intense sparring session reaches a surprising climax. Ren manages to pin Ari to the ground, effectively ending the match with a swift move. As he stands over her, he declares his victory, while Ari appears momentarily shocked and breathless. struggling to process the sudden turn of events. After the unexpected turn of events where Ren pinned Ari, he quickly jumps back, apologizing for being too close. Ari, however, remains undeterred and demands they continue the spar, refusing to admit defeat. As Ren stands there, in complete confusion, a group of riders appears on the horizon, shouting for the princess to stop, signaling an abrupt end to their training session. The training session is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a group of armored riders on horseback. One of the men, clearly distressed, calls out to Eri as Vuchasama and demands to know why she is there. Ren watches the scene unfold, stunned by the sudden appearance of the guards, while Eri prepares to address the situation. Ari holds up a formal letter sealed with a crest, explaining that she has arrived as a representative of her father to deliver it to the Ashton family. She speaks of her father's high regard for the family's victory over Chief Wolven and his personal expectations for the future of Len Ashton. Hearing this, Ren is visibly shaken, unable to believe the situation unfolding before him. Eri smiles gently as she formally introduces herself to the Ashton family. She reveals her true name as Lycia Colossal and identifies herself as the Saintess of White, maintaining her composed demeanor while holding the sealed letter from her father. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Eri loses consciousness. CL catches her falling form, his face etched with disbelief as he realizes the weight of the name she just uttered. The revelation of her identity as Lycia Colossal leaves him stunned, echoing her name in a moment of pure shock. Ren stands frozen in disbelief as the reality of the situation hits him. He recognizes the girl before him as the very same character he was supposed to eliminate, according to the plot of the Legend of the Seven Heroes. Overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, he struggles to comprehend why she is here, completely disrupting his plans to avoid his tragic fate. Inside the Ashton home, Ari rests while the household attends to her. Ren sits nearby, his mind racing with confusion and dread. He cannot fathom how the girl he was destined to kill in the game has ended up in his own home, leaving him to question the unpredictable path his life has taken. As Ren processes the reality of Aris' presence, he recalls the specific game mechanics of the Legend of the Seven Heroes. He remembers her as Lycia Colossal, the Saintess of White, a character celebrated for her popularity and beauty but infamous for being impossible to romance. He notes that she does not join the protagonist's party in the original game and possesses significant combat strength, making her a formidable figure that requires high levels to challenge. Eri calmly explains to Ren that her visit was motivated by a desire to personally witness the skills of the one who defeated Chief Wolven. She reveals that their earlier sparring match served as a test, and she was thoroughly impressed by his strength and his willingness to draw his sword without hesitation. Ren, caught off guard by her directness, can only react with confusion as he realizes the true purpose behind her sudden request for a match. Ren looks at a map, realizing that his village in the colossal frontier is over 10 days away from the city. By horse, he had hoped that by staying in such a remote location, he could avoid ever crossing paths with the feudal lord's daughter. As he realizes Ari has traveled all that way, just to find him and test his strength. As they sit together, Ari notices his distraction and asks if something is wrong, to which a flustered Ren quickly denies. Ren attempts to deflect Aris' praise, insisting that his victory over the Chief Wolven was largely his father's prior efforts, and that he lacks the skill she attributes to him. Ares dismisses his modesty, noting that his grounded nature sets him apart from the typical boastful nobleman she encounters. She firmly reiterates her desire for him to travel to Colossal with her, viewing it as an opportunity for them to continue their sparring sessions. Ren observes Ari, noting her dedication to training and her clear love for the sword. Despite her persistence, he remains firm in his resolve to stay in his remote village to avoid the dangerous narrative of the game. However, his attempts to maintain distance do not go unnoticed. Ari looks at him with sharp intuition, pointing out that he has been avoiding her since they met, and bluntly asks if he dislikes her, leaving Ren stunned by her directness, caught off guard by Aris' direct question. Ren stammers a denial, insisting that he simply prefers the quiet life of the village. He argues that he cannot leave his father alone to defend the village against potential threats like the Chief Wolven. Ari listens calmly, her expression unreadable as she sips her tea, but she remains firm in her resolve, silently vowing not to give up on recruiting him. Ren stands resolute, clutching his sword as he looks toward the horizon. Despite the looming uncertainties of his fated path, he remains focused on his singular goal to secure a tranquil future for himself and his village, far away from the destructive narrative he was reborn into. The evening passes in the warmth of the family home as Ren eats dinner with Dane and Noah. As night falls over the village, Ren heads to the stable. Standing among the horses, he lets out a weary sigh, trying to process the pressure of his situation and the persistent presence of Ari. While Shinaren is trying to clear his head at the stables, Ari suddenly appears, ready to continue her pursuit. She dismisses his hesitation with a confident smile, brandishing her sword, and informing him that she has already secured approval from his parents and Weiss. Stunned by her persistence and efficiency, Shinaren realizes he has been outmaneuvered. Shinaren attempts to dodge the situation by leaving his sword on the ground, hoping to avoid a confrontation. However, Ari remains unfazed, calmly declaring that she will simply stay in the village longer if he refuses to spar. She questions his intense desire to reject her, acknowledging that he must have his own reasons for doing so. Cornered by her unwavering determination, Shinaren lets out a nervous laugh and finally picks up his sword, deciding that it is easier to just go along with her request. Ari holds her sword with a determined gaze, telling Shinaren that if she wins their spar, he must agree to travel with her to Colossal. As they stand ready in the yard, Shinaren questions the outcome if he were to win instead. Ari smiles confidently, declaring that she would just return to the village again, leaving a defeated-looking Shinaren to realize that he is stuck in a los-a-los situation regardless of the match's result. Without hesitation, Ari lunges forward with a shout, catching Shinaren off guard. He quickly raises his sword to block her swift strike, marking the intense start of their duel. The sparring match intensifies as Ari lunges at Shinaren with surprising speed. Caught off guard by his ability to block her strike, despite her perceived opening, expresses her shock. Shinaren, maintaining his composure, questions her intense determination to defeat him as they continue their exchange. The sparring match between Ari and Shinaren heats up as their blades clash. Ari openly expresses her intense dislike for losing, declaring that even as the Saintess of White, she refuses to be bested by a peer. Shinaren retorts that her competitive drive is obvious, as they continue to exchange blows in a high-stakes display of skill. The sparring match reaches a fever pitch as Ari leaps into the air, unleashing a flurry of strikes against Shinaren. Shai confidently declares that her role as the Saintess of White grants her exceptional proficiency in both swordsmanship and physical combat. Shinaren, however, remains unfazed, dryly remarking that her title has nothing to do with their current fight. Undeterred, Ari begins to channel her sacred magic, determined to prove her superiority and avoid the humiliation of losing to someone her own age. Driven by her competitive spirit, Ari finds the stalemate terribly frustrating. She declares that she is finally getting serious, launching a renewed and aggressive assault against Shinaren with the firm intention of defeating him. Locked in a fierce exchange, Shinaren is taken aback by the sudden surge in Eris and strength. He quickly deduces that she is channeling her sacred magic to enhance her performance. Drawing on his knowledge of the game's mechanics, Ren recalls that sacred magic is a formidable combination of white magic's healing properties and holy magic's ability to purge curses and undead, while also serving as a powerful buff for allies. As the spar reaches a fever pitch, Ari leaps into the air, delivering a swift and powerful sword strike. Shinaren, barely managing to react to her sudden burst of speed, is forced to defend himself against the onslaught. Observing her movements, he realizes that the Saintess of White skill is a terrifyingly efficient combination of magic and physical prowess, leaving him little room for error. The intensity of the duel remains high, as Shinaren acknowledges Ari's impressive combat prowess. When he questions why she didn't unleash this power sooner, Ari reveals that she is restricted by Wiss's strict rules. Realizing the situation, Shinaren decides that he can no longer afford to take it easy and prepares to fight with his full capabilities. With the decision made to stop holding back, Shinaren prepares to counter Ari's aggressive assault. As Ari leaps through the air with her sword raised, Shinaren matches her intensity, their blades clashing in a powerful strike that signals the start of a more serious duel. The sparring match reaches a fever pitch as Shinaren parries and maneuvers against Ari's relentless assault. Having analyzed her Saintess of White abilities, Ren finds himself adjusting to her high-speed movements. While he openly admits that she is strong, a flicker of memory crosses his mind, comparing her current prowess to a past event, leaving him focused and determined to keep up. Having adapted to her speed, Shinaren swiftly maneuvers past Ari's defenses, bringing his blade to a halt right in front of her. Ari, caught completely by surprise, freezes in place as she realizes she has been outplayed in this exchange. As the sparring match reaches a fever pitch, Ari performs a graceful high-speed somersault to dodge Shinaren's strike. Caught off guard by the intensity of the exchange, she lets out a confused sound while Ren maintains his focus, keeping the pressure on her. The momentum of the fight shifts instantly as Shinaren corners Ari. With a swift movement, he pins her to the grassy field, leaving her stunned and breathless as she looks up at him, realizing she has been outmaneuvered. Looking down at his opponent, Shinaren maintains his focus and declares, "It's my win." Beneath him, Ari lies on the ground, stunned by the sudden conclusion of their spar. Eris' eyes widen in disbelief as she processes the outcome of the spar. The realization that she has been bested by Sheena Ren leaves her completely shocked, struggling to comprehend how quickly the match turned against her. Ari is visibly shaken by the outcome of the spar. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she whispers that she hasn't lost yet. She pulls herself together, determined to continue the fight, while Sheena Ren watches her with a look of surprise at her persistence. Tense atmosphere of the sparring match is broken by the sound of clapping. Luca steps forward, his expression filled with genuine admiration. As he praises Sheena Ren for his remarkable combat prowess, he acknowledges the boy's incredible talent, noting that defeating Ari and her sacred magic at such a young age is no small feat. Luca further reflects on Sheena by Lord Roy, attributing it to both the training provided by Lord Roy and the immense personal effort the boy has clearly invested, ultimately validating his past success in defeating the Chief Wolven. Luca turns his attention to Ari, urging her to fully grasp the extent of Sheena Ren's power after their intense match. He suggests that she should channel this experience into greater motivation once they return to the residence. Ari, visibly humbled and contemplative, softly agrees, acknowledging the reality of her defeat and the need to improve. Aig reflects on the match, apologizing for her sudden intrusion while acknowledging the value of the experience. Sheena Ren, looking slightly flustered, agrees that it was a great experience for him as well. Meanwhile, Luca decides to wrap things up, telling the others that he is going to get some rest as they prepare to depart. As the sparring session concludes, Luca turns to Sheena to offer a polite apology for Eris' earlier intensity, promising to relay the Ashton family's kindness to the Baron Shishren. Modestly brushes off his own contribution, but Luca firmly significant, looking toward Ari, who sits quietly in the background. Luca remarks that the match was a vital lesson for her, as she had become too complacent in her ability. Luca expresses a regretful desire to extend their stay so that Sheena Ren and Ari could continue their sparring, but he quickly dismisses the thought, noting that they must depart the following morning. He clarifies that Ari's presence in the village is part of an official assignment from the Baron, aimed at resolving the unrest caused by recent turmoil in the region. Sheena Ren listens intently as Luca details the responsibilities Ari is currently undertaking. Sheena Ren reflects on Eris' background, acknowledging that she excelled in both military and literary arts and held top grades at the academy. In The Legend of the Seven Heroes, he realizes that her ability to act as the feudal lord's substitute at such a young age is truly impressive. While he finds her a bit overbearing and difficult to understand, he concludes that she is, at heart, a straightforward and good person. As Sheena Ren observes Ari, his mind drifts to the darker possibilities of the game's plot, specifically questioning why certain tragic outcomes occurred. He realizes that the original game provided very little information about Eris' childhood, making their current early-stage meeting an unexpected deviation from the narrative he once knew. The sun rises over the quiet village, signaling the start of a new day. Inside her room, Ari lies awake, tossing and turning throughout the night. Frustrated by her inability to rest, she stares at the ceiling, her mind fixated on her resolve to not give up on her tasks. As the morning preparations for their departure continue, Ari sits at her desk, diligently writing letters. She explains to Luca that she is drafting a note of thanks to the Ashton family and a formal invitation for Sheena Ren to visit Colossal, believing that putting her sentiments on paper is the most appropriate approach. Luca looks on, acknowledging her thoughtful gesture. As Ari anxiously asks if she made a mistake in her writing, Luca carefully examines the letter. He hesitates before bluntly telling her that the tone of the letter sounds like a love letter. Ari is taken aback by his observation, while Luca continues to explain his reasoning, leaving the young saint flustered. Luca continues to analyze the letter. Ari drafted for Sheena Ren, reading out a particularly intense passage that expresses deep passion. Ari flusteredly tries to justify her words, insisting that she only meant to praise the boy's exceptional nature. However, Luca remains composed and points out that the tone makes her sound like a maiden desperately in love, a realization that leaves Ari in a state of total shock. Luca calmly continues reading the letter, highlighting phrases that sound like a desperate romantic plea. Ari, completely flustered and blushing, tries to defend her writing by insisting that she is merely expressing her genuine admiration for Sheena Ren's incredible swordsmanship, claiming that anyone would be just as eager to spar with him again. Luca persists in his critique, telling Ari that her writing makes her sound like a provincial girl infatuated with a hero. Ari, deeply flustered and realizing the truth in his words, admits that the letter does indeed sound like a love letter. As she struggles with the realization, Luca calmly suggests that they should dispose of the letter once they depart from the village, leaving Ari to wonder if her lack of experience with personal correspondence is the reason for her blunder. The time for departure has arrived. After their memorable meeting with Shinaren, which involved a display of impressive swordsmanship, Ari and Luca bid farewell to the village. As they ride away on horseback through the quiet forest, Ari remains deep in thought, still processing the intensity of their recent encounter. Ari travels on horseback, lost in her thoughts after the encounter. A sudden powerful gust of wind sweeps through the area, snatching the letter she had decided to discard from her belongings. As the paper drifts away into the forest, Ari remains completely oblivious to the loss, unaware that the document containing her heartfelt albeit awkward sentiments is now left behind in the woods near where Shinaren is. Shinaren contemplates his newly acquired ability, the Demon Sword of Banditry, which allows him to steal items from targets. Deciding it is the perfect time to experiment, he focuses on a bird flying through the trees and activates the skill to see what he can obtain. Shinaren observes the feather he just acquired through his new skill, confirming that the Demon Sword of Banditry works as intended. As he examines the result, he sees something unusual about the bird's belongings. He is stunned to find that the bird was carrying a letter, leaving him to wonder about the origin of this unexpected item. Shinaren stares at the piece of paper in his hand, confused by his unexpected find. As he reads the contents, he realizes it is a love letter, leaving him stunned by the strange turn of events. In the distance, Ari and Luca remain oblivious to the fact that the letter has been intercepted, as the hand of fate continues to weave their paths together in unforeseen ways. Shinkaran stands alone in the forest, carefully examining the mysterious letter he obtained. He notes the high quality of the parchment and reads about a mention of someone's swordsmanship, leading him to question who is trying to invite him to Colossal. As he ponders the situation, he begins to suspect that the letter might have been written by Ari, though he remains confused as to why it ended up in his possession. As Shinaren stands in the forest, with the mysterious letter in his hand, the ground begins to tremble under the weight of approaching horses. He turns his gaze toward the source of the noise and spots a group of armored knights riding toward him. Observing their appearance, Shinaren immediately notes that they are not affiliated with Wishama's group, leaving him cautious about their sudden arrival. Shinaren watches intently as the armored knights draw closer. His eyes lock onto the crest displayed on their banner, and he immediately recognizes that it is not the emblem of Colossal. The realization deepens his concern, as he wonders which domain these mysterious knights belong to and why they have appeared here. The forest air grows tense as a group of armored knights suddenly appears, their horses galloping through the trees. Ren stands his ground, watching as the riders surround him. With their banner displaying a crest that clearly does not belong to Colossal, Ren realizes he is dealing with outsiders whose intentions remain unknown. The tension in the forest rises as the armored knight addresses Ren directly. Inquiring if he is a subject of the village under the Ashton family's rule, Ren cautiously confirms his status while asking for the knight's identity. The knight ignores the questions, instead stating that they are carrying an official message approved by Viscount Givens and commands to lead them to the Ashton family's estate. Ren is taken aback by the mention of Viscount Givens. He quickly recalls that there is a domain to the northeast belonging to nobles who have no connection to the Ashton family. Recognizing that these knights hold a higher rank than the Baron, Ren decides he cannot simply ignore them. He agrees to lead the armored knight to the Ashton estate, though he is deeply troubled by the timing of their arrival, especially since Lycia has just departed. Shinran guides the group of knights to the Ashton family's home. Upon entering, the atmosphere becomes tense as the armored knight approaches Dane, who is lying in bed, while Noah and Ciel stand nearby, watching the unexpected visitors with apprehension. The armored knight surprises Shinaren by revealing that Viscount Givens has a specific message for him, expressing a desire to recruit him into his service. As Ren processes this unexpected offer, another knight steps in to contest the claim, asserting that their own lord had already invited Ren, leaving Ren confused by the sudden competition for his services. The confrontation intensifies as the knights argue over jurisdiction. The knights representing the Colossal family assert their authority, reminding the others that the village falls under their dominion and that any attempt to recruit Ren must go through them first. Ren watches the heated exchange, realizing that his growing reputation has turned him into a pawn in a political tug-of-war between noble factions. The knights from Viscount Givens' faction, realizing they cannot override the Colossal family's authority in the village, choose to back down. With a calm demeanor, the lead knight accepts the situation, stating they will mend their ways and return another time. As the knights ride away from the Ashton estate, Ren and Ciel watch them leave, the immediate pressure of the recruitment dispute finally fading. Dane sits in bed, reviewing the documents, while discussing the knights' attempt to annex their village into Viscount Givens' territory. He observes that the conflict between noble factions has finally reached their doorstep. The knight from the Clausel family agrees with Dane's assessment, expressing shame that their peaceful life has been disrupted by these political waves. While CL listens with a heavy heart, Dane breaks down the complex political situation for CL, explaining that the Liamel Empire is fractured into three competing factions. He highlights the Imperial faction, noting their deep reverence for the nation's founder, the Lion King, and their firm belief that the imperial family is the only rightful authority to lead the country. Dane continues his lecture on the empire's political structure, shifting his focus to the hero faction. He explains that this group is led by the 7 major noble houses, consisting of families who produced the heroes that defeated the Demon King. He points out that Viscount Givens is part of this faction, which advocates for curbing the imperial faction's authority to foster a more democratic society and address wealth disparity. Dane concludes his overview of the Liamel Empire's political landscape by introducing the neutral faction. He explains that this group, which includes Baron Clausel, consists of pacifists who prefer to avoid the ongoing factional disputes and maintain a respectful stance toward both the imperial and hero factions. As the discussion continues, Shinaren and CL question the ease with which a village can be absorbed into another noble's domain. Dane acknowledges their confusion, suggesting that there is a deeper, calculated strategy at work. He reveals that the major factions are actively trying to bring the Clausel family under their influence, noting that the Baron's reputation and the presence of the Saintess of White make their territory a highly sought-after asset in the ongoing political power struggle. Shinaren feels a growing sense of unease as he realizes that the Ashton family's connection to the Clausel family may have already pulled them into a dangerous web of conspiracies. Despite his wish to stay clear of the Empire's power struggles, he acknowledges the gravity of the situation and turns to his father Dane, emphasizing the need for extreme caution against Viscount Givens. Sheena Ren examines the document, pointing out the knight's stated intention to incorporate the village under the guise of bolstering its military strength. He questions if they are using the recent Chief Wolven incident as a pretext. Dane agrees, clarifying that the incident was an extreme anomaly, and that the Ashton family has always maintained sufficient military power, suggesting the knight's reasoning is merely a calculated excuse. Sheena Ren contemplates the term abnormality regarding the recent monster incident. Suddenly recalling a warning from Wisama, he explains to Dane that feudal lords risk punishment if they fail to dispatch adequate forces to handle monster threats within their domain. Realizing the implications, Sheena Ren asks if this logic could be used to target the Clausel family. Dane solemnly agrees, confirming that the responsibility for protecting the territory ultimately rests on the feudal lord, making them vulnerable to such political maneuvering. Sheena points out the sinister motive behind the knight's actions, suggesting that Viscount Givens is orchestrating a scheme to discredit Baron Clausel by exploiting the recent monster disturbance. Dane and Noah react with shock and concern, questioning the implications of such a calculated political maneuver. Sheena Ren continues his analysis, explaining that Viscount Givens might be orchestrating a trap where he pretends to protect Baron Clausel from the fallout of the monster incident, only to force him into the hero faction. As CL and Dane listen intently, Ren expresses his concern that this is not a sudden move, but a calculated long-term plot that could lead to the worst-case scenario for everyone involved. Sheena Ren deepens his theory, suggesting that the dangerous Chief Wolven incident was not a random occurrence but a deliberate act orchestrated by Viscount Givens. CL, listening intently, asks if Ren truly believes the Viscount would go so far as to unleash a monster upon them. Dane, visibly unsettled by the dark implications of his son's deduction, finds the idea difficult to accept, noting that such a scheme would be extreme. Sheena Ren admits that his bold theory about Viscount Givens lacks hard evidence, though he remains convinced that it explains the current situation. Noah and Dane react with visible concern, realizing the massive scandal such an accusation would cause. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Envios, who praises that Baron Clausel had already been harboring similar suspicions regarding the Viscount's true intentions. CL maintains a cautious tone, admitting that his deductions about the conspiracy remain speculative, and that they must stay alert for any unexpected developments. Vios acknowledges the gravity of the situation and commits to informing Baron Clausel to ensure the territory's safety. Nearby, Noah gently urges Dane not to overexert himself, while Dane reflects on the difficulty of maintaining their current situation. Sheena Ren is lost in thought, troubled by the realization that his changing circumstances might force him to oppose the very heroes he once considered allies. He acknowledges the uncertainty of his path, knowing that the original story of the 7 heroes no longer guarantees his safety. As time gradually passes, Ren maintains his routine, balancing his studies and physical labor while remaining vigilant about the shifting tides of fate. The seasons shift from autumn to winter, bringing a cold chill to the village. Shinaren stands alongside the knights after a successful hunt, having helped the villagers secure enough supplies to survive the harsh winter months ahead. The knights express their admiration for Ciel's talent, suggesting he would find great success in the imperial capital. Ciel humbly declines, stating his duty as the heir of the Ashton family keeps him in the village. As the knights continue to press the matter, one of them intervenes to stop the conversation, noting they are troubling him. Shortly after, Ciel arrives back at his home, where he is greeted by his father, Dane. Eri sits quietly in the room, focused on reading a book. When approached, she looks up and calmly explains that if they are searching for Noah, she can be found with Grandma Rig. Shinaren enters the room, but his arrival is met with a sharp, loud exclamation from Eri, startled by the sudden noise. Shinaren reacts with confusion, only for Eri to immediately scold him for raising his voice and hurting her ears. Caught off guard by Eri's sudden appearance, Shinaren questions why she is there. Eri firmly replies that there is only one reason for her presence. Since he would not go to Colossal, she decided to come to him instead. Shinran is left speechless and overwhelmed by her persistence as the chapter comes to an end. Ari presents a unique magical tool to Shinaren, explaining that it is a showerhead powered by a crystal orb capable of generating water. She hopes this gift will save him the trouble of traveling to the river or well for his daily needs, leaving Shinaren impressed by the convenience of her magical invention. Ren expresses concern about the cost of the magical tool, but Ari reassures him that it was an old, repaired item. She further explains that the gift is a gesture of apology for the trouble caused by the incident with Viscount Givens. Ari opens up about the political constraints she faces, noting that despite her status as the Saintess of White, she lacks the influence to challenge higher-ranking nobles or navigate complex factional politics, leaving Shinaren to listen quietly. Ari explains to Shinaren that despite the respect afforded to the Saintess throughout history, they have never achieved the legendary status of the Seven Heroes or the Lion King. Shinaren acknowledges the distinction with a thoughtful expression. Changing the subject, Eri asks him to lead her to his father's room, now that he has returned home. Leaving Shinaren momentarily surprised by the request, Eri stands beside the bed where Dane is resting. With a focused expression, she places her hands over him, channeling her magical energy to tend to his condition. As the healing magic fades, Dane expresses his gratitude to Ari, addressing her as Lady Lycia. Ciel, watching the interaction, is struck by the display of sacred magic and asks Ari if she had treated his father during her prior visits. Ari calmly confirms that she had, prompting an apologetic and surprised reaction from Ciel, who was unaware of her previous help. In the midst of a snowy training session, Ari launches a swift attack against Sheena Ren. As he parries and observes her technique, Sheena Ren is impressed, realizing that Ari has been training diligently, and her movements have become significantly sharper than they were previously. During their sparring session, Ari suddenly slips on the snowy ground. Reacting quickly, Sheena Ren moves in to support her, catching her before she hits the ground. He calmly asks if she is all right, while a surprised Ari looks back at him, momentarily stunned by the close encounter. As the training continues, Ari is left breathless and impressed by Ciel's remarkable stamina, questioning how he manages to keep moving without fatigue. Ciel remains composed, responding that he doesn't have a simple answer for her. Despite the intensity of their practice, Ari smiles, confessing that she finds the most joy in these moments spent sparring with him. Following their productive training sessions, Ari and Cell share a final moment before she departs. Ari expresses her determination to improve, eagerly suggesting they spar again soon. After spending a few days together, the time for her departure arrives, and she bids Cell a temporary farewell as she prepares to head out. Ciel watches Ari leave, his expression thoughtful as he realizes she truly intends to return. He worries that forming such a close bond might be dangerous given his circumstances. As the harsh winter finally gives way to the warmth of spring, Ciel notes that he has now reached his 11th spring since being reincarnated into this world. And with the changing season, a new, unpredictable event begins to unfold. Ciel observes that his father, Dane, has fully recovered his health. However, their peaceful moment is interrupted when they spot a group of knights gathered near their home. Ciel immediately recognizes them as the knights serving Viscount Givens and is shocked by their unexpected return. Sir Ashton arrives at the home of Dane and Ciel, greeting them with an invitation to join the Viscount's service, citing the Viscount's high regard for Dane's abilities. While Dane listens, Ciel watches with growing suspicion, feeling a sense of dread about the knight's presence. The tension rises when Ashton reveals he has brought good news specifically for Ciel, leaving both father and son wary of the Viscount's true intentions. Sir Ashton continues his proposition, announcing that the Viscount intends to support CL's admission into the special class at the prestigious Imperial Cadet Academy. The sudden and grand nature of the offer leaves both CL and his father, Dane, completely taken aback, struggling to process the implications of such a significant opportunity. Sir Ashton calmly addresses the shock of CL and his father, Dane, by detailing the immense prestige of the Imperial Cadet Academy's special class. He explains that the institution is strictly reserved for the heirs of great nobles, heroes, and those raised in the capital. As Dane struggles to process the gravity of such an offer, Sir Ashton confidently asserts that the Viscount, given his position as the Assistant Minister of Justice, can easily facilitate CL's admission through a recommendation letter, pressuring them to consider the opportunity to develop CL's talents in the capital. Caught off guard by the prestigious offer, CL stares at Sir Ashton and firmly declares that he has no intention of leaving his village. Sir Ashton is visibly stunned by the rejection, questioning why CL would turn down such an opportunity, especially when it guarantees him a noble title upon graduation. However, CL remains unmoved, simply responding with a polite but firm, "No, thank you." CL remains resolute in his decision to decline the offer. He knows that the Imperial Cadet Academy is not just a school, but a critical setting in the legend of the 7 heroes where the main characters gather. For CL, enrolling there would mean stepping directly into the game's main plot, a fate he is desperate to avoid. He reaffirms his stance, determined to stay away from the academy, to keep his future from aligning with the tragic timeline he knows so well. CL stands his ground, politely but firmly telling Sir Ashton that he is content with his life in the village. Sir Ashton is visibly stunned by the refusal, questioning why they would pass up the chance to elevate CL to nobility. Dane intervenes, apologizing to the knight but standing by his son, emphasizing that CL's own desires are what truly matter in this decision. Dane stands his ground, explaining that his family's long-standing pride in serving the colossal household prevents him from accepting the Viscount's offer. He offers to write a formal refusal for Sir Ashton to take back. However, Sir Ashton's expression darkens, and he curtly dismisses the need for a written response, stating that they will deliver the message to the Viscount personally, leaving the atmosphere heavy with tension. Sir Ashton expresses his disappointment at the rejection before turning to leave. A few days later, the group of knights serving as the Viscount's envoys is seen riding away from the village, marking the end of the tense encounter. The atmosphere shifts as a group of armored knights rides into the village, carrying Ari with them. Unlike previous encounters, the circumstances have changed. CL stands by, holding a wooden container, and watches as the knight Vios dismounts with the unconscious or weary Ari in his arms. It is her third visit, and CL prepares to face whatever new situation this arrival brings. Inside the village, Ari is seen resting in bed, clearly suffering from an illness. CL approaches the knights to ask what has transpired. The knight explains that Ari fell ill 3 days ago while they were traveling to another village, describing it as a peculiar sickness that exclusively affects children with significant magical power. The knight explains the grim reality of the situation. The illness strikes without warning, and while it doesn't spread to others, it poses a lethal threat if the patient fails to handle the high fever. Ari, remains unconscious in bed, appearing fragile as the knight emphasizes the need for at least 2 to 3 weeks of strict rest. CL, visibly shaken by the severity of the condition, listens intently as the knight reassures him to take his recovery and focus. 3 days have passed since the knight's warning, and Eris' condition has finally stabilized. CL arrives at her room, where the knight announces his presence. As CL enters, he observes Ari resting in bed, noting with concern that her cheeks remain flushed from the lingering fever. Ari looks up at CL with teary eyes, her expression filled with sorrow as she softly whispers an apology. CL, watching her from the bedside, appears stunned and taken aback by her sudden emotional outburst. Ari, still visibly distressed and tearful, expresses deep regret for falling ill shortly after arriving at the village, feeling guilty that CL has to look after her. CL quickly interjects to comfort her, insisting that she is not to blame and urging her to lift her head. He explains that their journey was a deliberate effort to prove their determination to Viscount Givens, which is why they had planned to visit multiple villages. Ari wipes away her tears, confessing to CL that despite her limited influence, she had hoped to prove that Colossal stood united through her presence. Overcome with emotion, she clenches her hand in frustration, lamenting her inability to act while CL listens silently, witnessing her deep distress. Overcome by feelings of inadequacy, Ari continues to cry, telling CL that she feels like an annoying burden who couldn't accomplish anything or even defeat him once. She confesses that, as things stand, she believes she is only bringing shame to her late mother's name. CL, watching her with a mix of concern and surprise, asks her about her mother. Ari continues to open up about her past, describing how her mother, Noah, was filled with joy upon learning that she had been chosen as the Saintess of White. She shares the painful memory of her mother's final days, noting that even while dying from illness, her mother believed she would accomplish great things. However, Eri confesses her profound sense of loss, admitting that she has never heard her mother's voice and only knows her through the portraits left behind. Eri gestures toward the outfit that once belonged to her mother, explaining that wearing it made her feel as though her mother was cheering her on during her battles. CL listens with a somber expression, realizing the deep emotional significance of the garment. Overwhelmed by her perceived failures, Eri admits that her desperate desire to meet everyone's expectations has ultimately resulted in nothing. Eri sits quietly on the bed, her expression filled with a mix of sadness and resignation. Looking towards Seal, she declares that this visit will be the last time she ever comes here, signaling her decision to distance herself after feeling that all her efforts have been in vain. Eri looks at Seal with a somber expression, bringing up his choice to turn down the invitation from Viscount Givens to join the Imperial Cadet Academy. She admits that she can no longer afford to act like a spoiled child, especially when she sees how much effort Seal and his father have invested in demonstrating their loyalty to Colossal. Seal listens in silence, clearly taken aback by her sudden realization and maturity. Eri continues her heartfelt conversation with Seal, revealing that she has already discussed the situation with Weiss. She offers a sincere apology for the burden placed on Seal's family and expresses deep appreciation for the kindness he has shown her. As Seal listens to her words, he finds himself moved, thinking to himself that she is truly a pure-hearted person. Ciel stands in the room, his expression shadowed as he contemplates his own hidden nature, realizing that he is the one truly keeping secrets. He watches Ari, questioning if this is truly the end of their current dynamic, as the weight of the Saintess's determination hangs in the air. Ari and Ciel remain in the room, the air thick with the gravity of Aris' recent resolve. Ciel looks on, his expression pensive as he processes the Saintess's determinations. The scene then shifts to a wide, serene landscape, signaling a moment of reflection before the story continues. Eri mentions her need to write to her father and asks Ciel if she might borrow some ink, as hers ran out during her journey. Ciel kindly offers his own supplies, pointing her toward his desk. When Eri expresses surprise, Ciel explains that they are actually in his personal room, noting that he had been busy cleaning the guest room at the time of her arrival. Ari feels guilty for the trouble she has caused, but Ciel gently dismisses her concerns. He then takes the opportunity to ask her if she could bring a firelighting magic tool, even a spare one, the next time she visits, leaving Ari slightly confused by his request. Ciel explains that he requested the firelighting tool specifically for when Eri visits the Doma again, despite her previous claim that this visit would be her last. Eri becomes flustered and defensive, reiterating that she intends to stop coming to avoid causing him further trouble. She also points out that Ciel has been avoiding her and their usual sparring sessions, leaving Ciel at a loss for words as he tries to respond. Ciel gestures with his hand as he explains to Ari that her sudden demands for sparring were simply confusing, suggesting that a heads-up in the future would make things easier. He offers to spar with her as long as they remain within the village. Ari looks on, stunned by his sudden change in attitude, while Ciel prepares to depart, stating that he does not want her condition to worsen. Ciel offers a gentle parting remark, suggesting that they should have a proper conversation once Ari is feeling better. As he steps out of the room, leaving a surprised Ari behind, he covers his face in frustration, questioning why he said such a thing. After Ciel leaves, Ari remains in the room, lost in thought. She wonders if Ciel was being sincere about wanting her to visit again. As she sits quietly, she realizes that her headache is beginning to fade, feeling a sense of relief as she processes their interaction. Ari approaches Ciel's desk, feeling a bit unsteady but determined to make use of the stationery he offered. She opens the desk and finds a small box, wondering if the ink she needs is stored inside. Upon opening the box, she discovers the ink and some paper, prompting her to start drafting her letter to her father while her physical condition remains stable. Ari is focused on writing a letter, pouring her feelings onto the paper with words of admiration and passion. Suddenly, Luca appears and glances at the text, dryly commenting that it looks like a love letter. The unexpected remark catches Ari completely off guard, leaving her stunned and flustered. Ari is in a state of complete shock and embarrassment. Clutching the paper, she frantically wonders how Luca managed to find the letter she thought was hidden, and she is horrified by the realization that he has definitely read what she wrote. Ari sits on the floor, clutching the letter and desperately denying its romantic nature. She insists to herself that she was just being overzealous, and that she doesn't actually have feelings for the person mentioned, claiming she only admires his strength and character. Meanwhile, Ciel stands nearby, looking down at her with a gentle, composed smile. leaving Ari to wonder in agony why she ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Ari sits alone, still mortified by the misunderstanding regarding her letter. She mutters to herself, wondering why she is still clinging to the paper, as if it were something precious. After a moment of hesitation, she places the letter back into the box, her expression softening as she quietly questions if Seal truly preferred that she keep her distance. Ari lies in bed, her face flushed with lingering embarrassment. Unable to contain her curiosity and anxiety, she looks up at Ciel and asks him directly what went through his mind after he read the letter she had written. The next day, the village is buzzing with activity as Weiss and his group of knights arrive to help with hunting and carpentry, fulfilling a request made by the young lady. Weiss expresses his gratitude for the hospitality they have received. Amidst the preparations, Ren and Noah coordinate their plans. Noah decides to visit Grandma Rig for medicine, while Ren is tasked with assisting the others in repairing the house. Directs the knights to the storage box near the suspension bridge to retrieve the necessary materials for the house repairs. Inside, Ari watches the activity from a window. As the group anticipates her recovery and a smooth journey back to Colossal, the narration hints that their plans are about to be interrupted by an unexpected turn of events. The peaceful atmosphere is abruptly broken as rain begins to fall, quickly intensifying into a downpour accompanied by thick fog. Seeing the worsening conditions, Ren and the knights stop their labor, deciding it is best to take a short break until the weather clears. As Ren and the knights sit under the trees to wait out the rain, Ren suddenly catches a whiff of something burning. He asks the knight if he smells it too, but the knight notes that the scent of wet vegetation makes it difficult to tell. Ren insists that it smells exactly like a field after a controlled burn. Alarmed by the possibility, Ren immediately rushes off, worried that the fire might be coming from the direction of his house. The burning scent was indeed a warning of disaster. Ren's home is now a towering inferno, with thick smoke and flames tearing through the structure. Panic sets in as Ren's across the field, racing toward the fire to save those trapped inside. The sight of his home burning leaves Ren in a state of shock and terror. He sprints desperately toward the inferno, only to be met with a gruesome scene. The knights who were helping with the repairs have been struck down, lying motionless on the field. Ren examines the fallen knight, trembling as he realizes the man's neck has been bitten off, leading him to suspect a monster is responsible. Suddenly, the realization hits him that Ari is still trapped inside the inferno. Overcome with panic and urgency, Ren draws his weapon and charges toward the burning building, desperate to reach her before it is too late. Ren stands amidst the smoke and flames, his heart sinking as he realizes the knights left to guard the house have been brutally killed. Coughing from the thick smoke, he climbs the stairs, questioning if the enemy had been waiting for this exact moment to strike. Suddenly, he spots a roomie lurking within the fire, confirming his fears that they had been caught in a calculated, deadly ambush. Inside the smoke-filled room, the situation turns dire. A sinister hooded figure stands motionless, accompanied by a terrifying roomie that looms over Ari as she lies defenseless on the bed. The presence of this intruder confirms that the attack on the house was a calculated strike. Ren's eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the creature standing amidst the flames. He realizes with dread that he is facing a mana eater, a formidable drank monster that poses a lethal threat to everyone inside. Ignoring the danger of the spreading flames, Ren sprints forward with his sword drawn, his eyes fixed on Ari. He shouts out to her, desperate to reach her side before the fire consumes the room. Coughing from the thick smoke, Ren brandishes his weapon and lunges toward the intruders, screaming for them to stay away from Ari. Sora remains unfazed by the threat, turning to face Ren with a chilling recognition, addressing him as Len Ashton. The roomy monster looms menacingly over the unconscious Ari, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Ren collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by a sudden debilitating effect. His vision begins to warp and distort, and he finds himself completely unable to muster the strength to stand or fight back, leaving him helpless in the face of the encroaching danger. Ren's eyes widen in realization as he catches the scent of the substance affecting him. Sora, the Sora, stands amidst the swirling fumes, holding a small, ornate incense burner. With a cold tone, Sora reveals that the incense is powerful enough to put even a dragon into a deep slumber for several days, confirming that Ren's inability to move is the result of this calculated trap. The paralyzing effect of the incense proves too much for Ren to resist. As his vision darkens and his strength completely abandons him, he realizes with mounting dread that he is losing consciousness. Beside him, Ari lies motionless, trapped in the path of the fire that continues to consume the room. Overcome by the potent incense, Ren's vision fades to black as he collapses onto the ground. Nearby, the sound of a carriage wheel rattling against the terrain echoes, signaling that he has been left behind in his vulnerable state. Sheena Ren regains consciousness in a dim, cramped space, his limbs weighed down by heavy iron chains. Disoriented and panicked, he looks around and calls out, only to find Ari lying unconscious on the ground beside him, also restrained. The realization of their dire situation hits him as he desperately tries to assess their surroundings. Inside the dark, straw-filled prison, Ren frantically calls out to Ari, identifying himself as Len Ashton and checking if she is all right. As he hears Aris' faint breathing, he feels a moment of relief. However, his attention is quickly drawn away when CL emerges, calmly remarking on how surprising it is that Ren has managed to wake up so soon. Sora, hidden under a hood, calmly drives the carriage through a forest, telling CL that 4 days of sleep should be sufficient for them. He warns CL to behave and avoid any reckless plans. CL, shocked by the realization that 4 days have passed, frantically questions how far they have been transported from their home. The carriage moves steadily along the edge of a steep mountain path, dwarfed by the immense landscape. The journey continues deep into the wilderness, leaving the village far behind as they travel further into unknown territory. Inside the carriage, Ren is deeply troubled, questioning the motive behind their abduction. He observes Sora, the Sora, and deduces that he is a skilled beast tamer. Recognizing the threat posed by the two drank monsters under Sora's command, Ren concludes that he cannot afford to act recklessly against such a powerful opponent. Inside the dark, cramped carriage, CL watches with growing anxiety as Ari struggles to breathe. Her condition is visibly worsening, and CL realizes that if they remain trapped in these chains for much longer, her life will be in grave danger. Determined not to let her die in such a place, he steels his resolve to find a way out. Ari lies motionless on the straw, her condition worsening as the journey continues. Watching over her, Yell is filled with a desperate resolve. He refuses to let her succumb to this situation, silently swearing that he will definitely save her, no matter what it takes to defy their fate. Deep in his own thoughts, CL recalls a dream that has left a lingering impression on him. It was a dream centered around Len Ashton, a memory that feels heavy as he remains trapped and desperate to change their fate. The narrative shifts into a somber reflection of the past. CL recalls the helplessness he felt when he lacked the courage to save his father, Dane, who perished fighting Chief Wolven. Following his father's death, the tragedy deepened as their village was suddenly attacked and consumed by flames, resulting in the loss of many lives. CL cries out in anguish as he holds his dying mother, Noah, apologizing for his inability to keep his promise to protect her. As he sits in despair over her loss, his memory shifts to the moment Ari arrived at the scene accompanied by knights, ultimately intervening to save the village from the ongoing catastrophe. As CL looks back on the day his village was saved, he remembers how Ari appeared amidst the chaos. Her gentle demeanor and radiant presence as she reached out to Noah left a lasting impression on him, making her seem like a true saintess in his eyes. CL looks down at Ari, who remains bound and unconscious, her breathing labored. As he reflects on the grim reality of their situation, he questions whether these events are mirroring the past of Len Ashton, as depicted in the legend of the Seven Heroes. As the carriage travels through the woods, CL remains deep in thought, questioning the nature of his recent dream. He wonders if the events he witnessed, specifically the interaction between Ari and his mother Noah, were always destined to happen that way. Observing their past dynamic, he notes that they did not seem to be enemies, leaving him to ponder the significance of these memories. As he continues to guard the unconscious Ari, deep in thought, CL struggles to reconcile the peaceful connection he witnessed in his dream with the brutal reality of the legend. He questions why Len Ashton would have to take a life, searching for a hidden motive behind the tragedy. Suddenly, the carriage jolts to a stop, pulling CL back to the present as he notices the movement and wonders why they have halted. The carriage ride comes to an abrupt end, and the captives are left to deal with their captor. Sora tosses a small bag of food and a water skin onto the ground, telling CL to share them with Ari. When CL pleads for their hands to be freed from the shackles, Sora dismisses him with a cold command to handle it himself, leaving them trapped and helpless. Sora looms over the captives, his face obscured by his hood as he coldly informs CLs that he has provided enough supplies and will not be spoiling them further. He explains that a special magic tool ensures any noise they make inside is heard only by him, effectively silencing their attempts to call for help. With a final stern command, Sora tells CL to stop acting out and go to sleep. CL struggles with his bound hands, gritting his teeth in frustration as he attempts to care for Ari. Despite the dire situation and Sora's cold indifference, CL manages to bring the water skin to Aris' lips, gently urging her to drink. Ari struggles to drink the water, her physical state worsening by the moment. Observing her weakness, CL realizes that she is at her absolute limit. With no other choice, he resolves to make his move tonight to break them free from Sora's control. The night is quiet, with a bright full moon hanging over the forest landscape. Ciel watches from their confinement, his expression tense and determined as he prepares to make his move under the cover of darkness. Determined to save Ari, Ciel takes action under the cover of night. He manifests the demon sword of metal, using its power to forcefully break the heavy chains that have kept him captive. Ciel marvels at the incredible sharpness of the demon sword of metal, as it effortlessly snaps his shackles. With his hands now free, he uses the blade to pierce and pry open the back of the carriage. While Sora remains sitting outside, oblivious to the sound, Ciel quickly moves to assist Ari and prepare for their escape. The escape attempt takes a dangerous turn when screeching, bat-like creatures descend upon them from the sky. Ciel, caught in the middle of his breakout, is visibly shocked by the sudden appearance of these monsters. He clutches the unconscious Ari tightly, his eyes wide with alarm as the creatures swoop down to intercept them. The escape attempt turns into a nightmare, as the flying beast swoops down with lethal intent. Ciel reacts instinctively, throwing himself over Ari to protect her from the creature's strike. They collapse against the side of the carriage, trapped and vulnerable, as the monster circles back for another attack. The carriage is torn apart in a violent explosion of wood and debris. Sora, caught completely by surprise, stands amidst the wreckage as the monstrous beast continues its aggressive rampage. Amidst the swirling debris of the shattered carriage, Ciel remains focused on survival. He swings his blade in a wide, powerful arc, creating a defensive barrier to ward off the flying beast's relentless attack while keeping Ari shielded behind him. Sora stands amidst the wreckage, his attention suddenly seized by the blade Ciel is wielding. Shocked by its appearance, he shouts out, demanding to know where Ciel managed to obtain such a powerful weapon. Ignoring Sora's demands, Ciel focuses on the immediate threat. He brandishes the demon sword of wood, which instantly manifests powerful vines that ensnare and restrain the screeching flying beast, keeping Ari safe from further harm. As Ciel holds Ari securely, he unleashes the power of the demon sword of wood. Thick magical vines erupt from the weapon, instantly wrapping around Sora and pinning him in place. Caught off guard by the sudden manifestation of natural magic, Sora struggles against the binding vines in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity created by the magical vines, Ciel scoops up Ari and mounts a horse to make a swift escape. Behind them, Sora, and struggling against the natural magic, lets out a desperate cry, refusing to let his target slip away. Ciel focuses on his escape, clutching Ari tightly as he maneuvers his horse. He activates the demon sword of banditry to aid their flight, leaving a frustrated and restrained Sora behind, who can only watch in shock as his target slips away. Sora, still bound by the magical vines, reaches out in shock as he discovers his staff is gone, demanding an explanation for the turn of events. Meanwhile, Ciel keeps his focus on the road ahead, riding hard with Ari held tightly in his arms as the horse gallops away from the chaos. The escape takes a terrifying turn as the Rumi suddenly closes in on Ciel. With its massive jaws gaping wide, the creature strikes, forcing Ciel into a desperate defensive position amidst the chaos. The escape takes a dangerous turn when a Ruby suddenly strikes, closing in on Ciel and Ari with its massive gaping jaws. Ciel must act instantly to fend off the beast while keeping Ari safe on the horse. Ciel continues to gallop through the forest with Ari, trying to put distance between them and their pursuers. A massive Rumi snaps at them from above, while behind them, Sora watches their retreat, clearly unsettled by the display of power, and determined not to let them get away. Addressing Ciel as Len Ashton, with his arm glowing with magical energy, Sora stands with his arms outstretched. Chanting a powerful command, he calls out to the forest, demanding the beasts to heed his call and rise to stop Ciel and Ari. The forest erupts into chaos as Sora's magical summons manifest. A pack of wild beasts, ranging from screeching monkeys to snarling boars and wolves, closes in rapidly. Ciel continues to ride hard with Ari, desperately trying to navigate through the encroaching swarm of predators that threaten to cut off their path. Ciel holds Ari close as they are surrounded by a pack of aggressive monsters. Observing the situation, Ciel realizes that Sora is commanding creatures weaker than himself, identifying this as the source of his enemy's power. Determined to protect Ari, Ciel draws his demon sword of metal, preparing to strike back against the encroaching horde. With his demon sword of metal drawn, Ciel urges their horse forward, cutting through the chaos as the forest monsters swarm around them. Arfi clings to him tightly, while they navigate the deadly aerial assault, fighting to break through the encirclement and escape Sora's trap. The horse thunders across the forest floor, kicking up dust as Ciel and Ari race to outrun the swarm of monsters. With the beasts closing in and screeching in pursuit, Ciel remains focused on navigating the chaos to keep Ari safe from the relentless attack. The tension reaches a breaking point, as Ciel keeps a firm, protective grip on Ari. They are moving at breakneck speed, their expressions filled with focus and urgency, as they desperately try to outrun the relentless threat closing in on them. The forest remains a dangerous gauntlet, as Ciel and Ari desperately urge their horse forward. Suddenly, a winged beast swoops down, unleashing a powerful magical blast that rocks the area. Ciel grunts in pain, shielding Ari as they narrowly endure the shockwave of the monster's assault. The forest falls into a tense, eerie silence under the glow of the full moon. In the distance, a thin trail of smoke rises from the trees, marking the spot where Ciel and Ari were just ambushed, leaving their fate uncertain amidst the dark wilderness. The scene cuts to the distant, sprawling northern town of Colossal. Suddenly, a young man appears, his face contorted in pure shock and disbelief as he exclaims in horror, realizing that Lezard Colossal, the father of Lycia, has been abducted. Inside a study, Envios kneels in deep remorse, declaring his failure unforgivable and offering to accept all punishment for the fallen men. He admits that leaving the young lady's side was a grave error, but he desperately beseeches Ryan for more time to save her. Ryan listens with a tense, shocked expression, clearly shaken by the gravity of the situation. Ryan leans over his desk, calmly telling the subordinate that he does not question his loyalty, noting that he only left Lycia's side because she commanded it. However, his tone turns urgent as he slams his hand on the table, insisting that they must act immediately. He turns to Luca, commanding him to contact the imperial capital to alert the faction's nobles and the emperor about the critical situation. Ryan's urgent planning is cut short when Luca rushes in, visibly flustered, to report the arrival of unexpected guests from the imperial capital. Ryan turns to find three cloaked figures standing in his hall, who immediately identify him as Baron Clausizel. One of the visitors steps forward, declaring that they have arrived on behalf of the Minister of Justice, leaving Ryan stunned by the sudden and ominous intrusion. The tension in the hall escalates as the visitors from the imperial capital reveal their true intent. One of them holds up an official document, coldly informing Ryan that he is under scrutiny for gross negligence in his administration, which they claim has directly caused the recent surge in monster attacks within the neighboring territory of Viscount Givens. It becomes clear that this is a calculated political strike against him. The story continues with a peaceful yet ominous tone, as Ciel travels through the wilderness on horseback, carrying the mysterious Sora with him. In the quiet of the forest, Ciel gently approaches Ari, who is visibly exhausted and struggling with a fever. He offers her a bowl of medicinal herbs, assuring her that while the taste is bitter, it will help bring her fever down. Ari struggles with her fever, but Ciel remains attentive by her side. He gently offers her a flask, encouraging her to drink some water to soothe herself. Ciel wades through the flowing water of the river, holding the feverish Ari securely in his arms. He keeps a firm grip on the reins, guiding his horse alongside them as they make their way across the stream. Ciel and Ari continue their journey through the landscape on horseback. Ari, feeling better, asks Ciel where he managed to find the medicinal herbs that helped her. Ciel explains that he obtained them, along with other travel supplies, by trading monster materials he had collected in a village forest they passed 3 days prior. Ari looks at Ciel with gratitude, thanking him for his care. Ciel humbly brushes off her thanks. As they continue riding through the landscape, Ari points out their location, questioning how Ciel knew they had arrived at the outskirts of Viscount Givens' territory. Ciel points toward the towering Balder Mountains, noting that they can now use the landmark to navigate their path. Ari gazes at the peaks, her expression shifting as she realizes the significance of the location, questioning if this was where the final boss battle of the game took place. Ciel and Ari discuss the remaining travel time to Colossal, which Ciel estimates will take 4 days. When Ari worries about her family's safety, Ciel comforts her, explaining that they were not home at the time and are likely safe in hiding. Ciel maintains a calm and reassuring demeanor as he tells Ari not to worry about her family. He adds that their current journey provides a perfect opportunity to visit Colossal, where he plans to greet the Baron and do some sightseeing before heading back. Moved by his kindness and support, Ari quietly thanks him. Seeking shelter from the sudden downpour, Ciel leads their horse into the safety of a nearby cave with Ari. Once inside, Ciel kneels down and skillfully uses his tools to ignite a small campfire, providing warmth for them both as the rain continues to fall outside. Inside the shelter of the cave, Ciel presents the bird he successfully trapped. Ari is impressed and curious about his hunting method, specifically asking if his mysterious sword played a role. Ciel confirms the sword's involvement but teasingly refuses to reveal its true power, leaving Ari to jokingly call him mean. Inside the shelter of the cave, Ari holds up a strange broken pendant. Curious about its origin, she asks Ciel if it is a magic tool. Ciel confirms her suspicion, revealing that he had managed to seize the item while he was fleeing from the beast tamer. Ari inspects the mysterious object, connecting it to the soundproofing magic tool used on the carriage. She suggests that it could serve as crucial evidence if needed. As the conversation shifts, Ciel tends to the fire, noting that their food is finally cooked, and ready to eat. Ciel apologizes for the wait, as he hands the freshly roasted skewers to Ari. He modestly notes that the seasoning is quite basic, but Ari accepts the meal and begins to eat, finding comfort in the simple food during their shelter from the rain. Ari takes a bite of the food Ciel prepared and offers a gentle, genuine smile, telling him that it is delicious. Seeing her reaction, Ciel's expression softens as he warmly replies that he is glad to hear that, creating a peaceful moment of connection between them inside the shelter of the cave. The journey continues as Ciel and Ari travel through the countryside on horseback. They pause briefly to harvest some fruit from the trees, sharing a quiet moment together. Soon after, they reach a scenic stone bridge, continuing their path through the landscape. Ciel carefully washes their clothes in the clear water of a stream. Nearby, Ari sits patiently, wrapped in a simple cloth while waiting for her attire to dry. Ciel hangs the damp clothes on a line, ensuring they are ready for the next leg of their travels. As they wait for their laundry to dry, Ciel notices a smudge on Aerith's face. He politely asks to be excused before reaching out to carefully wipe her cheek, a small gesture that leaves Ari visibly flustered. Ciel looks at Ari with a gentle expression, suggesting that they should have a proper conversation once she is feeling better. Ari, still flustered from their previous interaction, remains quiet as Ciel observes that her face is still flushed red. Ciel reaches out to touch Aerith's forehead, confirming that her fever has subsided. Caught off guard by his gentle concern, Ari flushes deeply and hurriedly pulls away, insisting that she is completely fine and that her condition is nothing to worry about. Ari looks at Ciel with a contemplative expression, finally deciding to address the contents of the letter she had sent him. She asks him directly what went through his mind after reading it, seeking clarity on his thoughts as they continue their quiet moment by the stream. The tension between them reaches a breaking point as Ari looks at Ciel's, her expression serious as she asks if he is hiding something from her. Ciel, taken aback, can only respond with a confused pardon. Ari continues, holding the letter and questioning why he chose to keep it, forcing him to face the weight of his actions. Ari continues to grill Ciel about the mysterious item she found in his room, teasing him for keeping it in a box as if it were a treasure. Ciel, clearly flustered and trying to deflect, asks what she is talking about. Ari, growing increasingly frustrated, demands that he stop playing dumb and acknowledge the specific object she is referring to, while Ciel nervously wonders which of his belongings she could possibly find strange. Noah holds a box of magic stones while looking at a young Ren, asking why he is collecting them. Ren explains that he only kept them because they looked pretty, not because he was actively collecting them. Noah remarks that empty magic stones have little value, then reflects on how his father shared the same obsession when he was younger. She smiles and gently warns Ren not to turn out just like his father. Ciel ponders the awkward conversation, realizing that the thing in his room Ari was referring to must be his collection of magic stones. He contemplates whether this hobby appears peculiar from her perspective, while Ari remains nearby, creating a moment of quiet introspection for him. Ciel gazes ahead with a contemplative expression, his hand resting near his chin. He realizes that ever since that first glance, the weight of Aerith's words and their interaction has been constantly on his mind. Akri stares directly at Ciel, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and curiosity. The atmosphere between them remains heavy as she waits for his reaction, completely absorbed in the moment. Sheslis looks at Ari and calmly confirms that she has been on his mind, describing it as the only way he can explain his recent thoughts. Ari is visibly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she struggles to process his unexpected words, feeling overwhelmed and flustered by his sudden honesty. Ari quickly tries to downplay the situation, insisting that his collection isn't particularly strange. Ren scratches the back of his head, sheepishly admitting that keeping items just out of curiosity might be odd. As Ari tells him to do whatever he wants with them, Ren is left pondering if the true source of her discomfort is the fact that these magic stones were originally obtained from inside a monster. Ren offers an apology, yet he cannot help but admit that the subject still piques his interest. Frustrated and blushing, Ari snaps at him to stop repeating himself. As she hides her face, she finds herself struggling to process her own reaction to his blunt honesty. Ari hides her face, clearly flustered by the tension, and tells Ren to just use her name. Ren, caught off guard by the sudden shift in the conversation, looks at her with a confused expression, wondering what she means. Ari looks at Ren with a mix of embarrassment and determination, urging him to drop the formalities and call her by her name if he feels he must address her. Ren stands in the shallow water, his expression filled with bewilderment as he processes Ari's unexpected request. Ari remains seated on a nearby rock, turned away from him, leaving the atmosphere heavy with lingering tension and confusion. Ryan arrives at the village and approaches Grandma Rig. She apologizes for being out of medicinal herbs, But Ryan kindly reassures her that having food is enough to help. Ciel and his hooded companion, Sora, stop their journey to converse with Grandma Rig. When asked about their destination, Ciel explains they are traveling without a set plan. The woman helpfully points them toward the town of Colossals, noting that she heard some news about the area from an adventurer who passed through recently. Sora, with a stoic expression, drops a chilling revelation that the Baron of Colossal is destined for imminent punishment, warning that the situation is bound to become eventful. The sudden announcement leaves Ciel and Grandma Rig visibly stunned as they struggle to comprehend the reason behind such a grim fate. Grandma Rig continues her account, sharing unsettling rumors that the Baron of Colossal had orchestrated a monster attack against Viscount Givens. As she speaks, the gravity of the accusation hangs in the air, deeply unsettling Ciel, who listens with a look of shock and concern. As they travel on horseback, the weight of the rumors hits Ciel hard. Overwhelmed by the claim that the Baron of Colossal used monsters to attack Viscount Givens, Ciel cries out in denial, refusing to believe that his father could ever be involved in such a heinous plot. Ciel remains deeply agitated, his expression filled with frustration as he insists that the rumors surrounding his father simply do not make sense, no matter how they are viewed. The vast, rugged mountains stretch across the horizon, eventually giving way to the imposing silhouette of Colossal, the northern city. As the carriage rolls forward, the rhythmic sound of its wooden wheels, turning signals their steady approach toward the destination where the truth about the Baron's fate awaits. The carriage rolls into the bustling streets of Colossal, its arrival immediately catching the eyes of the townspeople. The atmosphere is thick with murmurs and speculation as the locals observe the vehicle, unaware of the heavy secrets and the impending conflict that its passengers bring with them. Shinaren stands among armored figures, his expression calm and calculated. He looks directly at the Viscount, asserting that the critical moment has arrived, and that seizing control of this territory will inevitably strengthen the hero faction's reach. The Viscount stares ahead with a sharp, piercing gaze, his face unreadable as he processes the bold declaration made by Shinaren. The weight of the decision hangs in the air, reflecting his cautious and calculating nature. Standing amidst the banners of the territory, Shinaren looks toward the Viscount, declaring that their efforts are essential for Liamel to rise from its current state of decay. Shinaren maintains his serious demeanor as he lays out the next phase of his plan to the Viscount. He declares that in order to restore Liamel, they must first bring down the Colossals, signaling that the time for decisive action has finally arrived. The atmosphere grows heavy as the two forces prepare to clash. Outside the imposing structure of the cathedral, the tension reaches a breaking point, setting the stage for the decisive conflict that Shinaren and the Viscount have been orchestrating. As the tension in the cathedral reaches a peak, a court official holds up a document, announcing that the imperial court will deliberate on the arguments presented according to the great imperial law. The crowd listens in anticipation as the official confirms that the final verdict will be announced the following morning, marking the conclusion of the day's hearing. Inside the cathedral, the atmosphere remains tense. Shinaren observes the situation with a grim realization, noting that the outcome is already predictable and that he will likely be transported to the imperial city for punishment within days. Vios, standing by his side, offers a glimmer of hope by suggesting they file an appeal to take the case to a trial in the imperial city, or alternatively, request a goodwill trial if the appeal fails. Shinaren watches the Viscount from a distance, noting his composed and calculating expression. He realizes that the Viscount has already laid the groundwork for his victory, making their current legal efforts seem futile. Shinaren warns that they should expect deliberate interference from their opponent even before the trial proceedings officially begin. Shinaren watches the Viscount with growing concern. He finds the man's aggressive and forceful tactics highly unusual, even for someone of high nobility, leading him to doubt that this is merely a standard factional dispute. Under the cover of night, Shinaren keeps watch by a small campfire, while Ari sleeps soundly nearby. His mind is heavy with the weight of the unfolding political crisis. He realizes that if the current trajectory remains unchanged, Baron Colossal is destined to be falsely accused and stripped of his power. Haunted by the potential tragedy, Shinaren quietly questions how he can intervene to save everyone from this predetermined fate. Under the night sky, Shinaren and Ciel share a moment of reflection. Shinaren voices his concerns about the political landscape, noting that Lady Licia has warned him that the neutral high-ranking nobles are not to be trusted. Feeling the weight of his youth and limited influence, he questions what he can truly achieve. Ciel notices his restlessness and attempts to lighten the mood, suggesting that Shinaren doesn't need to be so formal and can afford to be more casual. Ciel suggests that they speak more casually to ease the tension, offering to call Shina, Ren simply Len in return. Recognizing the urgency of their mission, they decide to set off for Colossal as soon as dawn breaks, as both are too restless to sleep given the gravity of the kidnapping they need to testify about. As they prepare for their journey, Sheena Ren expresses his deep concern about whether their account of the events will be accepted by others. He emphasizes that they desperately need to find evidence that directly connects the kidnapping to Viscount Givens. Ari, listening intently, acknowledges the gravity of their situation, as both realize that time is rapidly slipping away and they must find a breakthrough soon. With the weight of their mission pressing down on them, Sheena, Ren, and Ari ride through the vast, unforgiving wilderness. They pass by the skeletal remains of an old stone structure, their path winding through narrow mountain passes and open fields as they push forward to reach Colossal in time. Sheena, Ren, and Ai ride steadily through the open fields, their figures small against the vast, sweeping landscape as they continue their urgent journey. Ciel and Ari continue their journey on horseback, moving through the dense forest. Ciel explains that although they have strayed from the main road, they are close to their destination and will reach Colossal once they cross the hills. Ari, hopeful, asks if this means they are safe, to which Ciel replies that they should find protection from the Colossal House Knights in the area. Ari and Ciel pause their journey as they come face-to-face with an armored knight. The sudden appearance of the guard confirms they have reached the outskirts of Colossal, bringing a moment of tense realization for the pair. Emerging from the dense forest, Ciel and Ari are suddenly met by an armored knight on horseback. The knight, clearly searching for them, calls out in relief, signaling that their journey toward the safety of the Colossal's territory has reached a turning point. Ciel and Ari exchange a look of shock, wondering if the knight is an agent of Viscount Givens. The knight calmly explains that he has been searching for them under the direct orders of Baron Colossal, leaving the pair stunned by the revelation. With the misunderstanding cleared, Ciel and Ari find themselves surrounded by a group of armored knights. The reinforcements from Baron Colossal have arrived, effectively securing their path and ensuring their protection as they emerge from the forest. The knights, having successfully located the pair, maintain a sense of urgency. One of the knights, removing his helmet to reveal his face, firmly tells Kel and Ari that they must leave the forest immediately to reach a secure location. Kel and Ari, still processing the sudden turn of events, look on with cautious expressions as they prepare to follow their rescuers. Ari turns to Ciel, asking him to entrust a task to her. Although Ciel is concerned that it might put them in danger, he ultimately accepts her request, affirming that he is prepared to face whatever consequences may arise from this situation. The knight, curious about the private exchange between Ari and Ciel, interrupts to ask what they are discussing. Ari, maintaining her composure, stops the group and directly addresses the knight. She makes it clear that whether or not they will continue to accompany him and his men will depend entirely on the explanation he provides regarding their current situation. Ari holds up a pendant, directly questioning the knight about whether he recognizes the item. The knight, mounted on his horse, calmly denies any knowledge of it and asks what it is. Ari's expression shifts, her eyes widening in a moment of intense realization or suspicion. Ari presses the knight, pointing out his visible reaction when she mentions the pendant is a magical device recovered from their kidnapper. Despite her observation, the knight maintains a calm facade, dismissing her suspicion while firmly demanding that she hand over the device to him as evidence. Ari flatly denies the knight's request to hand over the pendant, leaving him visibly stunned. She asserts that she will take the magical device to the Merchants Guild herself, believing they can trace the item back to the merchant who sold or anyone who previously possessed it. Ari remains determined, convinced that any information gathered from the guild will be crucial to their investigation. Ari stands her ground, holding the magical pendant aloft as she explains to the knight that this specific item is far too rare to be ignored. She points out that unlike common market goods, this device is unique enough that the Merchants Guild will surely be able to trace its origins. With a calm smile, she mentions her personal acquaintance with the guild leader in the capital, effectively cornering the knight who can only stare back in stunned silence. Ari holds the magical pendant out, her gaze intense as she explains that once they trace its origin, they will determine if it was stolen or gifted. She warns the knight that if someone provided the device, they will be forced to answer for it in court. The knight, clearly caught off guard by her resolve, can only react with a stunned exclamation. Ari looks directly at the knight with a calm, knowing smile. She continues her interrogation, suggesting that whoever provided the magical device to their kidnappers was clearly attempting to defame them. She presses the knight for his agreement, leaving him with no room to deny the implications of her theory. Despite Arish's sharp deduction regarding the potential frame-up, the knight remains undeterred. He maintains his composure and presses them further, claiming that the significance of the magical pendant makes it even more critical that they entrust the device to him immediately. Ari stares down the knight with cold resolve, clutching the magical pendant tightly. She dismisses his demand as foolish, firmly stating that they have no obligation to surrender the item to him. She further asserts her dominance by reminding him that the village where the kidnapping took place is under her jurisdiction, effectively silencing his protests as he stammers in disbelief. Air sighs, clearly fed up with the knight's stubbornness. She coldly declares that she has no interest in being protected by someone who refuses to listen to reason, and shuts down any further discussion. Ignoring the knight's desperate protest that she requires an escort, she turns to Shinaren and tells him it is time to leave, riding away and leaving the knight behind. Ari, accompanied by Seal, dismisses the knight's persistent offer of an escort. She makes it clear that they do not require his services, emphasizing that she only trusts Seal to protect her. As they approach the city, the knight, clearly agitated, continues to look on with concern and frustration as they prepare to leave him behind. The knight, clearly losing his composure, draws his sword and shouts at the pair, refusing to accept their rejection. He insists that they must allow him to accompany them, escalating the situation as Ciel remains on horseback, watching the knight's aggressive display. Seeing the knight's hostile move, Ciel immediately steps forward to shield Ari and Shinaren. He tells Shinaren to leave the situation to him, then expertly parries the knight's blade with his own, leaving the Vios stunned by his sudden and precise counterattack. The tension reaches a breaking point as the knight attempts to force his escort upon them. Ciel reacts instantly, meeting the knight's blade with his own in a sharp clash. The knight, caught off guard by Ciel's defensive skill, grunts in frustration as he is pushed back. As the knight attempts to force his way, Ari remains calm and composed. She thanks him for his aggressive actions, explaining that by attacking them, he has inadvertently given her the perfect pretext to summon Viscount Givens to court for his crimes. A glowing magical light emanates from her hand, signaling that the situation has shifted entirely in her favor. Ari stands firm, her hand glowing with magical energy, as she directs a cold, triumphant gaze toward the knight. With a sharp smile, she thanks the foolish knight for his aggression, knowing his mistake has just handed her the evidence needed to drag Viscount Givens into court. As the knight continues his reckless pursuit, Ari taps into her holy magic. A surge of energy erupts, sending the knight flying back in shock and pain. He recoils, reeling from the sudden impact and the realization that he is facing holy magic. The situation escalates as the remaining knights charge forward, shouting orders to prevent their escape. In response to the threat, Ari manifests a mystical weapon, the demon sword of wood, which floats into position. Ciel remains vigilant, sword in hand, preparing to hold off the armored riders as vines and magical energy surge around them. The knights find themselves suddenly ensnared by magical vines, their movements completely restricted by Eris power. Panic sets in as they struggle against the wooden growth, with one knight shouting in frustration, demanding his companions to keep moving despite the obstruction. Another knight, pinned down and unable to advance, curses their luck while realizing he must report this development to the Viscount immediately. With the knights temporarily hindered by the magical vines, Ciel quickly pulls Ari onto his horse. They gallop away from the scene, desperate to put distance between themselves and their pursuers, even as the knights continue to scream orders to capture them at any cost. Under the glow of a large moon, the chase intensifies. The knights, mounted on horseback, gallop across the rugged terrain determined to stop their targets. With shouts of command, they close the distance, refusing to let Ciel and Ari escape their grasp. Looks back with concern as the knights remain hot on their trail, unable to shake them off. Ari, clinging to the horse, urges Ciel to keep going, desperately hoping that if they can just crest the hill, they will find refuge in nearby human settlements. High above the landscape, Sora sits silently on a jagged rock formation, flanked by menacing winged beasts under the moonlight. Below, Ciel catches sight of the ominous figure, his expression tightening as he realizes the danger they are facing is far greater than just the pursuing knights. Ciel stares in disbelief as the Sora blocks their path. With a calm and ominous demeanor, Sora reveals that he had been expecting them to pass through this exact location. Recognizing the danger, Ciel identifies him as the Beast Tamer, realizing that their escape attempt has led them straight into a trap. High above on a rocky outcrop, Sora commands his winged beasts as he unleashes a devastating attack, causing the ground to shatter and crumble. Huge boulders rain down, creating a massive barrier that halts Ciel and Ari in their tracks. Their horse rears up in terror as the dust and debris fill the air, signaling that their escape route has been effectively cut off. The ground erupts in a violent display of power, sending rocks and debris flying into the air. Ciel and Ari are forced to halt their horse abruptly as their escape route is completely sealed off by the massive wall of rubble. leaving them cornered and vulnerable. As the dust settles from the massive rock slide, the true nature of the terrain is exposed. Beneath the broken earth, strange monstrous flowers and aggressive small creatures emerge from the wreckage, creating a nightmarish barrier that blocks Ciel and Eris' path forward. Amidst the chaos of the rock slide, Ari turns to Ciel, demanding a sword to defend herself. As they brace for the encroaching danger, the knights who were chasing them find themselves surrounded by the monstrous swarm. The knights panic, shouting in vain that they are on the same side. But the creatures show no mercy. The situation turns dire as the swarm of monstrous creatures descends upon the pursuing knights. One knight is completely swallowed by the mass of biting, clawing beasts, his terrified scream echoing through the air as he is pulled into the writhing pile. High above the chaos, Sora watches Ciel and Ari from his vantage point, flanked by his winged beasts. He taunts the pair, noting their poor timing, and questioning their resolve to resist, as Ciel and Ari find themselves completely encircled by a dense, hostile swarm of creatures. Sora dismisses any hope of a peaceful resolution and prepares to unleash his full power against them. The situation turns dire as Ciel and Ari are swarmed by a horde of aggressive insect-like monsters. From above, Sora shows no mercy, declaring that if his attempt to subdue them fails, he will have no choice but to end their lives. Ciel prepares to defend them with his sword, bracing for the inevitable clash against the encroaching swarm. Refusing to be intimidated by Sora's ultimatum, Ari grips her sword firmly. With a swift and precise motion, she cuts through the strange, monstrous mushrooms that have sprouted around them, clearing a path for their escape while Ciel looks on. As they navigate the dangerous path on horseback, Ciel is impressed by Eris' skill in battle, asking if she has grown stronger. Ari, focused on the fight, proudly declares that she has been training intensely specifically to defeat him. Meanwhile, the monstrous creatures continue to shriek and attack, but they are no match for her resolve. Ari and Ciel press forward on their horse, undeterred by the chaos surrounding them. With swift strikes, they clear the path of the monstrous creatures and hostile plants that attempt to block their escape, pushing deeper into the forest. Ciel and Ari navigate the dangerous forest on horseback, surrounded by aggressive creatures. Realizing the futility of simply running away, Ciel notes the dire situation and concludes that their only path to survival is to defeat the beast tamer Sora. Ari, focused on the battle, shouts for Ren to prepare for the next move. The escape takes a turn for the worse when a gargantuan beast erupts from the ground directly in front of Ciel and Ari. The force of the creature's emergence sends rocks flying, forcing them to confront the overwhelming power of the swarm head-on. The colossal monster roars, its massive form threatening to crush them. Reacting instantly to the danger, Shinaren focuses his power and manifests his weapon, shouting out the name of his blade, Demon Sword of Metal, as he prepares to strike back and clear their path. With the colossal beast looming over them and its massive, jagged maw wide open, Shinaren raises his Demon Sword of Metal high. Beside him, Ari remains braced for the impending clash as they face the creature's overwhelming presence. With a powerful swing, Shinaren brings his Demon Sword of Metal down upon the monstrous creature. The blade cuts through the beast's thick hide, forcing it back as the impact sends debris flying across the battlefield. The colossal monster is torn asunder by the sheer force of the blow, its massive body collapsing amidst the chaos. Ari, witnessing the display of power, turns to Ciel in astonishment, remarking on how much stronger he has become. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Sora watches the unfolding events with a cold, calculating gaze. Sora stands at a distance, his long hair flowing as he calmly observes the destruction caused by Shinaren. He is visibly impressed, remarking on the incredible force of the sword strike that managed to send a shockwave of wind pressure across the battlefield. Sora's composure breaks as he watches the unfolding events. His eyes widen in pure shock, and he can only whisper a single haunting question to himself. Why? From his hidden vantage point, Sora watches with growing unease. As Shinaren and Ari ride their horse through the thick, mushroom-covered woods, the sight of them leaves him deeply unsettled, prompting him to wonder in disbelief why they have appeared in this place. The tension rises as a mysterious long-haired individual with pointed ears comes into view. Their expression is grave, as they clearly sense the approach of a powerful and dangerous enemy looming in the distance. High above in the twisted branches of the forest, the long-haired elf-like figure known as Yerkwu, the Beast-Him, stands in wait. As a notorious boss from the original Legend of the Seven Heroes, his presence is a dangerous omen, marked by the lingering memory of the painful natural magic he commands. From his perch overlooking the dense, monster-infested forest, Yerkwu observes the path below. Shinaren and Ari ride through the thicket, completely unaware of the formidable beast tamer watching them. Yerkwu reflects on the anomaly of this meeting, realizing that their paths have crossed far sooner than the events he remembers from the original game. long before the scheduled enrollment at the Imperial Cadet Academy. Sheena Ren observes Yerkwu from a distance, recalling the lore of the game. He knows that Yerkwu was cast out from his homeland for his brutal nature and the slaughter of his own kin. As the tension rises, Ren remains wary, wondering why such a dangerous figure has appeared so far ahead of the original timeline. Sheena Ren observes the magical restraints binding Yerkwu, noting that the elf was sealed as punishment for his past atrocities against his own kind. He deduces that Yerkwu's reliance on his staff is the only thing keeping his combat stats viable. Reflecting on their past, Ren realizes that his previous act of breaking Yerkwu's staff is likely the reason the formidable beast tamer has not yet launched a full-scale magical assault. Sheena Ren considers the possibility that Yerkwu is working for Viscount Givens, suspecting that the beast tamer was lured by the prospect of finding a way to undo the seal on his arms. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a vast, ominous gathering of monsters, signaling that a major threat is mobilizing. Amidst the chaos of the encroaching monster horde, Eri gasps for breath while riding with Sheena Ren. She turns to him with a sharp, pressing question, asking if he truly believes he can overcome Yerkwu. She warns him that her next course of action depends on his answer, leaving Sheena Ren momentarily stunned as he questions what she means by changing tactics. Ren grimly analyzes the battlefield, noting the presence of the chief Wolven and two other drank monsters of equal strength. He admits to Ari that if these powerful beasts were to charge them simultaneously, their chances of survival would be nearly impossible. The tension rises as they struggle to catch their breath, fully aware that victory is slipping out of their reach. As the situation grows dire, Eri smiles at Sheena Ren, reassuring him with her radiant presence. She reminds him of her true identity as the Saintess of White, preparing to unleash her holy power to turn the tide against the monsters surrounding them. As Ari reveals her true identity, a sudden and overwhelming surge of radiant energy erupts from her, surrounding both her and Ren. Sheena Ren, caught off guard by the sheer intensity of her power, can only stare in disbelief as the blinding light fills the entire scene. Sheena Ren stares in absolute shock, his eyes wide as the overwhelming radiant light of the Saintess of White surges around him, cutting through the tension of their dire situation. Lear watches from a distance, intrigued by a sudden surge of magical energy. Meanwhile, in the heart of the forest, Sheena Ren and Eri are trapped on horseback, surrounded by a terrifying horde of monsters closing in from all sides. Sheena Ren stares ahead with sharp, focused eyes, bracing for the inevitable clash as the situation reaches a critical breaking point. The forest is suddenly filled with a terrifying number of monsters, closing in from every direction. Sheena Ren and Ari find themselves isolated in the center of the swarm, held within the confines of a glowing, intricate magical seal that cuts through the dense crowd of beasts. Trapped in the heart of the swarm, Sheena Ren and Ari find themselves surrounded by a relentless wave of monsters. The air is thick with the presence of the horde, and the magical barrier pulses around them, leaving them in a desperate struggle for survival. Watches the unfolding magical phenomenon with a serious expression, identifying the source as sacred magic. Meanwhile, amidst the thick of the battle, Sheena Ren and Ari are seen panting heavily, desperately holding their ground as they fend off the encroaching monsters. The situation turns dire as a monstrous beast takes flight, unleashing a concentrated beam of destructive energy. Sheena Ren and Ari, still mounted, are caught in the path of the incoming assault, leaving them no choice but to brace for the impact of the monster's relentless attack. The devastating magical blast from the monster hits with full force, instantly surrounding Sheena Ren and Ari in a swirling inferno. With the horse caught in the center of the explosion, Sheena Ren holds his sword ready, bracing for the impact as the intense heat and light threaten to consume them both. Caught within the devastating magical onslaught, Ari pushes her hand forward, channeling her sacred energy to manifest a barrier. Her face contorts in pain as she struggles to withstand the overwhelming force of the attack, fighting to protect herself and Sheena Ren from being consumed by the flames. With Ari successfully containing the brunt of the magical explosion, Sheena Ren seizes the opening. He readies his blade, charging forward on horseback to confront the winged monster directly, determined to turn the tide of the battle. The winged monster lets out a pained roar as Sheena Ren's counterattack hits its mark. Below, the relentless horde of monsters is consumed by the intense flames. Amidst the heat and destruction, Ren keeps his gaze fixed forward, his resolve unshaken as he vows to lead Ari to safety. Amidst the raging flames and the screeching of monsters, Sheena Ren continues to lead the charge on horseback. Watching him fight with such resolve, Ari finds her courage, firmly believing that as long as she is by his side, they will emerge victorious. High above the chaos, Lear remains a silent observer, witnessing the unfolding struggle. Sheena Ren, with Ari still by his side, charges forward on horseback through the inferno. Standing in their path, Lyre watches them approach with a cold resolve, declaring that he will put an end to the battle right here. The battlefield falls into a momentary, heavy silence. Liar's gaze is sharp and composed, while Sheena Ren stares back with intense focus, both figures locked in a silent standoff that threatens to erupt at any second. With the tension at its breaking point, Sheena, Ren, and Ari charge ahead on their mount. Ren thrusts his sword forward, fully committed to the strike as they rush toward the final confrontation. As the tension reaches its peak, Sheena, Ren, and Ari launch a coordinated strike from horseback. Ren drives his blade through the monstrous entity, forcing a pained reaction from the creature. Lear watches the unfolding assault with a look of shock, realizing the ferocity of their counterattack as the battlefield erupts in chaos. With a swift and precise motion, Shinaren drives his blade deep into the Rumi. The creature lets out a final desperate struggle as dark ichor splatters across the battlefield, marking a violent turning point in the confrontation. The violent impact of the clash sends Sheena Ren and Ari flying from their mount. As they are tossed into the air amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a desperate shout for Lady Lycia echoes through the scene. The force of the clash proves overwhelming, launching Sheena Ren and his mount into the air as he lets out a pained grunt. Below them, the battlefield remains a scene of destruction, where Lyre stands silently, his long hair flowing as he observes the outcome of the collision with a cold, detached gaze. The air is filled with shattered stone and dust following the violent impact. Lyre remains composed, his gaze fixed on the destruction as fragments of rock rain down around him. The battlefield is shrouded in a thick cloud of dust and smoke, rising high into the air beneath the glow of the full moon. Below, the aftermath of the clash is clear as the debris and remains of the fight are engulfed in flickering flames, marking the end of the violent encounter. Amidst the debris and the sound of their horse nearby, Shinaren pulls Ari close, shielding her from the aftermath of the collision. He breathes heavily, his concern evident as he calls out to her, checking if she is injured while the dust of the battle begins to settle. With concern, as he assesses the situation, he realizes that the burden of the sacred magic was far too great for Ari to handle, especially given her already weakened state from her sickness. Lear stands amidst the flickering flames, clutching his side as blood stains his cloak. Seal watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnesses Lyre's pained state. Yer gazes down at his hand, which is slick with blood. A dark, knowing smile spreads across his face as he lets out a low, chilling laugh, seemingly unfazed by the destruction and his own wounded state. The atmosphere turns even more sinister as Lear lets out a loud, unrestrained burst of laughter. His expression is one of pure madness, echoing through the chaos of the burning landscape as he seems to revel in the destruction around him. Looks down at the massive pool of blood pooling around his feet, questioning if it all truly came from his own body. He reflects on his long wait to finally break the seal placed upon him, lamenting that despite his burning desire to kill as many people as possible, he now finds himself completely unable to take a single life. Shinaren remains focused on protecting Ari, who is barely conscious in his arms. Meanwhile, broken and defeated, clutches his face in agony. He stares at the reality of his situation, questioning if his end has finally come now, that he is no longer capable of taking any more life. Even as his strength fades, Lyre's mind remains trapped in his murderous obsession. He stares into the void, his thoughts drifting to the twisted pleasure he derives from witnessing the final moments of his victims, a chilling reminder of the darkness that still lingers within him. Shinaren stares down there with a look of defiance, shielding the unconscious Ari as he demands to know what the villain is trying to achieve with his twisted words. Looming in the shadows with a terrifying dark expression, ignores the confrontation to further elaborate on his depraved philosophy, claiming that witnessing death provides him with a pleasure far greater than any physical intimacy. Lear stands amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed on the Rumi that is manifested before him. The creature, a mana-eater, growls menacingly as it prepares for conflict, while Lear observes the entity with a chilling, detached recognition. Lyre's face is twisted into a manic grin as he stares intensely at his own arm. With the mana-eater looming before him, he commands it to devour his limb, ready to stake everything he has left on this desperate final act. With a twisted expression of insanity, Lyre commands the mana-eater to consume his entire arm. As the creature looms, Lyre embraces his dark impulses, hoping that sacrificing his limb will finally break the seal that has held him back, allowing his madness to run completely wild. The mana-eater lunges forward, its jaws clamping down and severing Lyre's arm in a spray of blood. Shinaren watches the gruesome scene with wide, stunned eyes, unable to look away. Amidst the carnage, Lyre throws his head back, his laughter echoing across the battlefield as he embraces the agony and the breaking of his seal. As the mana-eater tears into his flesh, Lear screams in a mix of agony and perverse delight, declaring that the pain is enough to drive him into despair. He watches with a manic expression, urging the beast to swallow his arm whole as the creature continues its gruesome feast. Lear remains ensnared by the dark, magical chains, his expression contorted with manic frustration. As the realization dawns that the seal holding his power remains unbroken, despite the loss of his arm, he lets out a desperate cry. With a chilling smile, he stares into the void, declaring that this is the end and he has no regrets. The atmosphere turns brutal as Lear is struck by a sudden, overwhelming force. Blood erupts from his body, painting the air, yet the heavy chains of the seal remain firmly wrapped around him, refusing to let go even in his final moments. Leor lets out a pained cry as the Mana-Eater delivers a crushing blow. The impact leaves him reeling, his body trembling under the immense pressure of the beast's assault, while the chains of the seal continue to bind him. The dark, twisted vines relentlessly crush the bottle containing Lear's expensive potion, shattering it into pieces. Watching his last resort vanish, Lear descends further into a manic breakdown. He lets out a chilling, pained laugh, taunting himself over the uselessness of the potion as he continues to suffer under the overwhelming pressure of the seal. The Mana-Eater unleashes a terrifying roar, its dark presence looming over the battlefield. Ciel, acting with urgency, carries Ari away from the immediate threat. He grunts in exertion, his expression hardening as he readies his sword, determined to shield the saint from the monster's relentless fury. Leo remains ensnared by the dark, suffocating branches of the Mana-Eater. Despite his dire condition, his eyes burn with a manic, singular focus. He gasps for air, his voice trembling with malice as he vows to kill both Ciel and Ari before his final breath. With Ari safely behind him, Ciel turns his full attention toward the towering Mana-Eater. The creature looms ahead, its wings spread wide as it prepares to strike. Ciel grips his blade tightly, bracing himself for the inevitable clash against the overwhelming power of the beast. The Mana-Eater lunges forward with terrifying speed, its dark form sweeping across the battlefield. Ciel, caught in the path of the assault, reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening as he realizes the sheer intensity of the creature's incoming blow. The Mana-Eater slams its massive force into the ground with overwhelming power. Ciel is caught in the shockwave, barely managing to leap away from the path of destruction as the earth shatters beneath the creature's assault. The Mana-Eater's strike connects with devastating force, launching Ciel backward. Caught in the momentum of the attack, Ciel cries out in pain as he is thrown through the air, the sheer power of the beast threatening to overwhelm his defenses. The Mana-Eater delivers a crushing strike, its massive form dominating the battlefield as Ciel is sent spiraling backward from the sheer force of the impact. Debris scatters across the ground, marking the intensity of the creature's relentless assault. Ciel lands heavily on the ground, clearly reeling from the impact of the previous blow. He lets out a pained groan, struggling to steady himself amidst the debris. Nearby, the Mana-Eater remains poised and ready, its dark form looming as it continues to dominate the battlefield. Ciel is sent reeling through the air, crying out in pain as the force of the Mana-Eater's strike takes its toll. As he struggles to process the situation, Lear stands nearby, watching the battle unfold, and noting that the creature's current strength far exceeds what he previously knew of it. Ciel collapses onto the dusty ground, his body trembling from the impact. As he pushes himself up, his eyes widen in realization. He stares at the monstrous Mana-Eater, coming to the grim conclusion that the beast is no longer just a rank threat, but something far more dangerous and powerful than he ever anticipated. The Mana-Eater lets out a blood-curdling roar that echoes across the battlefield, its massive wings spread wide. Ciel, battered but refusing to back down, grips his sword tightly and braces himself for the creature's next lethal move. The Mana-Eater lunges forward with terrifying speed, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from Ciel. Forced onto the defensive, Ciel barely manages to evade the attack, his breath hitching as he lets out a pained grunt, fully aware that one wrong move will be his last. The Mana-Eater's overwhelming force proves too much for Ciel, sending him crashing into the earth. As he lies wounded and coughing up blood, Ari looks on with a pained expression, her voice trembling as she calls out his name, fearing the worst for him in this dire situation. The Mana-Eater stands triumphantly over the defeated Ciel and the terrified Ari. From the branches of a nearby dead tree, Lear watches the carnage unfold with a chilling detachment, muttering to himself that this is what killing is truly all about. Ciel lies defeated on the ground while Ari struggles to catch her breath nearby. Watching from the shadows, Lear is consumed by a dark, twisted excitement, wheezing as he witnesses what he perceives to be his final ecstasy. Unbeknownst to him, Ari begins to focus her energy, her finger glowing with a sharp, concentrated light as she prepares a last-ditch effort to survive. Ari and Ciel remain on the ground, exhausted and injured from the battle. In a tender moment of vulnerability, Ari reaches out to take Ciel's hand, whispering her thanks to him. Ciel, barely conscious, lets out a faint sound as they share this brief, quiet connection amidst the lingering magical energy. In a quiet, emotional exchange, Ari confesses her selfishness while reflecting on Ciel's constant protection of her. Ciel, looking at her with concern, calls her Lady Lycia and desperately pleads for her to leave the battlefield, even as they both remain in a precarious state. Lying on the battlefield, Ari looks up at Ciel with a tender, sorrowful expression. Despite the dire circumstances, she offers him a final, gentle smile, telling him to stay safe and insisting that he must live on, calling him Len. Eris' gaze intensifies as the terrifying reality of their situation sets in. The massive dark claw of the Mana-Eater descends upon the battlefield, kicking up dust and debris around the fallen pair. Ari and Ciel lie motionless on the ground, trapped in the shadow of their impending doom. Despite the overwhelming danger and Eris' desperate wish for him to survive, Ciel refuses to back down. With a firm look, he tells her that he would never dream of leaving her behind, choosing to stand by her side until the very end. With unwavering resolve, Ciel stands firmly between the monstrous Mana-Eater and the fallen Ari. He grips his sword tightly, preparing to face the creature's lethal claws in a desperate attempt to protect her, fully aware of the danger looming over them. With unwavering resolve, Ciel swings his blade in a wide, powerful arc. The force of his strike meets the Mana-Eater's descending claw head-on, creating a violent impact that shields Ari from the creature's lethal assault. With his teeth gritted in intense effort, Ciel holds his ground, his sword locked against the overwhelming force of the beast. He refuses to yield, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into the clash to ensure Ari remains protected from the creature's onslaught. With his muscles straining to their absolute limit, Ciel screams in exertion, pouring every ounce of his resolve into holding the monster's massive claw at bay. He remains a steadfast shield between the Mana-Eater and the fallen Ari, his desperate cry echoing across the battlefield as he fights to keep her safe. The Mana-Eater looms over them, its massive form casting a shadow of death, but Ciel refuses to yield. With his sword held firm, he continues to brace himself against the creature's overwhelming power, determined to shield Ari from the beast's lethal reach. The Mana-Eater lets out a deafening roar as its massive claw strikes with overwhelming force. The sheer impact is too much for Ciel to withstand, knocking his sword from his grasp and leaving him defenseless against the beast's relentless attack. The sheer power of the Mana-Eater proves too much for Ciel to withstand. With a grunt of pain, he is sent flying through the air, his weapon knocked from his grasp and spinning away into the distance. Defenseless and injured, Ciel crashes to the ground, left vulnerable as the monstrous beast looms over him. The impact leaves Ciel and Ari sprawled on the ground, gasping for air in a moment of desperate exhaustion. Their defense has been shattered, and as they struggle to recover, the menacing Mana-Eater looms nearby, its guttural growl signaling that the brutal assault is far from over. With the Mana-Eater looming over them, Ari desperately reaches for the magical bracelet on her arm. As she activates the artifact, it emits a sudden, intense glow, leaving Ciel wide-eyed and stunned by the unexpected surge of power. Ciel stares in shock as the magical energy from Eris' bracelet takes a physical form. A new demon sword materializes before them, leaving Ciel bewildered by the sudden development. With the Mana-Eater still looming over them, he can only wonder what is happening and why such a power would emerge at this critical moment. With Ciel and Ari left exposed on the ground, the monstrous Mana-Eater lunges forward with terrifying speed. Its colossal claw descends, casting a dark shadow over them as it prepares to finish the battle once and for all. With the Mana-Eater closing in, Ciel refuses to give up. He raises his hand high, his face filled with intense resolve as he shouts that he will do anything necessary to protect Ari, who remains vulnerable on the ground beside him. Driven by the desperate need to protect Ari, Ciel grips the glowing demon's sword tightly. With a fierce cry, he declares that he will do whatever it takes to overcome the threat, his determination radiating as brightly as the weapon in his hand. With the demon's sword now in his grasp, Ciel stares down the Mana-Eater. His expression is one of intense focus and grim determination, ready to strike back against the beast that has pushed them to the brink. With a desperate surge of resolve, Ciel swings the demon sword, releasing a blinding wave of energy that slams into the Mana-Eater. The massive beast is caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming power, its form shuddering under the impact of the strike. The Mana-Eater screams as it is engulfed by the brilliant light of the demon sword's strike. The creature's form begins to disintegrate under the sheer intensity of the energy, forcing it to recoil violently as it is overwhelmed by Ciel's newfound strength. The Mana-Eater's body continues to dissolve into particles of light, its monstrous form unable to withstand the sheer destructive force of the demon sword. With a final agonizing cry, the beast is consumed by the blinding energy, signaling its defeat. The blinding light of the demon sword consumes the Mana-Eater, leaving nothing behind. Lior, witnessing the total annihilation of the beast, stares with wide, trembling eyes, struggling to process how such a feat could be possible. the battlefield is consumed by a final, intense flash of light as the Mana Eater is utterly destroyed. The overwhelming power of the demon's sword leaves nothing behind but a dissipating glow, marking the end of the creature's existence. Following the destruction of the Mana Eater, a colossal beam of pure energy shoots into the sky. The sheer intensity of the light illuminates the entire area, signaling the overwhelming power of the demon's sword and the finality of the beast's defeat. The aftermath of the battle remains chaotic as the overwhelming power continues to flow. A hand marked by an intricate glowing bracelet remains extended, channeling a relentless stream of energy that tears through the atmosphere and lights up the surrounding mountains. The intense energy discharge continues to emanate from Eden's hand, marked by the mysterious bracelet. As the blinding light fades, Ari lies motionless on the ground, struggling to regain consciousness. The sheer magnitude of the power displayed leaves those witnessing the event in a state of shock and disbelief, questioning the nature of such overwhelming strength. Caught in the aftermath of the Mana Eater's destruction, Ciel and the unconscious Eri find themselves drifting within a blinding, swirling vortex of raw energy. As the power intensifies around them, Ciel is left stunned, desperately trying to comprehend the true nature of this overwhelming force. After their brush with death, the chaos subsides, leaving behind a serene view of the grand castle standing tall against the horizon. The atmosphere shifts from the intensity of the recent conflict to a quiet, lingering calm. The morning begins with Ari waking Shinaren to share news about Baron Klassel's transfer to the imperial capital. As they talk, they analyze the situation, concluding that the trial's outcome was merely a performance. They suspect that the Viscount, having previously assisted the Minister of Justice, has been pulling strings behind the scenes to orchestrate these events. The streets are filled with the rhythmic sound of hooves as a group of knights escorts the carriage carrying Baron Klassel. Shinaren watches the procession from a distance, his expression serious as he tracks the movement of the guards and the carriage, fully aware that this transfer is likely a calculated move by the Viscount. The procession moves steadily through the city streets, with the Viscount riding at the front, his expression composed. A Shinaren riding alongside observes the surroundings, remarking that the time for their plan is nearly upon them. He notes that with their transfer to the capital complete, they can now rely on the royalist faction to handle the rest of the operation. The conversation turns toward the mysterious Len Ashton. A knight expresses his confusion to the Viscount, questioning why someone of his status would be so fixated on a simple knight from the countryside, especially when compared to someone like Licia Klossel. The Viscount, wearing a knowing expression, challenges the knight's limited perception, suggesting that the true nature of the boy remains hidden from the public eye. The Viscount continues his explanation, his expression intense, as he recalls discovering a crucial piece of information from the past. He reveals that his interest in Len Ashton is purely calculated by controlling Len and the Ashton family. He intends to secure the rise of the Given's name within the ranks of the hero faction. As they continue their journey, the Viscount remains cryptic, telling the knight that he will understand the situation in time. But, for now, the truth is for his ears only. The conversation shifts to the forest incident, with the Viscount contemplating a strange light he observed the night before, speculating that it could be the power of the Saintess and that something significant may have occurred at Yerkwu. As the procession moves through the city, the Viscount maintains a cold, authoritative demeanor. He demands that the knight he sent to investigate the forest incident successfully apprehend the culprits, warning him not to bring further disgrace upon their house. The Viscount stresses the gravity of their political position, noting that they are barely holding an advantage over the royalist faction, and that failure is not an option. The knight, visibly pressured, quickly acknowledges the order. The Viscount and his armored escort arrive at the imposing city gates, their mission continuing as planned. As they enter the city, the scene transitions to a distant, open landscape where a lone rider travels across the vast, sunlit plains, marking a change in perspective. The Viscount's confident demeanor falters as he catches sight of a lone rider approaching from the horizon. The mysterious figure, bathed in the light of the sun, commands his full attention, causing the Viscount to stop in his tracks with a look of shock and realization. The mysterious figure riding across the plains is revealed to be Ari. Her sudden appearance, illuminated by a brilliant glow, leaves the Viscount stunned as she stares forward with a calm, focused expression. The tension escalates as the Viscount and his armed escorts surround the travelers on the open road. The Viscount visibly stunned as he calls out the name Licia. Despite the knights ordering them not to move, the girl remains calm, assuring her companions that she is fine and promising to discuss the matter later, while the others express relief at her safety. Eri and Ciel lean into each other, sharing a brief, tender connection. As Eri voices her resolve to honor someone's hard work, The scene shifts to the tense standoff, where the Viscount is forced to face the travelers, who calmly identify him as Viscount Givens. Aerie stares down the Viscount with unwavering resolve, coldly declaring that she has no manners to offer a criminal like him. The Viscount, taken aback by her defiance, tries to regain control of the situation by reminding her of his title and demanding she speak with proper respect. Viscount Givens wears a chilling, predatory smile as he stares down his opposition. He mocks the previous statement, coldly declaring that the girl has it all wrong and that her own father is the one who is truly guilty. The Viscount observes Aerie with a calculating gaze, noting that despite her attempt to maintain a composed expression, she is clearly exhausted. He internally remarks that her body is likely at its breaking point, struggling just to remain conscious. Recognizing her as a young child, he deduces that the journey to reach this location must have been an immense struggle for her. Aerie stands her ground against the Viscount, holding up a mysterious magic tool. She calmly tells him to behold the item, questioning if he can maintain his arrogant facade, now that his connection to the elf he hired is about to be exposed through this evidence. The Viscount scoffs at Aerie's accusations, sarcastically remarking that he thought he was in real trouble. Aerie retorts with intensity, revealing that the elf he hired had attacked Len's village. The Viscount remains composed, calmly removing his glasses as he feigns ignorance, and asks what reason he would have to commit such an act. The Viscount scoffs at Aerie, holding the magic tool and questioning if she truly believes it serves as proof of his crimes. Aerie remains firm, stating that the truth will come to light once the matter is investigated, and adds that they were also attacked by one of his knights in the nearby forest. Unfazed, the Viscount calmly points out the possibility that the attacker might have been an imposter, further challenging her claims. Aerie points out the knight who threatened her and Len, insisting she remembers his face clearly. The accused knight immediately denies the claim, looking to the Viscount and stating that he was only issuing commands from outside the forest as ordered. The Viscount maintains a calm, manipulative facade, questioning the knight's account as if he were unaware of the situation. The Viscount adjusts his glasses, feigning innocence as he tells Aerie that she must have been deceived by someone else. Undeterred, Aerie insists that they should return to his town to properly investigate and prove the truth of her accusations. However, the Viscount simply flashes a wide, sinister smile, bluntly shutting down her proposal by stating there is no need for such a discussion. The knight, loyal to House Clausel, steps forward to challenge the Viscount's dismissive attitude, insisting that Aerie's claims deserve a proper investigation. Unmoved and radiating a sinister aura, Viscount Givens flatly rejects the suggestion. He coldly tells them that if they are so determined to accuse him, they are free to open a formal tribunal at the imperial capital, effectively silencing the knight and leaving him visibly shaken by the nobleman's audacity. The atmosphere turns tense as CL fixates on the Viscount, repeatedly and firmly demanding that he show his hand. Caught off guard by the sudden and aggressive demand, the Viscount stares back, visibly unsettled and confused, questioning who exactly CL is speaking to. CL locks eyes with the Viscount, his expression cold and unwavering. He delivers a chilling revelation, identifying the knight as the Viscount's own man, effectively cornering the nobleman. The atmosphere grows heavy as CL makes it clear that the time for games is over and he is ready to extract the truth. The tension of the confrontation takes a toll on CL. As he reflects on the gravity of his mission and the connections he has forged, he is suddenly overcome by exhaustion or a mysterious force, causing him to stumble. Aerie, standing nearby, watches in alarm and calls out his name, Len, as he loses his footing. Aerie steps forward with unwavering resolve, demanding that the knight reveal the back of his hand. She points out that the wound she and Len inflicted during their previous encounter should still be visible, effectively cornering the knight. Caught off guard by her precise knowledge, the knight reacts with sudden, visible panic. The pressure mounts as the knight is cornered, desperately trying to explain away the incriminating wound on his hand as a mere work injury. He stammers, looking toward the Viscount for support. But the nobleman remains unmoved, coldly ordering him to show his hand to the others to settle the matter once and for all. Viscount Givens, his face twisted in a menacing glare, snaps at the knight to stop stalling and show his hand. He coldly threatens to cut the limb off himself if the knight refuses to comply, leaving the subordinate in a state of sheer terror. Under the intense pressure of the Viscount's ultimatum, the knight finally removes his metal gauntlet. As the armor clatters to the ground, the wound on his hand is laid bare for all to see. The Viscount stares at the injury, unimpressed, and remarks with a chilling tone that the knight clearly lacked a high-quality potion to treat such a mark. Aerie carefully examines the knight's exposed hand, pointing out the distinct marks left by a sword, and the telltale white burns caused by sacred magic. She explains to those present that wounds inflicted by sacred magic are unique, as they always leave a temporary scar regardless of the quality of the healing potion used, effectively confirming the knight's involvement in the incident. Viscount Givens remains unfazed by the revelation. He lets out a mocking laugh, turning the situation to his advantage, by insisting that this evidence is exactly why a new tribunal must be convened to clear the knight's name, while the knight looks on in visible distress. Viscount Givens bellows with intense fury, his face contorted as he asserts his absolute authority. He declares that the first trial has already reached its conclusion under Grand Imperial law, and he refuses to allow any changes to the decision regarding the transfer of Baron Clausel, insisting that the truth will only be revealed once they reach the Imperial capital. The atmosphere turns tense as Viscount Givens refuses to acknowledge the truth revealed by the knight's hand. With a cold, final expression, he declares the trial a farce and abruptly ends the proceedings, leaving Ari and the surrounding crowd in a state of shock and disbelief. With the trial dismissed in his favor, Viscount Givens rides away on his horse, his expression stern and unyielding. His armored knights follow closely behind, leaving the area as the dust settles on their departure. Aubrey watches with a pained expression as the procession leaves. She instinctively reaches out her hand, calling out for them to wait, but her plea goes ignored as the knights and carriages disappear into the distance. The sound of horses' hooves fades into the distance as Viscount Givens rides away, leaving Ari standing alone in the wake of his cold departure. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events and the failure to stop the injustice, Ari is left in tears, desperately questioning what she should do next. Viscount Givens begins to applaud with a cold, mocking expression, clearly delighted by the chaos he has caused. Ari and Soren look on, stunned by his blatant disregard for justice as he prepares to depart. Viscount Givens continues his cold, mocking display, offering insincere praise for Era's courage and dignity. He claims that he has never witnessed a more beautiful story, expressing a twisted sense of satisfaction. As he turns to leave, Ari looks on in confusion, questioning the identity of the newcomer. Suddenly, Ashina Ren appears on horseback, causing a stir among the guards who demand to know his identity. A composed man with light hair, introducing himself as Edgar, steps forward with a polite gesture. He calmly asks Er to step aside and leave the unfolding crisis in his hands, offering his assistance to the Saintess. Edgar stands his ground, maintaining a composed demeanor. As he addresses Viscount Givens, he promises not to interfere with the miracle but expresses his intent to help bring the current story to a close. As Edgar formally introduces himself and mentions he is visiting on behalf of his master, Viscount Givens loses his patience, sharply demanding to know who exactly his master is. Edgar maintains his composed and polite demeanor, despite the Viscount's agitation. With a faint, enigmatic smile, he draws a finely crafted dagger from his attire, casually apologizing for his own forgetfulness as if the tension in the air is of no concern to him. Ignoring the Viscount's demand for his master's identity, Edgar presents a decorative dagger. As the light catches the blade, the emblem engraved upon it is revealed. Viscount Givens stares at the crest in absolute shock, his composure shattering as he recognizes the symbol. Viscount Givens, visibly shaken, attempts to dismiss the emblem as a deception, shouting that Edgar is merely trying to trick him. Edgar remains composed, observing the Viscount's panic with a calm expression. He coolly reminds the nobleman that someone of his status should be well aware that falsifying a noble's emblem is a capital offense, further tightening the psychological pressure on the Viscount. Edgar stands firmly before Marin, the Imperial Marin, and calmly asserts his right to intervene in the proceedings. He explains that his master has granted him the authority to act if he finds the trial suspicious. Marin, visibly taken aback and shaken by the sudden challenge, can only manage a hesitant response. Edgar then presses his advantage, declaring that the current verdict is riddled with inconsistencies and formally proposing that a retrial be held in Clausel, leaving Marin stunned. Edgar maintains his composed demeanor as he explains that his master is deeply indebted to House Clausel, specifically mentioning a boy named Len Ashton. As he speaks, Marin appears visibly unsettled, struggling to respond to the weight of Edgar's words. Edgar maintains his composure as he relays his master's command to lend a hand until the very end. Clearly unsettled by the implications of this directive, can only repeat the words in disbelief, his expression betraying his growing anxiety. Marin is visibly shaken, his mind racing as he questions the motives behind the sudden interference. He cannot fathom why he would choose to exert his influence and lend his power to support House Clausel, leaving him in a state of panicked confusion. Edgar calmly explains that his master was moved to intervene after witnessing the miracle that Ari and Ciel achieved. He further clarifies that there is a personal connection, as Len Ashton had once saved the life of someone important to his master. As Edgar continues his explanation, Ari and Ciel listen intently, processing the unexpected weight of his words. Edgar stands tall, his expression composed yet sharp as he directly confronts the others about their previous arrogance. He pointedly asks if they truly believe they could outclass him, while the surrounding atmosphere shifts under the weight of his display of true strength. The morning light fills the room as CL stirs from his sleep. As he opens his eyes, he notices Ari resting beside him, her presence bringing a quiet, somber realization about her loneliness to his mind. CL wakes up in a grand, unfamiliar bedroom, confused by his surroundings. Before he can fully process where he is, Ari suddenly throws her arms around him in a tight embrace, leaving him completely startled. CL finds himself in a confusing situation as Ari clings to him tightly, tearfully calling out a name that isn't his. As the initial shock fades, CL processes the startling revelation that he has been unconscious for more than a month since their arrival at Colossal. As CL recovers, Edgar kindly insists that he stay at his house until his wounds are fully healed. Edgar then recounts the events following the trial, explaining that a retrial was held on the same day, where he was successfully proven innocent. He credits CL and Ari for this outcome, expressing his sincere gratitude, while also mentioning that the situation has now turned the tables, placing heavy suspicion upon Lord Given. The conversation turns grim as Edgar reveals that the Viscount has taken his own life using a hidden poison. CL, visibly unsettled, questions the truth behind this sudden suicide. Edgar offers his own theories, suggesting that the Viscount might have been coerced by his relatives or simply chose to end his life to avoid the consequences of being caught. Edgar continues his report, detailing how the Viscount's mansion was set ablaze and reduced to ashes. He shifts the conversation to express his deep gratitude towards CL, acknowledging that their success was only possible because CL managed to secure the support of a great noble. CL, visibly puzzled by the sudden mention of a powerful benefactor, asks for clarification. Edgar smiles and reveals the identity of the person who intervened, the Chief Wolven. Edgar continues his explanation, detailing why the Chief Wolven is so significant. He notes that the creature's internal organs are essential, rare medicinal ingredients that are almost impossible to find in perfect condition. Because CL managed to defeat the beast without damaging its organs, Edgar was able to use them to secure a strategic alliance with a Marquis, who agreed to provide support in times of emergency in exchange for the precious materials. Edgar explains that the rare medicine saved the Marquis' daughter, who had been suffering from a long-term illness. As a gesture of gratitude, the Marquis has sent an invitation to his mansion for CL. CL examines the invitation, feeling a sense of familiarity as he stares at the crest depicted on it. Staring at the invitation, CL's expression shifts from confusion to pure shock. The crest on the card triggers a dark memory from the game Legend of the Seven Heroes. He realizes with horror that the Marquis d'Ignat, the man who invited him, is none other than the game's final boss. Contemplates the terrifying nature of Marquis d'Ignat, a powerful aristocrat who was destined to betray the Empire and plot with the enemy. He realizes that in the original game, the death of the Marquis' daughter was the catalyst for this rebellion. By saving her life, CL is struck by the chilling realization that he has fundamentally changed the course of the story, leaving him to wonder what new dangers this deviation will bring. A few weeks have passed since the attack on the village. Sheena Ren's parents, Noah and Dane, who had successfully evacuated, finally reunite with their son in Colossal upon hearing he is safe. Despite the tragedy of their mansion burning down, they manage to recover some of their belongings. Seeing Ren, Dane smiles warmly and remarks on how much he has grown from the crybaby he once was. Sheena Ren dismisses the significance of his actions, but internally, he is deeply troubled by the memory of that encounter. He recalls how his bracelet seemed to draw magic from the stone, leading to the manifestation of a powerful magic sword. As he examines the now blank bracelet, he wonders about the true nature of that weapon and why the artifact reacted so intensely the moment he made contact with Ari. As they stand on the balcony, Ari expresses her relief that Sheena Ren's parents are safe, caught in his own thoughts about the mysterious bracelet and the magic sword. Ren stares intently at her, causing Ari to notice and ask what is wrong. Ren quickly apologizes, but his curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks Ari if she has a magic stone inside her body. Caught off guard by Sheena Ren's direct question, Ari reacts with genuine shock, demanding to know how he discovered such a secret. Sensing her alarm, Sheena Ren immediately tries to diffuse the tension by apologizing and claiming he was merely teasing her, though his casual explanation leaves Ari questioning if he had learned the truth from her father. Ari reacts to Sheena Ren's accurate guess by confirming the truth. She possesses a magic stone, a trait exclusive to the most powerful saints. She places a finger to her lips, urging Ren to keep this sensitive information a secret, explaining that only her family and the high priests of the temple are privy to such knowledge. Ren, realizing the gravity of the situation, solemnly agrees to keep her secret. Sheena Ren is deeply troubled, wondering if the appearance of the magic sword is tied to the disaster foretold in the legend of the seven heroes. As he questions the true nature and purpose of this power, Eri watches him, sensing his unease and beginning to doubt if his intentions are as simple as they seem. Standing on the balcony, Shinaren gazes out over the town of Colossal, lost in deep contemplation. He questions whether the events unfolding are the result of unavoidable circumstances. Reflecting on his past, he realizes that despite his firm determination to avoid Eri and the tragic future he knew from the game, he has ended up by her side in Colossal, leaving him to wonder if his attempts to change destiny have only brought him closer to it. Shinaren deeply analyzes the consequences of his interference. He recalls how defeating the Chief Wolven changed the past, and notes that individuals like his father, who were destined to die, and others like Yerku, have had their roles in the narrative altered. As he looks out from the balcony, he worries about the broader political implications, specifically whether the changes to the Ignat family's daughter will lead to Marquis Ignat betraying the Empire, further destabilizing the world he knows. Shinaren remains deeply troubled by the weight of his interference, realizing that every decision he makes ripples through the world, in ways he cannot yet foresee. As he drifts into his own thoughts, Eri notices his sudden detachment and reaches out to ask why he is spacing out, pulling him back to the present moment. R reaches out to gently cup Shinaren's face, looking at him with heartfelt sincerity. She breaks the silence with a poignant declaration, telling him that he is her hero and belongs to no one else, leaving Ren momentarily stunned by her emotional confession. Eri looks at Shinaren with a soft, knowing smile, playfully calling him a sly person for suddenly acting so kind after their violent first meeting. Shinaren listens, his expression softening as he accepts her words, while the sprawling city of Colossal remains peaceful beneath them. The narrative transitions from the quiet balcony in Colossal to the imposing structures of the Imperial Military Academy. The camera pans across the vast mountainous terrain and the sprawling city before settling on the grand architecture of the academy, finally highlighting the entrance to the principal's office. The public is abuzz with rumors as newspapers report on the strange flashes of light appearing across the land, questioning if they are the work of a hero or the wrath of the God Elfin. The reports specifically highlight the light beam in the Colossal territory, debating whether it was a miracle performed by the Holy Saint. Inside the quiet book-lined office of the Imperial Military Academy, Principal Klonoa Highland lets out a weary sigh, burdened by the weight of these mysterious developments. The scene shifts to a mysterious Ari, who gazes at a newspaper with a calm, detached expression. She muses to herself, wishing for someone to appear and break the monotony of her existence. While the narrative teases a premonition of an upcoming encounter, the scene presents a dark premonition of the future in the Imperial City. As the story progresses, the city falls into chaos, a noble dies under mysterious circumstances, and a crazed royal guard turns his blade against the third prince. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, the terrified citizens struggle to make sense of the catastrophe, with some fearing a foreign invasion and others believing it to be divine retribution. However, the truth behind these tragic events remains far more complex. The mysterious incidents plaguing the Imperial City are revealed to be the work of Marquis Ignat, consumed by vengeance. His motivation stems from a heartbreak. Assassin's daughter lay bedridden, requiring a rare medicine that could only be crafted from the internal organs of a chief Wolven. Despite his desperate search, he could not obtain the ingredients, and the Imperial family cruelly withheld them, setting the stage for his tragic transformation. While the Emperor's decision to hoard the materials for emergency reserves was technically justifiable, it came at the cost of Marquis Ignat's daughter, who ultimately passed away. Consumed by grief and bitterness, Marquis Ignat began to harbor a dangerous resentment toward the Emperor. Yet, as the timeline shifts, the tragedy that once defined his path seems destined to be rewritten. In a serene garden, Edgar serves tea to Ciel. As Ciel sips his drink, he questions the true nature of the young man in question. Edgar responds with unwavering confidence, asserting that there is no mistake in his assessment. Len Ashton possesses a value that transcends mere gold, a sentiment he is certain their lord would fully endorse. Ciel sits calmly in the garden, sipping his tea as he reflects on the narrative he has just been told. He acknowledges the weight of the story, noting that hearing about the circumstances surrounding the Marquise has helped soothe his own lingering frustrations toward His Majesty. Edgar tries to explain the reasoning behind the Emperor's refusal to provide the materials, noting it was for the sake of the Imperial family. Ciel cuts him off, admitting he understands the logic, but struggles to accept it emotionally. As they continue their tense conversation in the garden, a new figure approaches, calling out "Father," and drawing their attention. The tense atmosphere of the garden is broken by the sudden arrival of a young girl and her maid. They approach Edgar with bright smiles, clearly delighted to see him, and call out to him in excitement as he returns. The scene shifts to Fiona, who expresses her intent to visit the Colossal territory to personally thank Len Ashton, while Edgar gently reminds her to maintain a more formal tone befitting her status. When speaking to commoners, Fiona lightheartedly attributes her speech style to her mother's influence. Meanwhile, Cell notes that while he shares her desire to visit, they must respect Baron Classel's request to date, acknowledging the delicate balance between their different noble factions. Fiona proposes sending a letter to Len Ashton to express her gratitude since a direct visit is currently restricted. Ciel agrees that it is a good idea, but gently advises her to be patient and respect Baron Clausel's request for them to wait. Fiona reflects on his words and ultimately agrees with his cautious approach. The scene shifts to a contemplative moment where Ciel and Fiona are depicted in separate panels. Ciel appears deep in thought, while Fiona gazes upward with a hopeful expression. Both characters share a silent, heartfelt resolution to one day meet Len Ashton in person to convey their thanks, wondering if their sincere feelings will ever reach him. The narrative takes a brief pause from the main story to showcase the immense appreciation from the community. A meme illustrates the translator's choice to prioritize releasing chapters early over getting sleep, while a collage of heartfelt comments from readers fills the screen, expressing gratitude and admiration for the high-quality work being delivered. The scene opens in the quiet of the night at the Colossal estate. Shinaren sits at his desk, deeply focused on a glowing object he has acquired. He identifies the item as the rare Sarakia's blue pearl and observes with intrigue that it is actively absorbing his magical energy. Shinaren carefully examines the glowing artifact, recalling the obscure details from the game's setting book. He notes that the object is actually an incredibly durable egg, which supposedly requires immense magic and a great dragon's horn to hatch. While others dismiss the item as mere treasure to be sold, Ren realizes its true potential. It contains a legendary monster capable of challenging the Demon King, with its mastery over ice and darkness. Shinaren is startled from his Lanite research when a knock at his door reveals Lycia Colossal. The White Saint enters his room, her attention immediately drawn to the rare artifact he has been analyzing. She playfully teases him, noting that he is once again preoccupied with the mysterious jewel. Shinaren continues to examine the glowing artifact, explaining to Lycia Colossal that he acquired it from the Chief Wolven and believes it is safer to keep it than to sell it, given the powerful entity dormant within. As he notes that his physical condition is improving, he shares his intention to depart from the Colossal territory after one final meeting. Lycia listens intently, clearly concerned about his impending departure, and asks him directly how much longer he plans to remain. Shinaren looks on with a questioning expression as Lycia Colossal smiles, suggesting that he should remain in the Colossal territory for at least 1,000 more visits. Her lighthearted response catches him off guard, deepening the connection between them as they discuss his eventual departure. Shinaren calmly notes that meeting 1,000 times would take nearly 3 years, while Lycia Colossal mentions that her father has offered him a room to stay in. When Ryan tries to bring up his work, a flustered Lycia brushes it off, eventually dropping the extreme request and earnestly asking him if he could just stay a little bit longer. Seeing Lycia Colossal's persistence, Shinaren finally relents with a gentle smile. He agrees to her request to stay in the Colossal territory for a little longer, acknowledging that he will be in their care. As Shinaren settles into his extended stay in the Colossal territory, he and Lycia Colossal fill their days with shared activities. They continue their sword training routines and occasionally head out into the town to go shopping. During one of their outings, Lycia insists on using her own allowance to buy an outfit for Ren, despite his protests that he would have no occasion to wear it, as they both make the most of every single day together. The tranquility of the Colossal territory is broken by the arrival of the Imperial Knights. Shinaren, surprised by the news, questions their presence while holding a book. Soren explains that they have come to evaluate Lycia Colossal's swordsmanship. Recognizing a valuable learning opportunity, Soren invites Ren to accompany him, noting that the knight leading the group is a renowned figure, known for his mastery of the Holy Sword technique. Soren and Shinaren continue their conversation while walking through the grand interior of the estate. Soren elaborates on the Holy Sword technique, founded by the hero Ruins, as a way to utilize combat skills by sacrificing magic power. He explains that these techniques are vital for those born without insight. Listening intently, Shinaren recalls his own imitating these moves, though he remains doubtful that simply imitating these moves is enough to successfully activate true combat skills. Soren admits to Ciel that he wasn't suited for the Holy Sword technique, choosing instead to master Imperial swordsmanship, which he describes as the sword of protection. He kindly offers to teach this style to Ciel in the future. a gesture Ciel gratefully accepts. As they continue their discussion, they reflect on Eris' impressive skills in the Holy Sword technique and her high standing as a sword saint. Soren explains the hierarchy of swordsmen, noting that the sword saint rank is just below the ultimate title of Sword King, a rare position held by only 5 individuals in the entire world. As they continue their conversation, Soren asks Shinra-ren if he has considered learning other sword styles, specifically mentioning the Gukengi. He explains that it requires immense inherent talent, making it a rare skill. Shinra-ren recalls from his experience with the game that Gukengi was a formidable technique used by imperial enemies and founded by the Lion King, an ancestor of Leomel. He muses on the frustration players felt because the technique was impossible to learn in the game, acknowledging that while he understands the theory, mastering such skills is a different challenge entirely. As Shinra-ren contemplates the formidable power of the Gukenji technique, he is haunted by memories of his past gaming experiences, where facing such enemies meant risking instant defeat and permanent stat penalties. While he remains wary of the technique's lethality, his thoughts are pulled back to the present by Lycia Colossal, who enthusiastically calls out to him, urging him to join her in their training session. Shinra-ren attempts to maintain a low profile, politely telling the knight that he is only there to observe. However, the knight, who seems well-informed, counters by mentioning that Ren's potential has been noted by both the Saintess and Wisama. Ignoring Ren's modest denial, the knight presses him, expressing a strong desire to see his combat abilities in action. Ignoring Shinra-ren's hesitation, the knight named Avon steps forward with a calm smile. He draws his sword and extends it toward Ren, inviting him to begin a light sparring session to evaluate his rumored talent firsthand. The training session commences as Avon and Shinra-ren cross blades. Their swords collide with a sharp metallic ring, signaling the start of the test. As they trade blows, the surrounding observers watch intently, witnessing the initial clash between the mysterious knight and the protagonist. As the blades clash, Avon observes Shinra-ren's movements and calmly advises him to stop mimicking existing techniques and instead fight more like himself. Ren, momentarily taken aback, reflects on his own actions and realizes that he has been unintentionally channeling the Holy Sword techniques from his gaming days. Following Avon's guidance, Shinra-ren discards the rigid, mimicked movements of the game's Holy Sword techniques. He adopts a new, more personal stance, ready to demonstrate his own potential in the heat of the spar. Following his decision to abandon rigid gaming mechanic techniques, Shinra-ren lunges forward with a newfound, unique fighting style. Avon meets his strike head-on, their swords colliding with such force that the air around them ripples, marking the beginning of a more authentic and intense exchange between the two. The sparring match reaches a new level of intensity. Avon observes Shinra-ren's movements with a serious expression, remarking that he never expected the exchange to reach this point, while Shinra-ren continues to press forward with his newfound, unique fighting style. The sparring match reaches a critical point as Avon launches a swift attack, only for Shinra-ren to parry it with ease. Avon is visibly shocked, struggling to comprehend how his opponent successfully defended against his strike. He realizes that by abandoning his reliance on game mechanics, Shinra-ren has become a much more unpredictable and dangerous combatant. Avon looks directly at Shinra-ren, his expression calm and analytical. He tells him that despite his impressive display, the rigid Holy Sword techniques are simply not suited for him, suggesting that Ren needs to find a path that better reflects his own unique capabilities. Avon continues his professional assessment, acknowledging Shinra-ren's raw strength, while pointing out that his father's training has instilled habits that clash with the Holy Sword techniques. He argues that Ren's fierce, aggressive nature is his true strength, and attempting to suppress it to master these specific techniques might actually hinder his growth as a swordsman. Shinra-ren listens intently, simply responding that he understands the knight's perspective. Suggests that since the Holy Sword techniques are not a good fit, Shinra-ren should instead receive instruction on the basic use of the sword and offer. Shinra-ren accepts. As they continue their discussion, Marquis, Ignat, and Ari observe from nearby, with the Marquis questioning Avon's judgment regarding Shinra-ren's ability to learn the techniques, despite his fierce nature. Avon continues to analyze his recent spar, noting that Shinra-ren possesses a natural aptitude for a different style of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Ciel and Eri discuss Lycia-sama's mood, with Ciel pointing out her telltale habit of playing with her hair whenever she becomes grumpy. Ciel and Eri continue their discussion, with Ciel confirming that his earlier observation about Lycia-sama's bad mood was accurate. Eri struggles to accept the implication that Shinra-ren lacks talent, but Ciel calmly insists that Avon's direct feedback was a practical way to save them from wasting further time on unsuitable training. Ciel calmly tells Ari not to worry about Lycia-sama, urging her to focus on her own improvement instead. Ari, deep in thought, realizes that from Avon's perspective, she and Shinaren share similar combat habits. She then reveals to Ciel that she has been obsessively studying Shinaren's tactics and sword techniques in order to defeat him, leaving Ciel momentarily surprised. Ari sits in quiet contemplation, processing the realization that she shares similar combat habits with Shinaren. Although she was told these habits could be corrected, she feels a deep resistance to the idea, interpreting the critique as a dismissal of her personal goals, and refusing to accept that her path might be wrong. Ari suggests that she might not need to be fixated on the holy sword techniques, considering there could be other styles better suited for her. Ciel remains confident that she will eventually master them. Shifting the focus, Ari asks Ciel how he would feel if he were told to discard the swordsmanship taught by his father, forcing him to confront the personal value of his own training. Ciel attempts to draw a line between their situations, noting his humble background as a knight's son compared to Ari's status as a saint. However, Ari firmly rejects the idea that they are bound by such roles. She reveals that her father encouraged her to pursue her own aspirations freely, and she is determined to forge her own future as a tribute to her late mother. Ari continues to voice her concerns about the struggle of unlearning old habits, questioning if starting fresh with a different sword technique would be a more productive path for her growth. As she speaks, listens intently, coming to the realization that Lysia-sama is a real individual with her own agency, transcending her original role as a mere character from a game. Ari and Ciel share a final exchange about their personal growth and the paths they choose to follow. As they look up at the night sky, they contemplate the future that lies ahead, marking the end of the current chapter with a sense of anticipation and shared resolve. Under the vast, moonlit night sky, the story pauses to reflect on the journey ahead. The scene shifts to a quiet moment where Ari and Nari are seen catching their breath, their weary but determined expressions highlighting the physical and emotional toll of their training. With the message to march on with your own feet echoing the central theme of self-determination, the chapter concludes, marking the end of this segment of their development. Nari stumbles and nearly falls while training, but Yuna quickly catches her. Gasping for air, Nari apologizes for losing her strength, yet she insists on continuing, driven by the pressure of feeling behind her peers. Yuna gently urges her to rest, emphasizing that they should call it a day. Lying in bed, Nari laments her physical weakness, noting that her long period of inactivity has left her unable to walk on her own. Despite Yuna's evident concern, Nari pleads to keep trying, promising to stop before she actually gets hurt, driven by a desperate need to improve. Nari leans on Yuna, her heart filled with a deep longing to stand on her own 2 feet and express her gratitude to the one who liberated her. As she lies in bed, she recalls the agonizing days of her past, trapped in a body racked with pain. Her gaze shifts, reflecting on the profound impact Shinren has had on her life as he stands in the distance, looking toward the horizon. After pushing herself to her physical limits, Nari catches her breath while Yuna looks on. Marquis Ignate appears, having watched her training from his office, and offers her praise for her hard work. Nari, still winded and humble about her current progress, shyly acknowledges her father's presence. Marquis Ignate approaches his daughter, Fiona, holding an envelope in his hand. He informs her that he has received a letter addressed to her from the Imperial Military Academy. Fiona reacts with immediate surprise, wondering aloud if the letter contains the long-awaited results from the preliminary exam she sat for the previous month. Fiona is overjoyed to discover that the letter contains her acceptance into the Imperial Military Academy. She excitedly shares the news with her father, Marquis Ignate, who responds with a calm smile, noting that he never doubted her success. When Fiona asks why he was so sure, the atmosphere shifts as they continue their conversation, with Yuna observing the interaction closely. As the conversation continues, Marquis Ignate reveals that he was never worried because he had seen Fiona studying hard in her bed despite her poor health. He lightheartedly mentions that he is only truly concerned about the upcoming final exam. Fiona, feeling a bit flustered by his casual confidence, expresses how nervous she had been about the preliminary results. Shinaren holds Nara's hand, offering her encouragement to keep pushing forward with her training. He reminds her that if she gets hurt now, she won't be able to fulfill her wish of thanking Len Ashton, making all her efforts go to waste. Nari, feeling a bit flushed by his concern, retorts with a playful "got it already." Geez, as she continues to focus on her goal. Marquis Ignate shifts the conversation to address Shinaren's future plans. He kindly suggests that Ren is welcome to continue his service as a knight, or simply remain in Colossal until the time comes for him to assume the role of the head of the family. Marquis Ignate gently prompts Ren to open up about his thoughts. Hesitant at first, Ren eventually confesses his inner conflict. He admits that although he deeply desires to reunite with his family, he is paralyzed by the fear that he will only cause them more trouble, leading him to contemplate the possibility of not returning to his village at all. Marquis Ignat continues his serious discussion with Sheena Ren, noting that Viscount Given has developed an unsettling obsession with him. He shares that Roy had previously consulted him on the matter, expressing deep concern that while Ren could handle monsters, he would be vulnerable if targeted by powerful nobles. To ensure his safety, the Marquis explains that Roy had suggested Ren become a knight at Colossal's mansion. Ren listens intently, clearly taken aback, to learn that his father had been actively planning for his protection. Marquis Ignat calmly advises Sheena Ren to take his time and remain at Colossal while his home village undergoes reconstruction. Touched by the concern, Ren expresses a humble wish to one day be strong enough to resolve his own problems, though he doubts such a feat is possible for a knight's son. Marquis Ignat dismisses his self-doubt, telling Ren that he simply needs to become a force so formidable that even the most powerful nobles would find him impossible to challenge. Marquis Ignat dismisses the idea of political marriage as the only path to power, steering the conversation toward a more formidable goal. He points to the legendary Sword King as the ultimate symbol of strength that transcends the influence of even the highest nobility, leaving Shinren to contemplate this daunting but powerful ambition. Sheena Ren reacts with surprise, asking Marquis Ignat if he truly means the legendary Sword King. The Marquis confirms, explaining that the 5 strongest swordsmen in the world exist beyond the control of any nation. He further elaborates that while some of these powerful figures reside in the imperial capital, they do so entirely of their own volition, unbound by political authority. Sheena Ren internalizes the daunting reality of the Sword Kings, recalling that even with maximum levels and mercy from the opponent, victory in the game was a matter of pure luck. Shifting his focus to the present, Marquis Ignat encourages him to pursue growth, suggesting he seek guidance from Weiss alongside Lycia. The Marquis reassures him, promising to take responsibility for his living expenses as he embarks on this path of self-improvement. Sheena Ren insists that he cannot simply sit idle while staying at Colossal, asking Marquis Ignat if there is any work he can assist with. The Marquis considers this request and asks if Ren would be willing to take on a role similar to his previous duties in the village. As the conversation progresses, Ren realizes with a start that the Marquis is proposing he continue the dangerous work of monster subjugation. Marquis Ignat confirms that the work involves more than just combat. It requires careful monitoring of the local monster population to prevent dangerous overgrowth. He explains to Sheena Ren that the role entails verifying the status of monsters in the vicinity, filing periodic reports, and taking action to subjugate them whenever it becomes necessary for the safety of the region. Taking the Marquis' advice to heart, Sheena Ren navigates the busy streets of the town. He considers the suggestion to take on requests at the Adventurers Guild as a way to stay productive and gain experience. Eventually, he stops in front of a building, wondering if he has finally found the right place. Sheena Ren walks into the lively Adventurers Guild, his presence immediately noted by the people inside. Among the patrons, Ciel and War notice him, with one of them commenting on his appearance, while the other warns against staring too obviously. Sheena Ren approaches the guild counter to officially register as an adventurer. The receptionist is visibly hesitant, questioning if he has consulted with Baron Klossel, but Ren calmly confirms he has already received permission. As he pays the registration fee and fills out the forms, his efficiency and calm attitude leave the receptionist puzzled, as he seems far more experienced than a typical first-time registrant. Sheena Ren confidently interrupts the receptionist's explanation, noting that he has already studied the guild's rules and rank-up conditions from books. He displays a clear understanding of the administrative details, including the limitations on reissuing guild cards. With his registration complete, Ren moves to the guild's request board, carefully reviewing the posted information regarding monster activity in the surrounding area. Sheena Ren carefully studies the quest board, noting that the colossal territory lacks strong monsters, with even drank threats being quite rare. As he processes this information, he is suddenly approached by 2 figures, Lear and Rian. They loom over him, sarcastically calling him Heradono and questioning if he is worried about the lack of challenging quests. Lyre and Rian stand before Sheena Ren, their expressions filled with mockery. Rian speaks up, confirming that they are indeed mocking him, while Lyre adds a biting remark, sarcastically complimenting how Ren handled his interaction with the Viscount. Ryan and Lyre continue their condescending advice, telling Sheena Ren that he should stop looking into certain requests. Lyre explains that the steel-eating gargoyle is a drank monster that is generally left alone because it does not harm people unless provoked, at which point its counterattack becomes formidable. Sheena Ren acknowledges their warning, realizing the specific danger posed by the monster they are discussing. Sheena Ren considers the tactical advantage of hunting the gargoyles, Noting that their unique nature could provide valuable materials for a new magic sword, however, he remains cautious and decides that it would be wiser to seek advice from Lizard-sama before proceeding with any combat plans. Shina-ren pauses to examine his status window, observing the growth of his abilities. He realizes that his recent encounter with Yerklu has pushed his magic sword summoning art to level 3. With this new milestone, he confirms that he is now capable of summoning 2 magic swords simultaneously, marking a clear improvement in his power. Shina-ren keeps a watchful eye on his surroundings when he spots a creature darting through the grass. He identifies the beast as a Mitsumi, a low-level Frank monster, noting its behavior as he prepares for potential combat. Putting his new combat capabilities into practice, Shina-ren manifests an iron magic sword to strike at the Mitsume. He quickly follows up by summoning a wooden magic sword, demonstrating his newfound ability to control multiple weapons simultaneously as he successfully neutralizes the Frank monster. Shina-ren observes the Mitsumi securely bound by vines, impressed by the utility of his leveled-up magic sword summoning art. He remarks that the technique is very convenient as he prepares to finish the hunt. After successfully testing his abilities, Shina-ren takes a moment to analyze his status screen. He observes that his iron magic sword has leveled up, but he remains curious about the progress of his wooden magic sword, wondering if it has reached its limit or if there are specific conditions required to advance it further. As he eats, he reflects on the need to carefully consider his future plans and the development of his powers. Shina-ren approaches the receptionist, carrying the Mitsumi he captured earlier. He looks at her with a hint of uncertainty, asking if it is truly acceptable for the guild to purchase everything he has brought in. Shina-ren stands before the guild receptionist, presenting 2 massive earthworms he has successfully hunted. He explains that while he has already removed the magic stones, he requests that she appraise the remaining materials. Shina-ren walks through the bustling town streets, marveling at his recent earnings of 600,000 gems. Comparing this to the typical hourly wage of a commoner, he realizes he has made a substantial profit in just one day and decides he needs a new wallet. He soon arrives at a clothing shop, where the shopkeeper immediately recognizes him as Ren-sama. As he looks at the garments, Ren remembers visiting this very shop previously in the company of Lia-sama. 1 month later, the situation takes an unexpected turn when Ciel reveals his plans to move out. Ari is completely taken aback, bombarding him with questions about why he would leave. Ciel tries to explain that he feels he has been relying on her too much, but Ari firmly dismisses his concerns, insisting that he continue living in his current room. Ciel holds a box and firmly explains to Ari that as a member of the Ashton family serving Lycia-sama, he has consulted with Lizard-sama and taken on the responsibility of managing the old mansion. He tells a surprised Ari that he plans to move there to avoid staying in the guest room indefinitely. Ari is visibly upset, complaining that she had no idea Ciel was planning to leave for the village. Ciel apologizes, explaining he intended to inform her later. Just then, Yuna enters the room carrying a delivery for Ciel. Ari notices the package and curiously asks if he bought something from the store with the specific mark on it. Ciel calmly confirms his recent purchase as he opens the box. With a soft click, the lid lifts to reveal a neatly folded garment inside. He presents the box to Ari, politely asking her to take a look at what he has acquired. Ciel carefully unfolds the fabric from the box he just opened. Ari watches him with wide, curious eyes, her expression softening into a mix of surprise and anticipation. As Ciel holds the garment out toward her, Ari shyly asks if it is intended for, clearly moved by his gesture. Ciel smiles gently as he presents the dress to Ari. Confirming her suspicion, he explains that he purchased the garment on the day he earned his first wages, a gesture that leaves Ari visibly touched and surprised. Ari holds the fabric of the dress, clearly moved by the gesture, and whispers that it is so cute. Ciel watches her with a gentle smile, though he remains modest about his choice, offering to find her a different one if she does not truly like it. Ari is visibly touched by Ciel's gesture. She hugs the dress against herself with a shy, happy expression, declaring that she has no intention of giving it back. Ciel watches Ari with a gentle, uncertain smile, silently wondering if his gift was well received. He then apologizes, asking if a single gift is not enough to earn her forgiveness. Ari, feeling overwhelmed and flustered by his sincerity, mutters that he is being unfair. Standing in the elegant hallway, Ari tries to explain her complex emotions to Ciel. She insists that it isn't just about the gift, but rather that everything has been happening too fast for her to process. She sighs, making it clear that her mood hasn't magically improved, leaving the tension between them lingering. As Shina-ren drifts into sleep, his mind transports him into a dream sequence. He finds himself reliving a pivotal scene from the game The Legend of the Seven Heroes. In this vision, he observes Lycia Colossal being followed by the renowned figure known as the world's greatest wizard, Cronoa Highland. As Shinaren continues to dream about the events of the Legend of the Seven Heroes, the scene shifts to a grim revelation. The image shows Licia Clausel lying defeated, accompanied by a caption confirming that she, too, met her end at the hands of Len Ashton. Sheena Ren jolts awake, deeply unsettled by the vivid nightmare of the game's events. As he pours himself a drink to calm his nerves, he contemplates the terrifying strength of Chronoa Highland and the mystery of her defeat. Realizing the danger of the path ahead, he decides that his best course of action, from the Imperial capital and the Imperial Military Academy, to avoid the tragic future he witnessed. The morning sun shines over the town as Ciel walks through the market, receiving cheerful greetings from the local vendors who call him Mr. Hero. After his morning stroll, the scene transitions to the busy interior of the Adventurers Guild, where adventurers are gathered. Ciel stands before the quest board at the Adventurers Guild, scanning the notices for anything of interest. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a loud growl, causing him to wonder if he skipped a proper breakfast. The sound catches the attention of Asura sitting at a nearby table, who chuckles and remarks on how cute the noise was. Still amused by the sound of Ciel's hungry stomach, gestures for him to approach her table. She holds a mug and offers him a friendly invitation to join her for breakfast, leaving Ciel looking on with a surprised expression. Ciel stands by the table, feeling a bit awkward as he tells the hooded woman that he has enough money to pay for his own meal. The woman, unfazed, insists that he shouldn't be so reserved since it is her treat. Ciel then points out the crowded state of the guild and suggests that they simply share a table instead. As he speaks, he internally observes that while he cannot see her face beneath the hood, she certainly does not appear to be a local. As they eat, Sora comments on Ciel's mature demeanor, leading Ciel to deflect with a casual remark about his age. Internally, Ciel grows more wary, suspecting that Sora's voice might be altered by a magic approached him. Sora playfully admits that she was drawn to the sound of his hungry stomach, finding the young boy's situation endearing enough to strike up a conversation. Ciel and Sora continue their meal, with Sora asking for his thoughts on their interaction. The atmosphere shifts abruptly as Sora calmly confesses that she is actually planning on how to kidnap him, leaving Ciel to process her chilling declaration. Sora laughs off her previous remark about kidnapping Ciel, claiming it was merely a joke to avoid trouble with the knights. She then shifts the conversation, inviting Ciel to join her on a trip to the Imperial capital, citing how much she has enjoyed their talk. Ciel, however, remains wary of her intentions and immediately rejects the offer, questioning if she is from the capital herself. Sora pays for the meal and mentions her long journey involving a magic ship and a stagecoach to reach the guild. She expresses regret that their conversation must end, but hopes they will cross paths again. Ciel, maintaining his guarded demeanor, agrees to the possibility of a future meeting, though his tone remains reserved. As they part ways, Sora leans in and makes a mysterious promise to teach Ciel about the strange power he possesses. Ciel is left in total shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watches her turn and walk out of the guild, leaving him questioning how she could possibly know about his secret ability. Ciel remains frozen in the street, his mind racing as he questions how the mysterious woman could possibly know about his secret ability to summon the demon sword. As he stands there, lost in thought, Rian suddenly walks up and greets him, asking if he is heading to the eastern forest again. Ciel turns to look for the hooded woman, only to realize she has already disappeared into the crowd. While Ciel is still reeling from his encounter with Sora, Ryan and Lear approach him with a request. They explain that the guild has asked them to keep an eye on some younger adventurers venturing into the forest and invite Ciel to join their efforts. Ciel, however, turns down the invitation, informing them that he is currently busy fulfilling a specific job entrusted to him by the Baron. Ryan and Lear bid Ciel farewell, expressing a hope to hunt alongside him in the future. Ciel watches them leave, maintaining his composure, but as they walk away, his thoughts immediately drift back to the enigmatic woman. He is left standing in silence, overwhelmed by confusion and unease as he wonders who she truly is and how she could possibly know about his secret power. Ciel's internal contemplation is abruptly cut short as a massive, predatory beast lunges toward him. With his focus shifting instantly to survival, Ciel readies his sword to confront the creature, putting aside his confusion to face the immediate threat. Ciel continues his work, noting that the inspection of the captured beast is proceeding without issues. He realizes that the day's work will yield a good profit, and thanks to Lord Lizard's permission to use his earnings as he pleases, he plans to send magic tools and money back to his family. As he looks out into the forest, he wonders if his family will appreciate the gifts he intends to send. Ciel's peaceful moment of reflection is abruptly shattered. He freezes in the forest, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he reacts to a sudden unexpected voice echoing through the trees. The earth trembles and cracks, a massive fissure tearing through the terrain with a deafening roar. CL, caught in the middle of this sudden cataclysm, lets out a desperate, echoing cry as the ground beneath him gives way. The forest battle intensifies as CL, Ryan, and Lyre confront a formidable armored monster that has suddenly emerged. As they strike at the creature, their blades fail to penetrate its impenetrable hide, prompting a panicked realization from Ryan about the monster's unexpected strength and presence. CL and his companions are forced onto the defensive, struggling to find a way to overcome the creature's overwhelming durability. The situation spirals out of control as the party members are battered and wounded by the monstrous creature. Amidst the chaos, Ryan and Lyre desperately try to hold their ground, shouting out in pain and calling for support as their defenses crumble under the relentless assault. The battle reaches a breaking point when the armored monster lands a devastating blow on Ryan, sending him crashing down amidst a spray of blood and debris. Lyre, witnessing his companion fall, cries out in alarm as the monstrous foe looms over the battlefield, its overwhelming power leaving the remaining party members in a desperate struggle for survival. The battle reaches a critical point as Lyre finds himself locked in a desperate struggle against the armored monster. With his companion incapacitated, Lyre is forced to parry a crushing blow from the creature's claw, gritting his teeth as he barely manages to hold back the overwhelming force of the attack. The tension reaches a breaking point as Kiel and Lyre stand their ground against the towering, armored beast. With the battlefield shrouded in dust and debris, the two companions ready themselves for a desperate strike. Determined to overcome the creature's overwhelming defenses, Ciel stands his ground, his eyes locked onto the armored monstrosity. As the creature looms before him, he identifies it as the legendary still-eating gargoyle, confirming his suspicions about the origin of the deafening roar that shook the forest. Ciel and Lyre stand amidst the wreckage of their party, looking up at the menacing steel-eating gargoyle, Rumi. Ciel expresses his confusion, noting that according to the bulletin board, this creature should have been far away from Colossal. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ciel turns to Lyre with a firm plan, telling him to evacuate the others while he stays behind to stall for time. Lyre nods in agreement, shouting that he has understood the plan as he prepares to move the injured party members to safety. With the path clear, Ciel lunges forward, his eyes focused on the descending Rumi, ready to clash with the beast and hold it back. Ciel lunges at Rumi, but his blade fails to deal significant damage against the creature's armored skin. As he pulls back, he grimaces, realizing that the steel-eating gargoyle's exterior is far harder than he anticipated. Ciel weaves through the thick vines, his sword flashing as he strikes at Rumi. The steel-eating gargoyle lets out a deafening roar, its armored body proving to be a formidable obstacle, but Ciel refuses to back down, maintaining his focus as he dances around the beast's lethal claws. Ciel lands a precise blow on the steel-eating gargoyle, Rumi, drawing dark blood from the beast. As he maintains his defensive stance, he calmly assesses the monster's threat level, noting that while it shares the same rank classification as the Chief Wolven, its actual combat power is noticeably inferior. The steel-eating gargoyle, Rumi, lets out a fierce roar and lunges at Ciel with renewed aggression. Caught off guard by the monster's sudden shift in speed, Ciel barely manages to parry the incoming strike, his expression tightening as he realizes the creature is far more dangerous than he initially assessed. Battle takes a turn for the worse when a massive, unexpected force strikes the ground near him. Stunned and reeling from the sudden development, he realizes with alarm that he is not just facing one monster, but that a second gargoyle has joined the fray. The situation turns dire as the second steel-eating gargoyle emerges, standing side by side with the first. Their armored forms and menacing presence signal a coordinated threat, leaving Ciel in a precarious position as he faces the duo. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a second gargoyle, Ciel stands his ground with his sword drawn. The two steel-eating gargoyles loom over him, ready to strike, signaling that the true intensity of the battle is only just beginning. Caught in the heat of battle, Ciel grunts in pain as he parries an attack. His mind races with confusion and alarm. According to the information he had, there was only supposed to be one monster here. Now, forced to contend with two steel-eating gargoyles simultaneously, Ciel finds himself in an increasingly dire and unpredictable fight for survival. Caught in the middle of a deadly pincer attack, Ciel pushes his reflexes to the limit. He narrowly ducks under a sweeping claw from one steel-eating gargoyle, his eyes locked on the threat. With a swift, desperate motion, he lunges forward, driving his blade into the creature's armored hide to create an opening in this relentless combat. Ciel finds himself cornered by the two gargoyles, but he refuses to retreat, knowing that doing so would put innocent lives at risk. He shifts his strategy, focusing his efforts to restrain one of the monsters with a thick web of vines, forcing the creatures to contend with his tactical countermeasures. Ciel deftly maneuvers through the air, his sword ready, as he keeps the two steel-eating gargoyles occupied. With one of the monsters already restrained by his magical vines, Ciel declares his resolve, refusing to let these dangerous creatures threaten the lives of innocent people. Refusing to back down, Ciel propels himself forward, closing the distance to deliver a powerful blow against the monstrous steel-eating gargoyle in a desperate bid to turn the tide of the battle. With momentum on his side, Ciel lunges through the air, his blade cutting through the chaos as he lands a direct, decisive strike against the armored hide of the steel-eating gargoyle. The steel-eating gargoyle roars in pain and fury, unleashing a concentrated blast of energy towards Ciel. Undeterred, Ciel stands his ground, his own magical gear pulsing with as he readies himself to deflect or dodge the incoming attack. Refusing to back down from the lethal threat, Ciel stands his ground, his eyes fixed on the magical energy radiating from his equipment. The steel-eating gargoyle struggles against the thick glowing vines that hold it in place, emitting a piercing screech. Amidst the heat of battle, Ciel pauses for a brief moment, surprised to realize that his weapon seems to have evolved into a new demon sword. The steel-eating gargoyle lets out a deafening roar of pain, its massive form recoiling as it takes the full force of Ciel's strike. The creature struggles against the sudden surge of power, its monstrous body shuddering under the intensity of the attack. Ciel maintains a defensive stance, holding his swords ready, while protected by a shimmering magical barrier. The steel-eating gargoyle towers before him, its claws scraping against the energy field as the intense battle continues. Amidst the heat of the battle, Ciel stares at his weapon, which has undergone a remarkable transformation. He confidently declares that what he is wielding is the Demon Sword of Shields. Ciel stands firm amidst the remnants of the shattered barrier, his eyes locked onto the steel-eating gargoyle. Wielding the Demon Sword of Shields, he shifts his stance, fully prepared to unleash the power of his transformed weapon and turn the tide of the fight. The battlefield is transformed into a scene of devastation, with a massive fissure carved into the earth. Lear and Shinaren stand together, staring at the wreckage as the dust begins to clear. Lear's expression shifts to one of alarm, while Shinaren remains silent, processing the sheer scale of the destruction before them. The dust begins to settle in the ruined canyon, revealing the aftermath of the intense clash. Ciel stands calmly, with his weapon drawn, his gaze fixed on the defeated steel-eating gargoyle that lies broken and motionless before him. The dust begins to clear, revealing Ciel standing tall after the intense confrontation. Lior and the others look on in absolute shock, unable to believe what they have just witnessed. Lior, breathless and wide-eyed, stammers in disbelief, questioning if the person before them is truly the hero they expected. The knights stand in disbelief, their eyes wide as they stare at the two steel-eating gargoyles. Sprawled out before them, the creatures, now bound and motionless, leave the soldiers questioning the reality of the situation, unable to fathom how two of these dangerous beasts were taken down. The knights surround Ren, questioning if he truly defeated the steel-eating gargoyles alone. Ren humbly tries to downplay his role, suggesting he had help, but the knights insist the feat belongs to him. Meanwhile, Lear approaches, revealing that he has already contacted the guild to ensure that Ren receives the full reward for the successful completion of the task. Ciel reflects on the utility of his Demon Sword of Shields, noting its high mana cost but impressive effectiveness, as he reviews his status screen. He is surprised by the significant experience points gained from the steel-eating gargoyles, which surpassed his previous difficult encounters. He theorizes that to further increase the proficiency of his demon swords, he must specifically feed them magic stones from the same species of monsters. Ciel clenches his fist, feeling the weight of his recent progress. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he contemplates his newfound strength. Suddenly, his internal reflection is interrupted when a voice calls out, "Len?" drawing his attention back to the surrounding townspeople. As Ciel stands in the square, Licia Clausel and her attendants notice his injuries. Shocked by his appearance, Licia asks him where he sustained such wounds, while Ciel turns his attention toward her. Licia Clausel carefully checks the injuries on Ciel, relieved to find that they are not deep. As she tends to him, Ciel looks at her with a quiet, contemplative expression. He breaks the silence by asking why she isn't upset, confessing that he had anticipated her getting angry at him for his actions. Licia Clausel gently praises Ciel, telling him that his courage saved many lives and that he should be proud of his actions. Ciel, however, remains reserved, noting that he fought of his own volition. Lee admits that while she initially thought about getting angry because he faced such dangerous opponents, she ultimately refrained, acknowledging that the investigation was something her father had requested of him. As the conversation continues, Licia Clausel looks directly at Ciel with a tender, concerned smile. She gently confesses that even though she understands why he took the risks he did, she couldn't help but feel anxious for his well-being, showing the depth of her care for him. As they walk through the estate, Lycia Clausel invites Ciel to join her for dinner at the main residence. Feeling responsible for the worry he caused, Ciel asks if there is anything he can do to make it up to her. He mentions his intention to visit some villages, similar to his previous trip, but Lycia gently brushes off his guilt, insisting that he no longer needs to worry about the incident. Ari looks towards Ciel with a gentle expression, asking if he will accompany her. Ciel, acknowledging her status as the Saintess, calmly agrees to her request, signaling the start of a new chapter in their journey. The scene opens with a distant view of a castle, carrying a sense of foreboding. Inside, Vios presents a sealed document to Sheena Ren, explaining that it is a report from the knights guarding the villages around the Baldur Mountains. After reviewing the contents, Sheena Ren notes that the upcoming winter is expected to be unusually cold, leading them to discuss the urgent need to stockpile firewood and magic tools to ensure the safety of the region. Sheena Ren asks Edgar for his perspective on the recent steel-eating gargoyle incident. Edgar explains that, according to the Adventurers Guild, the creatures were likely starving and forced to migrate in search of food. Sheena Ren notes the recent drop in mineral prices, leading them to deduce that reckless mining by adventurers in the monsters' territory is the root cause of the problem. Sheena Ren reflects on the difficulty of proving his situation, while Soren shares his observations regarding Ren's training. Soren admits his initial surprise at Ren's lack of aptitude for the holy sword technique, but after witnessing Ren's dedication and rapid progress, he concludes that Ren likely possesses the talent to master the strong sword technique instead. A few days have passed since the successful subjugation of the steel-eating gargoyles. Sheena Ren is now seen traveling on horseback, alongside Lycia Clausel, embarking on an expedition to visit the various villages throughout the territory. As the expedition continues, the group stops to take a break. Shinran spends time with a horse that once belonged to Yerka, and to his surprise, the animal seems to have accepted him as its new master. Sala Clausel observes the interaction, and they discuss the horse's temperament, speculating that it may have been mistreated by its previous owner. As they continue their rest, Sheena Ren asks Lycia Clausel if the horse is still young. Lycia confirms this, explaining that like Whis' horse, this one carries monster blood and will grow significantly larger over time. She notes that such horses stay in their prime for a long duration and enjoy exceptionally long lives. Hearing this, Ren smiles and remarks that it seems they will be traveling together for a long time. Sikna Clausel encourages Sheena Ren to give the horse a proper name. As they talk, Yuna approaches them, noting that she is glad Ren has decided to stay in Clausel for the time being. Yuna mentions that her mistress was pleased by the news, and suggests that Ren should consider attending a party. Yuna informs Sheena Ren that the party she mentioned is specifically for Lycia Clausel's birthday. Ren realizes that the date is coming up soon in the summer, and begins to contemplate what kind of gift he should present to her. He expresses his gratitude to Yuna for the reminder and resolves to prepare a thoughtful gift as soon as they return to Clausel. The expedition continues, as Lycia Clausel and her companions reach a rural village. The local leader steps forward to greet them, expressing his gratitude for their visit as the villagers gather to welcome the party. Inside their lodging, Lycia Clausel points out their current location on a map to Sheena Ren, outlining their path for the following day. As they discuss the geography of the Baldur Mountains, Ren observes their proximity to their destination and reflects on the potential danger, concluding that the situation remains under control as long as Marquis Ignat does not intervene. Sheena Ren contemplates the dark history of the Baldur Mountains. He recalls that in the original game, The Legend of the Seven Heroes, Marquis Ignat utilized the region to threaten the Liamel Empire. By using the demon stone of the Red Dragon, Asphalt, the Marquis turned the once low-threat mountain range into a perilous danger zone. Sheena Ren delves deeper into the lore of the Baldur Mountains, recounting the legend of the ancient dragon, Asphalt. He explains that for hundreds of years, this powerful creature made the mountains its home, possessing the unique ability to understand human speech and a fierce, prideful nature that drove it to constantly seek out worthy opponents. Sheena Ren explains that the once proud red dragon, Asphalt, lost its sanity due to the Demon King's influence, leading to its eventual defeat at the hands of the Seven Heroes. Its remains fell into a volcano, which over time melted away completely to form the Baldur Mountains. This transformation caused the volcano to become dormant, forever altering the landscape. Sheena Ren continues his historical explanation, detailing how the demon stone of Asphalt remained intact, deep within the volcano. He describes how Marquis Ignat discovered this stone and utilized the residual power of the Demon King to revitalize it, granting the monsters of the Baldur Mountains immense unnatural strength. The scene shifts to a close-up of Marquis Ignat, whose face is filled with intense, bitter resentment. The narrative shifts to a dark reflection from Marquis Ignat, who laments the betrayal of his homeland and the tragic loss of Fiona. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to Ren and his party traveling through the landscape toward the Baldur Mountains. Despite his knowledge that the timeline has shifted, Red admits that he cannot shake a sense of unease when gazing upon the treacherous mountain range. The village leader approaches Sir Weiss, seeking his counsel regarding a troubling environmental issue. He explains that the river water level near the village has been steadily dropping over the past few days. Upon investigating upstream, he discovered that fallen trees are obstructing the water's flow. He notes that while they attempted to clear the blockage, the debris proved too heavy for the villagers to move, likely a result of the intense winds and heavy rains that recently battered the area. Ciel approaches the village leader and Sir Weiss, offering to take care of the fallen trees blocking the river himself. He reasons that the knights have enough work to attend to after their arrival. Despite the village leader's concern about whether he can manage the task on his own, Ciel remains confident in his ability to resolve the issue, as the village leader reassures everyone that the young man is none other than the legendary Len Ashton. The villagers are stunned to realize they are in the presence of the hero from the rumors. Ciel, clearly feeling embarrassed by the sudden spotlight, tries to remain humble, while Ari and the others observe the scene as the village leader apologizes for his earlier skepticism. Ciel reaches the riverbank, observing the debris caused by the recent storm. Determined to resolve the issue for the villagers, he prepares to clear the obstruction himself. Ciel approaches the massive fallen trees obstructing the river. Deciding to tackle the obstacle from above, he exerts his strength to lift the heavy timber, successfully clearing the debris and restoring the water's flow. With a display of raw power, Ciel heaves a massive boulder out of the riverbed, clearing the obstruction that had plagued the villagers. The sudden movement causes a splash that leaves him completely drenched. Standing by the now flowing water, Ciel wipes his face and sighs, realizing he could have handled the task with a bit more finesse to avoid getting soaked. Just as Ciel finishes clearing the river, he is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a mysterious Sora. The figure stands before him, calmly questioning his methods, and suggesting that using nature magic would have been a much simpler way to handle the task. Ciel turns around in shock to find the Sora, standing before him. Sora retorts with a playful yet taunting tone, pointing out that Ciel should have been at Colossal instead of wasting time clearing the river. Sora chuckles, using her magic to dry Ciel's soaked clothes, while teasingly warning him about the risk of catching a cold. Ciel, looking slightly flustered, defends himself by explaining that he had unavoidable reasons for being there, and was certainly not just playing around. Ciel stares in disbelief as his wet clothes are suddenly dried by a burst of magic. Sora, hovering nearby, giggles and proudly claims that she used a spell meant for cleaning clothes. While she acts smug about her display of power, Ciel dryly points out that such magic was clearly not intended for that purpose. Ciel ponders the implications of magic that can clean clothes, noting that such a concept didn't exist in the original game, The Legend of the Seven Heroes. He questions Sora about her presence at the river, to which she cryptically replies that she is there for work. Ciel observes her suspicious attire, realizing that she is fully aware of how mysterious she appears to others. Ciel's attention is suddenly drawn to a fallen log as he hears a rustling sound. Peering over, he discovers a pack of snarling boars lurking in the brush. Ciel watches them cautiously, identifying the creatures as little boars as they grunt and prepare to confront him. Sora observes the aggressive boars, theorizing that the recent disaster has forced them to abandon their usual feeding grounds. As the beasts prepare to attack, Ciel instinctively steps in front of sword drawn. When Sora questions his positioning, Ciel calmly confirms he is ready to fight, to which she simply agrees as the boars charge forward with a loud squeal. Sora is taken aback by Ciel's protective behavior, asking him why he is acting that way. Ciel, keeping his eyes on the charging boars, replies with a calm, matter-of-fact tone that he is indeed trying to protect her, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Meanwhile, the wild boars continue their fierce assault, closing in on the pair. With a determined look, Ciel draws his sword, positioning himself between the charging boars and Sora. Sora remains behind him, watching the scene unfold as Ciel takes the lead in the confrontation. The forest erupts into chaos as the wild boars lunge forward with savage intensity. Ciel remains positioned firmly in front of Sora, his weapon ready to intercept the charging beasts as they close in from all sides. With a swift and decisive motion, Ciel cuts down the attacking boar. As the threat is neutralized, Sora looks at him with a calm, perceptive expression, acknowledging that his actions have revealed his secret. She remarks that he truly is the hero everyone has been talking about in the rumors. Following the skirmish, Sora tries to pique Ciel's interest by offering to explain her motives if he accompanies her to the capital. Ciel, however, remains unmoved and flatly rejects her invitation, stating he will never go. Sora sighs, expressing her disappointment at his refusal. Sora looks at CL and tells him she must depart. She admits that while she was tired of her duties, she actually had fun spending time with him. With a final farewell, she mentions she needs to head to the Baldur Mountains immediately, promising that they will cross paths again. Sora begins to depart, but CL, caught off guard, reaches out and calls for her to wait, still having something he wants to say. Before he can finish his sentence, a brilliant burst of magical energy erupts, and Sora disappears from sight, leaving CL standing in stunned silence before the cascading water. CL stands in the forest, still reeling from Sora's abrupt disappearance. He notes that she even took the trees he was meant to clear with her. As he looks toward the distant mountains, he finds himself deeply suspicious of her true nature, questioning who she really is and how she possesses such diverse magical abilities. He suspects she might be using a tool to disguise her voice, as he cannot place it, leaving him unsettled by the encounter. While CL is left to wonder about the strange girl who just vanished, the narrative shifts to a mysterious individual standing in a radiant ethereal space. This figure, whose identity remains hidden, seems to be a key player in the unfolding events, as the story notes that fate itself is now in motion. Following the recent expedition, the estate is bustling with activity once again. As the staff prepares for the upcoming birthday celebration for the young lady, Sheena Ren steps in to help Yuna, and the workers coordinate the storage of various supplies in the old building. Life at the estate remains busy as preparations for the young lady's birthday party continue. Sheena Ren takes an active role, effortlessly carrying a large barrel while Yuna and the other Yunas assist in organizing the incoming supplies. Licia Klossel is busy rummaging through the supplies stored in the estate's building. Her eyes light up with excitement as she pulls out a dark, rectangular case, exclaiming that she has finally found it. Just then, CL walks over and spots her, calling out her name in confusion as he wonders what she is doing there. Licia Klossel suddenly asks CL if he saw something, but before he can respond, she quickly dismisses the topic, claiming she just remembered an urgent errand. She hurries away, leaving CL behind. As he watches her go, CL realizes he still needs to figure out what to give Licia Klossel as a birthday present. CL wanders through the busy streets, lost in thought about what to get Licia Klossel for her birthday. He recalls giving her clothes previously and rules out a ring, fearing it might be too meaningful and create an awkward situation. Just as he is deep in deliberation, his attention is captured by a white hawk soaring through the sky above, sparking a sudden realization. CL reflects on the properties of the platinum feather, a rare material from a white hawk known for its silver-like brilliance that captivates many. He quickly realizes, however, that such a rare item is unlikely to be found easily, leaving him to ponder his next move while walking through the busy town. CL approaches a beastman warrior, who notices his troubled expression and offers assistance. After CL explains that he is looking for a platinum feather, the warrior acknowledges the difficulty of the task, noting that it is not something one can easily acquire without significant luck. CL sips his drink while listening to the harsh reality of his quest. He is informed that the coveted platinum feather is actually just a tail feather from a white hawk, but it is incredibly elusive. The magic that gives the feather its unique, silver-like shine vanishes instantly if the bird is defeated, or if it uses its power to flee, leaving behind nothing but ordinary feathers. Riku clarifies that, because the feathers take years to regrow, the only viable method is to find ones that have fallen naturally. He suggests that CL contact a trading company in the imperial capital as a more reliable alternative. However, CL notes that there is less than a month left until Licia Klossel's birthday, making that option too slow. Determined, CL decides to begin searching for white hawks himself, even though he acknowledges the difficulty of the task. Riku recalls a specific location where flocks of white hawks are known to travel. Noting that they pass through the eastern forest just before noon, he offers to point out the exact spot on a map for CL. Overjoyed by the sudden breakthrough, CL exclaims in surprise, grateful for the help in his search. CL arrives back at the mansion, walking up the grand staircase where Licia Klossel is waiting for him. As they meet, Licia welcomes him home, but her expression quickly shifts to one of concern as she notices his weary appearance, prompting her to ask if he is feeling all right. CL notices Licia Klossel, looking drained, and asks if her exhaustion stems from her holy magic training. Licia Klossel immediately waves off his concern with a nervous smile, claiming she simply overexerted her magic power and that it is nothing to worry about. She then turns and walks away, leaving CL standing on the staircase, puzzled by her sudden evasiveness. The next day, CL ventures into the eastern forest. Guided by the information he received, he carefully checks his surroundings, hoping to find the flock of white hawks and secure a platinum feather. CL finds a suitable position, high up in a tree within the eastern forest. He uses his sword to skillfully clear away some branches, creating a makeshift blind to hide himself while he waits for the white hawks to appear. Hidden within the branches of a tall tree, Ciel applies a scent-erasing perfume to mask his human presence from the white hawks. Recalling Rika's advice about the red berries being the bird's favorite, Ciel realizes he has found the perfect vantage point. Rather than waiting for the rare feathers to fall naturally, he formulates a bold plan to seize the consciousness of a white hawk while it is in its prime, hoping to secure the feather he needs. Ciel sits quietly in his concealed vantage point, his expression focused as he contemplates his plan. He realizes that he does not need to defeat the birds, but can instead simply cause them to lose consciousness, allowing him to achieve his goal efficiently as a flock of white hawks begins to appear in the sky above. Hidden within the foliage of the tree, Ciel keeps a watchful eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, the white hawks appear, drawn by the red berries. Seeing them arrive, Ciel whispers to himself that they have finally reached the spot, preparing to seize the opportunity to capture them without causing harm. As the white hawks descend to feed on the berries, Ciel remains hidden in the branches, mind drifting to his past gaming days. He remembers how notoriously difficult it was to obtain even one of these creatures despite encountering hundreds. With the pressure mounting, Ciel acknowledges that he has no room for failure, knowing that capturing the bird is only the first step before he must successfully process it. Ciel watches intently as the white hawks descend to feast on the red berries. He realizes that he should have attempted this approach earlier, but he remains prepared for any outcome, mentally noting that he will need to find another way to secure his goal if this specific plan does not succeed. Hidden within the branches, Ciel keeps his eyes locked on the flock of white hawks. He watches their movements with intense concentration, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and subdue one of them without causing any harm. Hidden within the foliage, Ciel keeps his eyes locked on the flock of white hawks. As the birds feast on the red berries, the air fills with falling feathers, marking the perfect moment for him to make his move and attempt to seize one of them. A few weeks have passed. Shinran stands in a formal suit, letting out a soft sigh as he reflects on the situation. He never imagined that he would actually have a reason to wear these clothes, but the time has finally come for them to be useful. Inside a lavishly decorated banquet hall, Sir Weiss stands with Ciel, both dressed in formal attire. Sir Weiss remarks on how well the suit fits Ciel, observing that his demeanor carries a dignity reminiscent of the hero Ruin. Ciel humbly thanks him and notes how different Sir Weiss looks compared to his usual attire. Their conversation is interrupted, as the crowd turns their attention toward the entrance, announcing that the young lady is arriving. The heavy doors of the banquet hall swing open, drawing the eyes of everyone in the room. Ciel, standing amidst the crowd of guests, looks toward the entrance with a calm, observant expression, waiting to see who has arrived. The atmosphere in the banquet hall shifts as the young lady makes her grand entrance, walking gracefully across the checkered floor. The guests, captivated by her presence, begin to applaud, filling the room with the sound of clapping hands. The banquet hall is captivated by the radiant presence of Ari, whose appearance is nothing short of a true saintess. Amidst the grandeur, Ciel turns to Sheena Ren, who is dressed in his formal suit, and offers a sincere compliment, telling him that the outfit suits him perfectly. The chapter concludes on this elegant note, marking a brief pause in the unfolding narrative. The atmosphere in the grand hall is vibrant and festive. Guests mingle and converse, their laughter and chatter, filling the room as they raise their champagne glasses together in a collective toast, marking the success of the gathering. Luca outlines the standard procedure for the banquet's gift-giving ceremony, explaining how the butler, the knight's representative, and finally the head of the family would present their offerings. Ciel listens intently, quickly deducing that his own role will require him to present his gift before everyone else. Luca explains to Ciel that his gift presentation will follow those of the servants and the knights. Ciel is visibly taken aback by the protocol, asking if he is serious. As Luca observes Ciel's uncharacteristic behavior, he comments on how he never expected to see him acting like a normal young man, leaving Ciel feeling anxious and unsettled. The banquet ceremony proceeds. As Sirwis approaches Ari to deliver the knight's contribution, he presents a set of training equipment, sharing that it comes from a shop in the imperial capital that supported him during his time with the royal guard. Ari, visibly delighted by the practical and meaningful gift, expresses her heartfelt thanks to the knight. Ciel stands among the guests, visibly anxious as he realizes it is finally his turn to present his gift. Taking a steadying step forward, he approaches Licia Clausel and hands her the wrapped present, wishing her a happy birthday. Licia Clausel beams with gratitude as she thanks her father for his gift. Nearby, Ciel is caught off guard by the sudden change in the ceremony's protocol. He turns to Luca, questioning if Lord Lezard might have doubted his ability to provide a gift. But Luca calmly explains that the disruption is likely a deliberate move by Lézard, who is well aware of Ciel's intentions. Ciel stands amidst the banquet guests, contemplating the unexpected shift in the ceremony's protocol. Although he is puzzled as to why he has been pushed to the end of the line, he ultimately decides that the specific order no longer matters and prepares to move forward. Stepping forward in the banquet hall, Ciel offers his sincere birthday wishes to Lycia Clausel. He extends his hands to present his wrapped gift, hoping that she will appreciate the gesture. Lycia Clausel clutches the present Ciel gave her tightly against her chest, a soft, warm smile gracing her face. She looks down at the gift with genuine affection, clearly moved by his thoughtfulness. As Lycia Clausel gently holds the gift, she smiles warmly at Ciel, telling him that she would be happy with anything, as long as it came from him. She chuckles softly, reiterating that she is already content with his gesture. Ciel, looking on with a modest expression, expresses his gratitude for her kindness, while humbly noting that she has already been showered with many presents from others throughout the event. The banquet hall remains filled with guests watching the scene unfold. Lycia Clausel stands gracefully in her dress, holding the gift she received, while Ciel stands opposite her, both of them momentarily isolated in the center of the room's attention. Lycia Clausel stands in the center of the banquet, her eyes wide with genuine surprise as she holds the gift from Ciel. The atmosphere around her seems to brighten, reflecting her unexpected reaction to the present. The gift from Ciel is revealed in detail, a beautiful feather-shaped item that catches the light. Lycia Clausel stares at it, her eyes wide with wonder and emotion, clearly moved by the significance of the present. The atmosphere in the banquet hall shifts instantly from celebration to astonishment, as the nature of the gift Ciel presented becomes clear. The surrounding guests, including a village leader and Sheena Ren, stare in disbelief. The sight of the platinum feather leaves everyone present in a state of shock, marking a significant turn in the evening's events. Lycia Clausel gazes at the gift in her hands with a radiant, teary-eyed smile. Completely captivated by the gesture, she confesses that the sheer joy of the moment is almost too much for her to handle. Smiles warmly at Lycia Clausel, expressing his relief at her reaction, though he jokingly suggests he should have brought a different gift to avoid her dying from happiness. Lycia Clausel immediately retorts with a flustered, determined refusal to ever give the gift back, while a string ensemble continues to provide music for the banquet. The banquet atmosphere shifts toward the culinary offerings, as the Yunas present a variety of exquisite dishes. Meanwhile, the guests are still reeling from the revelation of the platinum feather. Ciel and others continue to press Sheenarin, expressing their utter astonishment at how he managed to acquire such an incredibly rare and legendary item, noting that even the entire imperial capital would struggle to produce one. Sheena Ren maintains a calm facade, as he tells the curious guests that he simply stumbled upon the platinum feather while traveling through the forest. However, the narrative shifts to his internal reality, revealing the truth behind his words. He had to face significant challenges and dangerous encounters in the wild to secure the precious item. At the banquet, Lycia Clausel taps Ciel on the shoulder to get his attention. She leans in close to whisper, asking if he can spare some time for her once the event concludes. Caught off guard by her sudden request, Ciel looks at her with a surprised expression. Under the night sky, the castle stands tall and illuminated. Lycia Clausel, still holding the gift box, is shown in a close-up as she touches the platinum feather tucked behind her ear, her expression filled with genuine affection and happiness for the precious item she received. Under the night sky, Nari tells Ciel that spending her birthday with him feels like a dream. As they stand on the balcony, she hands him a gift box, explaining that she took the time to find something that would suit him perfectly. Ciel holds the gift box, trying to recall its significance while questioning Nari's comment about it suiting him. Nari, watching him with anticipation, playfully insists that he stop overthinking and open the box immediately. Ciel complies, setting the box down on the small table between them to reveal what is inside. Ciel opens the box to find a beautifully crafted short sword resting inside. Recognizing the item, he looks at Nari and asks if it is meant to replace the one he had lent her earlier. Nari shyly confirms, admitting that she had lost the original weapon during the chaos of their previous fights. Ciel inspects the glowing short sword, quickly realizing it is far more than a simple replacement weapon. Nari confirms his suspicion, explaining that the blade is a specialized magic tool crafted without metal to better conduct her energy. She reveals that she poured her own magic into the sword, allowing it to channel her holy power whenever it strikes. Nari looks at Ciel with a gentle, radiant smile, her hand resting against her chest as she explains the depth of her effort. She tells him that she spent day after day pouring her own magic into the blade, hoping it would be useful to him in the future. Ciel, listening intently, is struck by the realization of how much time and care she dedicated to this gift. his expression reflecting his surprise and appreciation. As CL holds the magical sword, memories of Nari working tirelessly flash through his mind. He finally understands why she had looked so weary recently, realizing that her fatigue was a direct consequence of her selfless devotion to him. Looking at Nari, he is deeply moved by the silent sacrifice she made to ensure he would be protected. CL gazes at the glowing blade in his hands, finally understanding the true weight of Nari's devotion. The magic power she poured into the sword until this very day resonates with him, filling him with a profound sense of appreciation. He looks up, his expression softening as he sincerely thanks Nari, admitting that he is truly happy to receive such a meaningful gift. CL asks Nari why she chose her own birthday to present him with such a thoughtful gift. Flustered and blushing, Nari admits that she wanted to celebrate his birthday with him and couldn't bear to wait until the actual date in spring. She adds that she felt regret over not being able to do anything for him last time because of the situation with Yerkwu. Leaving CL listening intently, Nari looks at CL with a soft, sincere expression, admitting that she simply felt she had to give him the gift today. Seeing her bashful demeanor, CL lets out a gentle laugh. Nari, feeling slightly embarrassed, playfully demands to know why he is laughing, to which CL apologizes with a warm smile. CL smiles warmly at Nari, remarking that they both truly did their best today. As the atmosphere settles into a peaceful silence, Nari gazes out over the town under the night sky, clearly touched by his acknowledgement. Nari stands on the balcony, her expression soft and slightly flushed as she gazes out at the night view. Beside her, CL looks on with a gentle smile, remarking that they are surprisingly alike, a realization that brings a quiet sense of closeness to their shared evening. As the quiet night settles over the city, Nari and CL remain on the balcony, their connection growing stronger. With a gentle look, they express their mutual desire to continue supporting each other, promising to stay by one another's side in the future. The conversation between Nari and CL takes an emotional turn. When CL asks about their future, Nari responds with a tearful yes, visibly overcome by the weight of their shared bond. Surprised and concerned by her sudden display of emotion, CL gently asks why she is crying. CL looks at Nari with confusion, asking her to repeat what she said. Nari, blushing and emotional, explains that it was because he always mentioned he was going home. As CL tries to process her words, Nari smiles and playfully declares that her true feelings are a secret, maintaining the intimate atmosphere between them under the vast night sky. With tears of happiness in her eyes, Nari offers a gentle, knowing smile. She holds a finger to her lips in a playful gesture, keeping her inner thoughts hidden while reassuring CL that she will hold him to his words. The scene shifts to a striking close-up of Ari. With a hood pulled over her head, she flashes a confident, almost mischievous peace sign. Her expression is one of fearless amusement, leaving the reader to wonder about the true nature of her identity. As the chapter comes to a close, time has passed since Lycia Clausel's birthday celebration. In the distant city of Oberheim, a mysterious guest cloaked in a hood approaches the grand gates of Marquis Ignat's estate, marking the beginning of a new development. As the mysterious visitor stands before the gates of Marquis Ignat's residence, the guard on duty, Vios, politely asks if they have an appointment. Sora simply replies with a soft apology, before pulling back their hood, letting their long hair flow freely as they reveal their face. The guard is visibly stunned as he recognizes the visitor, quickly offering a sincere apology for his earlier lack of recognition. Sora remains composed, brushing off the guard's panic with a calm reassurance, explaining that keeping their identity hidden was a deliberate decision. Sora makes their way through the elegant corridors of the residence, their footsteps echoing as they approach the inner office. Inside, Marquis Ignat sits at his desk, waiting for the arrival. As the door opens, the Marquis looks up, offering a composed greeting to the mysterious guest. Noting his surprise at the visit, the mysterious visitor steps forward, revealing herself to be Lady Cronoa, the renowned headmaster of the Imperial Military Academy. Known to the world as the greatest wizard, Cronoa Highland makes a striking entrance, leaving the room in awe of her presence. Inside the office, Cronoa Highland greets Marquis Ignat, apologizing for her sudden arrival. The Marquis graciously welcomes her, immediately ordering Edgar to bring tea and sweets. Cronoa then expresses her desire for Edgar to participate in their upcoming conversation. Agreeing to her request, the Marquis directs his staff to have the other guests wait at the table while he and Cronoa prepare to talk. In the elegant drawing room of the Marquis residence, Edgar and Cronoa Highland sit down for tea. Edgar politely asks about the rumors of her leaving the capital due to urgent business, seeking to understand the reason behind her visit. Cronoa, however, responds with a mysterious and playful smile, refusing to disclose her true intentions and teasingly telling him that it is a secret. While enjoying refreshments, Edgar attempts to steer the conversation toward the purpose of Cronoa Highland's sudden visit. However, Cronoa dismisses his inquiry with a cheerful smile, catching him off guard by announcing that she is actually interested in hearing all about Sheena Ren. Edgar maintains his composure, directly questioning Cronoa Highland about her true motives for seeking information regarding Len Ashton. Cronoa, maintaining her mysterious and playful demeanor, explains that her interest stems from a significant debt of gratitude she owes to both the Ashton and Clausel families. Edgar maintains his composed demeanor as he explains to Cronoa Highland that the Clausel family was instrumental in helping Fiona when she was sick. He emphasizes that this history is why he cannot simply ignore her motives, pressing her once more to explain why she is so intent on gathering information about Len Ashton. Cronoa Highland laughs off Edgar's suspicion, promising to explain her motives clearly so he can stop worrying. As she speaks, she reflects on her past, recalling the rare and comforting feeling of being protected by her father. Meanwhile, Edgar listens with a reserved expression, still cautious about her true intentions regarding Len Ashton. The conversation shifts as Cronoa Highland praises Len Ashton, noting that he is not only cute and strong but also intelligent. Edgar, meanwhile, expresses regret that he could not adequately describe Sir Len's appearance to Lady Fiona, leading Cronoa to curiously ask him why. Edgar explains the grim reason behind his inability to describe Len Ashton, noting that the young man had been covered in wounds during the events in Clausel. The narrative then transitions to a view of the Grand Mansion, where Cronoa Highland is walking down a hallway and is suddenly called out to by someone approaching her. Fiona Ignart smiles brightly as she speaks with Cronoa Highland. Cronoa observes that it has been a while and notes that Fiona is now able to move on her own, acknowledging the difficulty of her rehabilitation. Fiona responds with a cheerful smile, explaining that the process actually made her happy because she could feel herself getting stronger each day, making the effort worthwhile. Fiona Ignart smiles warmly, assuring Cronoa Highland that she is feeling perfectly fine. When asked about the reason for her visit, Cronoa explains that she came specifically to check on Fiona's health. Fiona expresses her happiness at being able to talk with her father and Cronoa, prompting the latter to ask if she can perform a checkup just like she did during her previous visit. Fiona happily agrees to the request. Cronoa Highland initiates a magical checkup on Fiona Ignart. As the magic flows, Fiona closes her eyes, feeling the resonance of the energy as Cronoa carefully monitors her physical progress. After completing the magical checkup, Cronoa Highland smiles warmly at Fiona Ignart, informing her that her health has stabilized and she knows no longer needs to rely on medicine. She emphasizes that Fiona's body is developing as it should and that her condition is unlikely to regress. However, Cronoa adds a firm condition, instructing Fiona to never remove the necklace she had previously given her. Fiona nods in agreement and expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Cronoa for her care. Following the checkup, Cronoa Highland shifts the conversation to the Imperial Military Academy's uniform. She asks Fiona Ignart if she has already tried it on. Fiona explains that she has already had some small adjustments made to the outfit. While they acknowledge that it might be a bit early, given that the final exams are still ahead, they agree that it is better to start preparing early. Highland continues to advise Fiona Ignart on the importance of early preparation for the academy, noting that the results are announced during a busy season for nobles. She warmly compliments Fiona, telling her that she looks great in the uniform. Despite the praise, Fiona admits that she still finds it hard to picture herself as a student, leading Cronoa to playfully ask her why she feels that way. Fiona Ignart confesses to Cronoa Highland that her hesitation stems from having been confined to her room for most of the year. She admits that while she managed to reach the capital, seeing the other students makes her doubt her ability to fit in or make friends. Feeling overwhelmed by the busy environment of the city, seeing Fiona Ignart's anxiety about fitting in at the academy, Cronoa Highland offers a warm, reassuring smile. She tells Fiona that she will be just fine, affirming that she knows exactly what kind of good person Fiona is. Fiona looks on, feeling comforted by the headmaster's kind words. Cronoa Highland gently guides Fiona Ignart to stand before the mirror, urging her to visualize herself as a student. She paints a vivid picture of a joyful academy life, filled with friends and laughter. Fiona, still anxious about the rules, asks if taking a detour on the way home would cause trouble, but Cronoa lightheartedly assures her that there are no such restrictions. Standing behind Fiona Ignart, Cronoa Highland points toward the mirror where Fiona is reflected wearing the academy uniform. She speaks with a warm, comforting tone, urging Fiona to imagine herself enjoying her life and letting go of her fears, promising that there is nothing left to be scared of. The scene transitions to a focus on the details of the academy uniform. Fiona Ignart's feet move steadily forward, her skirt swaying as she walks, marking the beginning of her journey as she embraces the future she once feared. The grand architecture of the Imperial Military Academy, looms in the background as students in their uniforms walk along the stone path. This bustling scene reflects the future that Fiona Ignart was encouraged to imagine, marking the beginning of her journey as a student among her peers. The campus is filled with the vibrant energy of student life. Nari and Ciel walk side by side, their silhouettes glowing against the bright, hopeful light of the morning sun, marking the beginning of their new journey at the Imperial Military Academy. Fiona Ignart's eyes widen in complete surprise, her face turning bright red as she presses her hands against her cheeks, letting out a startled cry of disbelief. Fiona Ignart is completely flustered, her eyes wide with mortifications as she dwells on the embarrassing thoughts of meeting someone she has never encountered before. The weight of her own imagination leaves her feeling deeply ashamed. Outside the academy under the cover of darkness, Cronoa, Highland, and Ciel discuss the urgent need to relocate the upcoming exam. Cronoa explains that the original site is no longer viable, leading her to personally inspect the Baldur Mountains and other areas as possible alternatives. Ciel listens with interest, questioning the necessity of her investigation. Cronoa Highland continues to detail the dangers of the Baldur Mountains, noting that the steep cliffs and harsh cold make them unfit for an exam venue. Ciel listens, lamenting that he should have applied for a recommendation letter sooner to spare Fiona Ignart from the stress of the exams. Cronoa offers a comforting perspective, reminding Ciel that his priority was rightfully focused on curing Fiona's illness throughout the spring. Ciel questions the wisdom of Cronoa Highland, sharing sensitive information about the exam venues, but she brushes off his concern, explaining that those locations were already discarded. As they stand by the academy gates, Cronoa mentions that she will be leaving Liamil at the end of the year, expressing satisfaction that she could help care for Fiona Ignart before her departure. Ciel, surprised by this news, asks her where she intends to go next. Cronoa Highland shares her plans to travel to the Holy Land for an entire year, a revelation that surprises Ciel. She explains that the project involves rebuilding part of the Silver Saint Palace, which serves as the central hub for all temples worldwide. As they discuss the logistics of the mission and the international involvement required to manage the seals and barriers on the holy relics, Cronoa clarifies that the school's board of directors will assume authority while she is away. Ciel suggests that Cronoa Highland should use her time away from the academy to finally focus on herself, noting that it will be amusing to watch the board of directors deal with their own internal conflicts while she is gone. Cronoa agrees with his sentiment, but suddenly checks her pocket watch and realizes she is running out of time to board the magic ship, forcing her to cut their conversation short. Cronoa Highland bids Ciel a final farewell, expressing her support for the upcoming final exams and asking him to convey her encouragement to Fiona Ignart. Ciel responds with a polite, composed smile, wishing her a safe journey and assuring her that she will always be welcome back in Liamil once her year-long mission at the Holy Land concludes. Under the glow of a full moon, the magic ship carrying Cronoa Highland ascends into the night sky, leaving Liamil behind. As the vessel disappears into the clouds, the narrative pauses, leaving the characters' intertwined feelings to linger as the story prepares for its next chapter. The morning sun rises over a quiet, snow-dusted town, casting a calm atmosphere over the landscape. Inside a building, Ari appears with a gentle smile, greeting the recipient of a letter and acknowledging its arrival. Sheena Ren stands in a tavern, holding a letter he received at his mansion, and asks the receptionist about the nature of the request he has been nominated for. She explains that, according to Sir Kai, his task is to escort a group of merchants. As Ren questions the identity of Kai, a voice interrupts to clarify that the person being discussed is indeed present. As the conversation continues, the mysterious Kai reveals himself, accompanied by his partner, Maidus. Kai greets Sheena Ren with a familiar remark about his growth, confirming his identity as the one who requested the escort mission. Ren acknowledges the introduction, and the group begins to settle into their meeting, with Kai politely apologizing for his earlier lack of formal introduction. Kai points to a map spread across the table, detailing the background of the mission to Sheena Ren. He explains that the request originates from a prominent trading company favored by the nobility, known for their government-sanctioned status, and mentions that the company has already sent a messenger to facilitate the arrangements. Sheena Ren confirms his understanding of the mission, noting the connection between the trading company and the nobles in the Harros faction. Kai acknowledges Ren's hesitation but insists on entrusting the task to him, explaining that the entire journey will take about a month. Ren is left to consider the weight of such a long-term commitment. Kai points out the planned route on a map, highlighting the treacherous path through the Baldur Mountains. Recognizing Ren's hesitation regarding the month-long commitment, Kai offers a compromise. Ren only needs to join them for the Onway journey. He explains that while the initial travel is manageable, The dangerous terrain and rising monster population within the mountains make Ren's combat prowess essential for their safety. As Ren considers the proposal, his mind races with the knowledge of the Baldur Mountains. He knows that the region is home to deadly steel-eating gargoyles and holds a hidden map, making it a perilous but potentially rewarding destination. Despite the danger, the allure of the valuables hidden within leaves him conflicted about whether to accept the escort request. Ren questions the necessity of crossing the Baldur Mountains, given the heavy snowfall expected this year. Kai acknowledges the danger, but clarifies that the merchants are forced to take the risk. They have a critical deadline to deliver monster materials to a famous blacksmith. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting years for another slot, potentially jeopardizing their standing as government-sanctioned merchants. Kai leans in, emphasizing that the merchants are offering double the standard rate, plus a bonus for a safe return. He presses Ren, asking if he is still hesitant despite the attractive reward. Ren remains silent, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the dangerous path ahead. Ren calmly explains that he has other commitments and cannot afford to be away for a month, ultimately declining the escort request. Kai, who had been discussing the details with Midas, simply smiles, acknowledging that he had already expected Ren to turn down the offer. The conversation shifts as Kai laments the absence of reliable companions, including Midas, for his upcoming journey. CL expresses surprise that Kai is not traveling with his usual group, prompting Kai to explain that he had already accepted a separate request. Despite the setback, Kai remains undeterred, confident that he has enough time in the next 2 weeks to recruit someone else for the mission. Inside the bustling tavern, Kai tries to lighten the mood by offering to buy drinks for Ren and Midas. He insists that it is the least he can do since they accompanied him to the guild. Ren, maintaining his composure, apologizes for the trouble but declines the beer, reminding Kai that he is still just a kid and would prefer to have some juice instead. Simultaneously, far from the imperial capital, a massive magic ship descends upon a snowy, isolated dock. The air is thick with anticipation as a group of young Ellen gathers at the site, all arriving to face the rigorous final exam for the Imperial Military Academy special class. The atmosphere is tense and cold as Nari stands at the remote facility. Her long hair flowing in the wind, she appears focused and perhaps a bit nervous, bracing herself for the rigorous final examination that will determine her future at the Imperial Military Academy. Inside the control room, the crew confirms that all candidates have boarded, and the ship's systems, including the furnace and other inspections, are fully operational. Sir Weiss, satisfied with the reports, gives the command to set sail and requests to see their destination on the navigation display. The atmosphere in the control room is tense as the staff verifies the details of the final exam. A receptionist expresses concern about the validity of the test, questioning if the information is accurate. She emphasizes that the magic tool craftsmen, the survivors of the magic ship, and even the director of the Imperial Military Academy have all verified the plan. She explains that she has double-checked the details multiple times, despite the challenges posed by the winter season, insisting that this specific environment is essential for truly testing the candidates. Inside the magic ship, Sirwis reviews the official report, explaining to the staff that the exam location was intentionally kept secret to ensure that both nobles and commoners would face the same conditions. Satisfied with the board's approval, he dismisses any further concerns and commands the crew to carry out their duties. Outside, the magic ship's propeller begins to spin, signaling the start of their journey. The magic ship roars to life, its engines cutting through the heavy snowfall as it lifts off from the facility grounds. Inside, Nari gazes out the window, her eyes fixed on the vessel as it begins its ascent, signaling that the final examination for the Imperial Military Academy's special class is officially underway. With the final preparations complete, the magic ship lifts off from the snowy facility. It cuts through the cold air, heading toward its destination as the candidates begin their journey for the Imperial Military Academy's special class exam. The magic ship cuts through the clouds, its ornate hull gleaming as it advances steadily toward the destination. The journey to the Baldur Mountains has officially begun, carrying the candidates toward their challenging final examination. The magic ship pushes forward, finally reaching the imposing and snow-swept peaks of the Baldur Mountains. As the vessel enters this land of extremes, the stage is set for the candidates to face the brutal conditions of their upcoming exam. As the journey toward the Baldur Mountains begins, the story reflects on the past. A young CL is seen training intensely with Soren, his movements sharp and focused. Nari watches from the sidelines, witnessing the dedication that shaped CL's path. The flashback reveals the routine of CL's past, showing him diligently shoveling snow from the rooftops and assisting Yuna with tea service. Later, he is seen sitting at a table, focused on his studies while Eri works beside him, highlighting their shared time together. Yuna enters the study, presenting a stack of reports from the knights stationed in the villages. Shinaren reviews the documents while Ari continues her work at the table. He notes that while supplies are sufficient, the heavy snow has caused significant damage to old houses and is blocking essential paths, leading to a request for more knights to be deployed for support. As they review the reports, Ciel asks Shinaren if he plans to dispatch the knights immediately. Shinaren confirms, noting that they must act quickly to prevent further hardship for the villagers. Seeing the urgency, Ciel volunteers to help, recalling his experience repairing houses with his father back in his village. Shinaren expresses his strong desire to contribute to the mission, recalling his previous experience during the expedition. He entrusts the current task to his companion, and soon after, he is officially chosen to join the expedition team. Yet, as the sun begins to set, the circumstances surrounding their plans shift dramatically. As the sun sets, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. Serwis stands in a formal setting, his expression serious as he delivers urgent news. He informs those present that an emergency smoke signal has been spotted rising from the fortress within the Baldur Mountains, indicating that something has gone wrong in the region. Following the report of the emergency smoke signal, Shinaren asks if people are in danger. Serwis clarifies that the fortress in the mountain range is a known refuge for adventurers during crises, used specifically to signal for help. As the situation intensifies, Serwis hesitates before handing over a formal nomination request, adding another layer of urgency to the unfolding events. Shinaren carefully reads the document, noting that while the contents are identical to the previous request, the sender is Matus. As he processes this information, he realizes the gravity of the situation. Matus is the one trapped and in need of help at the fortress. Shinaren and Serwis continue their grim assessment of the situation at the Baldur Mountains. Ren acknowledges the poor state of the old fortress, warning that the trapped adventurers will likely freeze to death once their supplies run out. Serwis expresses his regret over having discouraged them from the journey, then reveals that one of the individuals currently awaiting rescue is actually an acquaintance of his. Serwis explains to Shinaren that the nomination request originated from a merchant with ties to the hero's faction. He expresses concern that declining the mission could be perceived as a deliberate act of revenge for incidents that occurred in the spring. Shinaren realizes the political sensitivity of the situation, as they must avoid any appearance of intentionally withholding support from those in need. Shinaren carefully considers the situation, concluding that sending their own knights to the fortress is the best course of action. He notes that the knights are already mobilized to assist with snow damage in the surrounding villages, making the detour to the Baldur Mountains practical. Beyond the immediate rescue, he recognizes the importance of this move as a way to prevent the Clausel family from being dragged into any further unnecessary conflicts. Serwis steps forward, requesting to join the rescue party, heading to the Baldur Mountains to assist his friend Lezard. He dismisses the concern as a minor detour, but Shinaren feels conflicted, noting that he already owes Serwis a great deal and regrets having to rely on him further for this mission. With a gentle yet resolute expression, Shinaren declares his intention to protect the Clausel territory, the place he now calls home. Surrounded by Ari, Yuna, Riku and the rest of his trusted allies, he stands as a pillar of strength, determined to shield his people from the looming political threats and dangers. Shinaren agrees to let Serwis join the rescue party, heading to the mountain fortress, trusting his knight's intentions. However, he draws a clear line, explicitly prohibiting Serwis from accepting the politically charged nomination request, ensuring the Clausel family remains distanced from the Heros faction schemes. Shinaren sternly explains to Serwis that his duty is limited to the rescue mission, warning that accepting the full adventurer request would force him to guard them through the treacherous, dangerous winter mountain range. Serwis listens intently, and after understanding the gravity of the situation, he expresses his sincere gratitude for Ren's concern for his well-being. With the preparations complete, Shinaren stands before the departing group. He watches as Matus, Nari, and the other members of the rescue party finalize their gear, ready to brave the harsh winter conditions and reach the Baldur Mountains. The atmosphere is tense, but determined as they prepare to set off from the safety of the fortress. Ciel is interrupted by the arrival of Lycia Clausel, who calls out his name while walking toward him through the snow. Upon reaching him, she instructs him to put his hand out, prompting him to comply, as she prepares to use some form of magic or ability. Lycia Clausel gently takes Ciel's hand, and as their palms touch, a brilliant, intricate magical pattern ignites between them. Ciel watches in awe as a warm, potent energy begins to flow directly into his body. Overwhelmed by the sensation, he questions if the mysterious power he is receiving is indeed sacred magic. As the magical light fades, Lycia Clausel smiles gently, explaining that her gift is meant to ensure CL's safety during the dangerous journey. Deeply touched, CL thanks her, noting that her support gives him the strength to do his best. Licia looks down, admitting with a hint of disappointment that she had hoped to accompany him. But her father refused to grant her permission, claiming that the saintess would be of little use in this specific crisis. CL smiles gently at Licia Clausel, assuring her that he will manage the mission's challenges and even take on her share of the burden. He holds up his sword, explaining that he is well prepared for the dangers ahead. To further ease her concerns, he reveals that he will be carrying the charm she gave him, insisting that there is no need for her to worry about his safety. Licia Clausel looks at CL with a gentle expression, acknowledging his words with a soft. She then shifts the tone, looking at him earnestly, as she asks him to make a promise to her before he leaves. Licia Clausel looks at CL with a gentle, earnest expression, holding up a finger as she emphasizes her request. She makes him promise that he will never push himself too hard, prioritizing his safety above all else before bidding him to take care. The journey begins in earnest as the caravan makes its way across the expansive, snow-blanketed landscape, heading directly toward the imposing Balder Mountains. The journey toward the Balder Mountains continues as the caravan makes its way through the dense, snow-laden forest. Knights lead the procession, followed by Riku and other companions, all pressing forward through the cold wilderness. CL rides at the head of the caravan, his expression focused as he navigates the snowy path. Beside him, Midas and the rest of the armored knights maintain their formation, pressing forward through the wintry woods toward their destination. The journey toward the Balder Mountains continues, and as darkness descends, the caravan makes camp in the heart of the snowy woods. CL and Midas sit by the warmth of the fire, sharing a meal with the knights. Under the glow of a crescent moon, mysterious three-eyed rabbits watch the group from their den, unaware of the long road that lies ahead for the travelers. The caravan arrives at a snow-covered village, nestled in the mountains. Upon arrival, CL joins the knights and the rest of the group in the labor-intensive task of clearing the thick snow. Sir S and the others work alongside CL, using shovels to clear the path and ensure the caravan can proceed through the village. The caravan pushes forward through the vast, snow-covered wilderness. During a stop, CL gently tends to his horse in the stable, ensuring the animal is ready for the road ahead. Soon after, the group resumes their travel, approaching an old stone structure amidst the winter landscape. The caravan pauses as the massive snow-covered expanse of the Balder Mountains comes into view. CL stands at the edge of the path, his gaze fixed on the towering peaks, contemplating the challenging trek that awaits them. The caravan pushes forward, navigating the harsh, snow-swept slopes of the Balder Mountains. Surrounded by the vast, frozen wilderness, the group continues their steady climb toward their destination. The journey through the Balder Mountains takes a turn for the worse as a fierce blizzard descends upon the group. CL shields his face against the biting wind, remarking on how drastically the weather has shifted compared to the lower slopes. Beside him, the village leader acknowledges the severity of the storm, while Midas calls out to CL, pointing out that the mountain path is heavily obstructed by snowdrifts, with some areas so deep that even the trees are completely buried. As the blizzard intensifies, the group realizes that continuing their ascent is too risky, fearing that using magic to clear the path might trigger a deadly avalanche. With the sun setting, CL suggests they stop to establish a base. Shinaren agrees, acknowledging that while they need to reach the fort, they must wait until tomorrow to safely continue their journey. From their makeshift camp amidst the blizzard, CL gazes out at the dark, snow-covered peaks. He notices a faint smoke signal rising in the distance, a sight he has seen before. As the group observes the signal, they speculate about the fate of those who sent it, relieved that at least some survivors remain. CL ponders the fate of the people behind the smoke signal, noting that even a group of experienced adventurers could face dire trouble. His companions agree, suggesting that unforeseen circumstances or the need to care for injured teammates might be keeping them stranded. As they discuss the potential dangers, the group stays vigilant, relying on a magic heater to endure the freezing mountain night. As the group prepares for the next leg of their journey, they deliberate on their formation to ensure they are ready for any monster encounters. Shinaren suggests leaving the heavy lifting to the adventurers accompanying Midas, noting that they expect to reach the fort in 2 or 3 days. Amidst the serious planning, some of the adventurers tease each other, jokingly expressing their desire to be positioned near Shinaren rather than the older members of the group. The group presses forward through the deep snow of the Balder Mountains, carefully hauling their supplies across the frozen landscape. As night falls and the blizzard persists, they set up a temporary camp, with CL and Sir Weiss keeping watch near the tents to ensure the safety of the party. The journey through the Balder Mountains proves to be a test of endurance. With the path ahead blocked by deep snow, The group is forced to scale a sheer, icy cliff face. CL and the others coordinate their movements, using ropes to haul their supplies and support each other as they carefully navigate the dangerous, frozen ascent. The night is cold and clear as the group pushes forward through the deep snow of the Baldur Mountains. Under the glow of the moon, CL takes a moment to observe the surroundings while holding a warm drink. Soon after, the entire party continues their arduous trek, moving in formation through the frozen wilderness to reach the fort. The journey through the harsh Baldur Mountains forces the group to navigate a daunting, long suspension bridge. They move in a line across the swaying structure, suspended high above the frozen, misty landscape below, as they push forward toward their destination. While walking across the precarious bridge, a companion mentions the legend that a dormant volcano lies beneath them, once filled with flowing magma. Shinaren listens, responding with feigned ignorance, while internally acknowledging that he is already well aware of the truth. He knows from his experience with the legend of the seven heroes that the canyon's dangerous miasma and lava are directly linked to asphalt, a detail he keeps to himself as the group continues their trek. The journey is abruptly cut short when Maeda stops in his tracks, his expression sharpening as he senses danger. He commands the group to wait, his instincts confirming that a monster is lurking in the vicinity, forcing CL and the rest of the travelers to immediately shift into a defensive stance. Shinaren's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the horizon. A fort in the distance is being overwhelmed by a dark cloud of flying creatures, signaling an immediate and dire threat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he exclaims in shock that the fort is under attack. Shinaren strikes a powerful pose, raising his sword high with intense focus. The scene captures his resolve as he prepares to channel his emotions into his blade, signaling a shift toward more intense combat as the story progresses. The peaceful journey is shattered as a massive, aggressive horde of monsters descends upon the area, their roars echoing through the mountains. Maeda, standing with the rest of the group, stares in disbelief at the overwhelming number of creatures swarming toward them, realizing the gravity of the situation they now face. The snowy landscape is filled with the terrifying sight of a monster swarm overwhelming the fortress walls. Ren and Cell watch as the defenses are breached, with figures being thrown into the air by the sheer force of the attack. Realizing that the situation is dire, they urge their companions to hurry, questioning if anyone inside the fortress could possibly be safe amidst such a brutal onslaught. As the monsters swarm, Ren and Ari stand their ground, channeling their magic into devastating attacks. With a surge of power, they unleash a torrent of energy that clears a path through the horde, forcing the beasts back and buying the group precious time to regroup. The battlefield erupts in chaos as Ren channels his magical energy. With a focused gesture, he releases a powerful shockwave that blasts the charging monsters into the air, their cries of pain echoing across the snowy landscape as he desperately tries to hold back the overwhelming swarm. The battlefield erupts into chaos as Riku and the others face off against the monstrous horde. Surprised by the sudden display of magic, they question the identity of their mysterious allies. Seeing the urgency of the situation, the man with the shield shouts for everyone to stay focused on their primary objective, rescuing those trapped within the fortress. Amidst the chaos of the monster attack, Ari and her companions are startled by the sudden appearance of a new group. Shinaren remains vigilant, warning everyone to keep their guard up. Riku, noticing the dire circumstances, calls for a temporary truce, offering to cooperate with the group to handle the overwhelming situation at the fortress. The mysterious warriors watch in awe as Shinren's, Cell, and Ari effortlessly hold their own against the monsters. They are baffled by the sight of youths their own age fighting with such proficiency, noting that raw magic is useless, without the combat skills these individuals clearly possess. The mystery surrounding the group only deepens as they continue to dominate the battlefield. The battlefield remains chaotic, as Shinaren stands his ground against the aggressive ape-like monsters. Nearby, Eri channels her magic, creating a sweeping defensive blast that repels the dragon-like creatures, keeping the relentless horde at bay. Nari stands amidst the chaos, her movements precise as she conjures a deadly barrage of ice shards. With a graceful gesture, she unleashes the freezing projectiles, turning the air into a lethal storm of magic to hold back the monster horde. Nari focuses her power, conjuring a flurry of sharp, crystalline ice shards and intricate snowflake patterns. With a decisive motion, she unleashes the magical assault, sending the deadly projectiles flying toward the swarm of monsters attacking the fortress. Nari stands her ground amidst the chaos, her ice magic carving through the monster horde. However, the battle takes a dangerous turn as a massive tiger-like beast lunges toward her, letting out a ferocious roar. The tiger-like beast lunges toward Nari, but before it can disrupt her magical barrage, Shinaren descends from above. With his sword raised, he strikes at the creature, successfully protecting Nari and keeping the battle under control. Nara's eyes widen as she watches the situation unfold. The intensity of the combat is reflected in her gaze, capturing the moment of relief and realization as Shinaren steps in to handle the threat that was closing in on her. With a swift and precise movement, Shinaren lunges at the massive tiger-like beast, his sword cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. His timely intervention creates an opening, allowing Nari to maintain her focus and continue raining down her powerful ice magic upon the encroaching horde. Nari stares in shock at the sudden appearance of her savior. Shinaren, holding his sword firmly against the Rumi, reassures her by explaining that he is part of the group that has arrived to rescue everyone. The battle intensifies as Shinaren maneuvers through the monster pack, striking down threats with precision. Nearby, Nuri remains focused, channeling her magical energy to manifest crystalline ice patterns that keep the encroaching beasts at bay. Nari stands amidst the chaos, her hands outstretched as she unleashes a devastating wave of ice magic. Countless crystalline shards shaped like snowflakes surge forward, overwhelming the monsters and clearing a path through the enemy horde. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Shinaren skillfully deflects the monsters, silently acknowledging the sheer power of Nara's magic. Nearby, Nari watches him in action, equally stunned by the precision and strength of his swordsmanship, as they continue to hold their ground against the encroaching beasts. Standing back-to-back in the heat of battle, Shinaren and Nari lock eyes with the encroaching monsters, with Nari channeling her ice magic and Shinaren readying his blade. The duo prepares to unleash a devastating, synchronized strike to overwhelm their foes. The snowy peaks loom over the fortress as the immediate threat is neutralized. In the aftermath, Sirwis pauses to drink from his canteen, standing amidst the fallen monsters. Shinaren and the rest of the rescue group remain vigilant, observing the quieted battlefield as they regroup near the castle walls. The battlefield falls silent as the last of the monsters are struck down. Shinaren stands amidst the wreckage, looking toward Nari, who is kneeling on the ground. Sensing her distress, he gently asks if she is all right, while Nari, overwhelmed by the situation, offers an apology. Nari kneels in the snow, her expression softening as she speaks to Shinaren. She admits that this was her first time facing such a massive horde of monsters, and now that the danger has passed, she feels all her strength draining away from her body. After helping Nari, Shinaren notices a specific accessory around her neck. While Nari expresses her gratitude for his help, Shinaren is internally shocked to see her wearing the exorcism necklace. He dismisses his outward concern, but his inner thoughts reveal his disdain for the item, questioning why she would choose to wear such a low-tier piece of equipment. After the intense combat, Riku and Sirwis approach Shinaren and Nari. Riku expresses relief that they are unharmed, but his tone quickly shifts to one of concern and curiosity. He notes that he heard from the other children that Shinaren has been acting as a leader for them. Despite the battle having just concluded, Riku presses them for an explanation, asking why young people like them would venture into such a dangerous place together. The tension remains high as Sirwis presses for answers, asking if the young pair belongs to the Colossal family. Nari looks on with a guarded expression while Shinaren steps forward to confirm their affiliation, clarifying that they are acting under the orders of the family head to carry out a rescue mission for the stranded adventurers. After confirming that they are indeed from the Colossal family, Sirwis expresses his relief and politely asks for the names of the two young individuals. Nari, realizing they have yet to introduce themselves, apologizes for the oversight and prepares to reveal their identities. Nari takes a moment to compose herself before responding to Sirwis' request. With a calm demeanor, she introduces herself to the group, stating, My name is Fiona." Nari looks directly at Sirwis and Riku, revealing her true background. She explains that she is the only daughter of Ulysses Ignart, the Lord of Ubaheim, clarifying her status to the adventurers she has just rescued. The revelation of Nari's true identity as the daughter of the Lord of Ubaheim hits Shinaren hard, his eyes widen in complete shock, his face frozen in disbelief as the reality of the situation sinks in, marking a dramatic cliffhanger for the chapter. Nari continues her confession, identifying herself as Fiona, the daughter of the Lord of Ubaheim, Ulysses Ignart. As she speaks, the narrative briefly cuts to a dark, foreboding scene, hinting at a fated meeting that looms over the story. The air is heavy with silence as Nari and Shinaren remain in the snowy field. Having just revealed her secret, Nari looks towards Shinaren, who stands tall and composed, his presence contrasting with the gravity of the situation. Matus, steps forward to introduce himself as the leader of the rescue operation for the adventurers. He turns his attention to the young pair, questioning their presence in the harsh Balder Mountains. Meanwhile, Nari stands quietly, her expression somber as the group surveys the fortified structure amidst the snow-covered peaks. Nari steps forward to address Matus, explaining that they are merely examinees who have been taking refuge within the fort for the past few days. Matus, looking visibly taken aback, questions their status, while Nari begins to describe the nature of their current location. The harsh, snowy peaks of the Baldur Mountains are identified as the site for the Imperial Military Academy's final examination. As the realization sinks in, Matus looks on with surprise, admitting that while he had considered the possibility, he is still stunned to confirm that the group before him are indeed students of the Academy's prestigious special class. The atmosphere remains tense, yet light-hearted as Matus and his fellow adventurers struggle with the social etiquette required when speaking to the Academy students. Matus, clearly out of his element, admits his difficulty in communicating with nobles, while his companions warn him to be careful with his words. Shinaren and the other examinees observe the interaction, as the adventurers confess that they find the elite students from the academy quite intimidating. The adventurers discuss the potential risks of dealing with noble examinees, fearing that any involvement could lead to trouble despite the possibility of a reward. Matus emphasizes the importance of keeping their distance to avoid complications, while Lyre steps in to offer a compromise, promising to safely guide the group down the mountain. Nari calmly accepts the offer from the adventurers to help them navigate the mountain. As the group prepares to move, Lyre observes the students and asks if they had anticipated the snowy environment for their final examination, while CL listens intently to the inquiry. Lyre acknowledges the prestige of the Imperial Military Academy, noting that only the best make it into the special class, and praising the students for their recent combat performance. Nari, however, remains focused on their dire circumstances, explaining that while they might have managed if the crisis had been short-lived, their week-long trek to escape the mountain has left them physically outmatched by the adults. The conversation shifts to the alarming surge in monster numbers, which has forced the group to expend excessive energy. Lyre points out that the monsters seem to be congregating around the fortress, suggesting they might be specifically targeting the students. As the group contemplates the implications, CL remains quiet, processing the gravity of the situation. It becomes clear that this final examination has escalated into a far more perilous challenge than any that came before it. CL stands in deep thought, his expression serious as he mentally reviews the protocol for the Imperial Military Academy's final examination. He notes that typically students are expected to follow a set course under the watchful eye of an examiner who grades them on various attributes like strength and teamwork. However, as he observes the reality of their dangerous situation, he concludes that the current circumstances are completely irregular, and should, by all accounts, be impossible. The scene shifts to the brutal, swirling blizzard engulfing the Baldur Mountains. Ciel observes that the weather is far too severe, capable of trapping even seasoned adventurers who are accustomed to the wilderness. He finds it increasingly impossible that the Academy examiners have not appeared, further confirming that this situation deviates from any standard exam protocol. Ciel voices his growing concern that the current exam conditions feel like a setup for a deadly trap orchestrated by someone powerful from the shadows. Yer confirms his suspicion, acknowledging that the situation is far from normal. As they discuss the risks, they note that the presence of nobles from other countries among the examinees adds a layer of political trouble that the adventurers are keen to avoid, explaining the sudden shift in everyone's demeanor. Nari points the way for the adventurers, directing them toward the room where their comrades are currently staying. As they approach the heavy doors of the fort, Nari explains that their ability to find refuge here was only possible because others had already occupied the space. Despite the safety of the fort, Nari remains visibly troubled, sensing that something is still not quite right. The group enters a large, quiet dormitory room inside the fort. Rows of beds line the walls, providing a place for the injured companions to rest and recover from their ordeal. While the atmosphere remains heavy with the lingering tension of their situation, the dormitory is filled with the sound of labored breathing. As the injured adventurers lie in their beds, clearly suffering from their wounds, each face shows signs of pain and exhaustion, underscoring the dire situation they are in. Riku is shocked to find his companion, Kai, in such a dire state, frantically calling out to him and urging him to stay conscious. Nearby, Ciel observes the scene and asks Nari how the adventurers ended up in such a helpless condition. Nari explains that they have no idea what happened, noting that everyone is currently too weak to even stand or walk. As the travelers from Colossal arrive at the fort, they confront Nari about the smoke signal that drew them there. Nari confirms their involvement, explaining the dire situation. Simultaneously, Shinaren tends to the unconscious adventurers, realizing with alarm that their condition is caused by an unnatural and dangerous swelling of magic power within them. Shiren carefully examines the afflicted adventurers and identifies their condition as a vessel fracture. explaining that incompatible magic power is acting like a poison within their bodies. He notes that this is usually a condition found in children with high magic power, leaving the group puzzled as to why adult adventurers are suffering from it. CL listens intently as Nari confirms that they still have very little understanding of the mysterious phenomenon. Sheena Ren clarifies that the adventurer's condition is not a standard vessel fracture, as their symptoms are already beginning to stabilize. He notes that they should recover with time. Following this, the group agrees to personally inspect the situation and coordinate a plan for everyone to safely descend from the mountain. As the group prepares to address the situation, Nari pauses. Her expression somber as she acknowledges the weight of having to call upon the colossal family's power again. In the background, Ciel watches her, sensing the gravity of the circumstances they are facing. Shinran remarks that he will have to ask for a reward later, since the current situation is quite troublesome. Liar suggests that since they are staying the night, they should find a place to sleep. They both agree to leave the rest of the work to the men, as Ciel and the others continue their tasks. Lior and Neri lean in towards Ciel, suggesting with mischievous grins that they should all pick a room to share together. Ciel is immediately taken aback, his face flushing as he awkwardly tries to dismiss their strange proposal, pointing out that now is hardly the time for such jokes. He lets out a defeated sigh, completely exhausted by their antics. Lior and Nari giggle at Ciel's reaction, teasing him by calling him cold. Ciel, clearly overwhelmed by their playful persistence, lets out a weary sigh, unable to handle their antics, while they are still in the middle of a tense situation. As the light-hearted banter continues, Shinaren awkwardly tries to clarify his position, insisting that he isn't being served by the others. Nari, maintaining her composure, playfully reassures him that she has been watching the situation properly all along. The conversation between Nari and Ciel is interrupted when a receptionist approaches them, urgently asking to speak with Nari alone. Recognizing the need for privacy, Ciel politely excuses himself, addressing Nari as Lady Ignart, and leaves the two women to talk. Nari smiles warmly at Ciel, thanking him for the help he provided earlier. Ciel responds politely, though he is left wondering if his current outfit has caused her to mistake him for an adventurer. Ciel remains lost in thought, realizing that in the midst of their brief exchange, he failed to introduce himself to Nari. Beside him, Nari looks on, unaware of his internal monologue. As the chapter concludes, the two characters stand side by side, leaving their connection, and the path forward shrouded in mystery. As the narrative moves into chapter 33, the scene opens with a bleak view of a stone fortress engulfed in a relentless blizzard. The cold, isolating atmosphere underscores the ongoing challenges and the uncertain path that lies ahead for the group. Inside the stone hall, Sir Weiss and the other knights observe the examinees. They discuss the growing unease among the participants, noting that many are reluctant to accept assistance. The knights speculate that the examinees feel compelled to overcome the current challenges entirely on their own, fearing that receiving help might be considered a breach of the rules. Inside the castle, Sir Weiss and the knights continue their discussion, pointing out the glaring flaws in the exam security protocols. They note that the venue should have been completely isolated from outside interference, and that the local ruler should have been notified. As they talk, CL listens intently, his thoughts turning to the suspicious reality of the situation. He realizes that the venue was never truly sealed, and finds it highly unlikely that the presence of adventurers was merely an accident, especially since they had arrived before the exam had even commenced. The conversation deepens as Ciel and the knights speculate on who might have orchestrated the interference. They consider the possibility of the royal family's involvement, but quickly dismiss the notion, noting that the presence of the Marquis Ignat's daughter makes such a move illogical. They conclude that the political fallout of challenging Marquis Ignat would be far too severe for any noble faction to risk, leaving the true mastermind behind the security failure still shrouded in mystery. Ciel ponders the possibility of the headmaster's involvement, noting his recent departure from the country. Meanwhile, the knights debate the best course of action for the examinees, suggesting they force those who refuse help down the mountain to avoid future complications for their lord. They also express concern for the seriously injured, concluding that calling for reinforcements is the most prudent step to take. As the group continues to deliberate, Ciel asks about the current state of the injured examinees. He is informed that they are being treated through a special skill possessed by Lady Ignat, which leaves him internally questioning the nature of such an ability. The knights then turn their attention to Sheena Ren, noting how surprising it is to have Lady Ignat present, a sentiment that Sheena Ren readily agrees with. Ciel reflects on the unexpected turn of events, realizing that Lady Ignat views him as the savior who rescued her. He admits to himself that he missed the opportunity to introduce himself properly. leaving her with the impression that he is merely an adventurer. As he holds his cup, he weighs the risks and wonders if it is truly the right moment to clarify his identity to her. Sir Weiss intervenes in the interaction between Ciel and Lady Ignat, reminding them that they have an agreement not to interfere with one another for the time being. He suggests that it would be more prudent for them to hold off on their conversation until they have successfully left the mountain. Ciel acknowledges the advice and agrees to wait. The panel then transitions to a view of a dimly lit, empty stone corridor, emphasizing the quiet atmosphere of the surroundings. Inside his room, Ciel sits on the edge of his bed, holding a small magic tool and trying to figure out how to activate it. As he examines the device, he recalls the thoughtful gesture of Lysia, who had left him a note inside his bag explaining exactly how to use the tool to assist with his ongoing preparations. Ciel manages to activate the magic tool, causing it to emit a steady glow. He holds the note from Lysia up against the light, and to his surprise, hidden text becomes visible. He observes the paper closely, wondering how the message was written without any ink, and prepares to decipher the secret instruction. The hidden message on the note finally reveals itself under the light of the magic tool. It is a gentle, caring note from Lysia, playfully warning Ciel that if he takes too long to return, she will come to retrieve him herself. Reading her words, Ciel feels a sense of warmth and responds with a quiet, resolute Roger. That the narrative pans across the landscape, starting with a serene view of the castle under the night sky, before shifting focus to the rugged, snow-covered mountain peak, where the atmosphere is intense and cold. Lear stands alone on the balcony, looking up at the vast, star-filled night sky. The cool breeze brushes against her and she finds it refreshing. Yuna approaches her with a look of concern, warning her that she might catch a cold if she stays out too long. But Lear simply smiles and insists that she is fine. As they stand on the balcony, Yuna gently probes Lear about her feelings regarding Sheena Ren. Lear pauses, admitting that while she would be lying to say she wasn't worried, she remains calmer than those around her. Keeping her true thoughts composed, Hyor gazes into the distance, her expression resolute as she tells Yuna that she is the one who knows the true extent of Sheena Ren's power. Yuna, listening to her, realizes that her previous concern was unnecessary and simply replies that she understands. Yuna kindly asks Lyre if she would like some tea before going to sleep. Lyre gratefully accepts the offer, and the two prepare for the night as the scene shifts to the quiet bedroom. Yuna notices a dress laid out in the room and playfully questions Yer about why it is out at such a late hour. Yer's, clearly embarrassed, stammers that there is no special meaning behind it. Watching the interaction, Ciel recalls that the dress is actually a gift Yer received from Sheena Ren back in the summer. Yuna observes Lear, who is sitting on the shyly clutching the dress gifted by Sheena Ren. Seer's bashful reaction, Yuna softly thinks to herself that Lear must have been feeling lonely all along. Lear, suddenly aware of Yuna's gaze, is left speechless and flustered. Caught in her vulnerability, Lear blushes and clutches the dress, pleading with Yuna to keep her secret. Yuna, understanding the depth of Lear's feelings, simply smiles and agrees to keep it between them. Amidst the snowy terrain, Matus is seen carrying an injured individual on his back, determined to descend the mountain. As he prepares to leave, Ciel and the others look on, while a voice urges Matus to hold his position and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Amidst the snowy landscape, Matus prepares to leave with the knights to secure reinforcements, brushing off concerns about his injured companion, Kai. While Sheena Ren and Ciel acknowledge the necessity of the plan, the surrounding group is visibly unsettled by Matus' impulsive behavior, questioning if he truly understands the risks to his partner's life. Ciel watches the group with a solemn expression, as Matus leads the way through the harsh, snow-covered mountain pass. The group moves forward with their supplies, but their progress is abruptly interrupted by a violent, sudden impact that sends shockwaves through the snowy environment. The snowy landscape is shattered by the arrival of a massive, ferocious beast. With a deafening roar, it lunges towards Ciel, who stands his ground. As the creature slams into the snow with a heavy thud, Ciel nimbly dodges the impact, his sword ready for the confrontation. The tension of the battle fades as the group secures the massive beast, with the knights expressing relief and gratitude for the abundant food supply. Ciel stands by as they take over the processing of the creature. Shortly after, the scene transitions to a quiet moment featuring a showerhead in operation. Ciel is in the middle of a refreshing shower, trying to wash away the fatigue of the day. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere is shattered as Nari enters the room unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Nari lets out a startled scream, leaving Ciel completely stunned by the sudden intrusion. Nari, clearly embarrassed, quickly apologizes for walking in on Ciel. Ciel, equally flustered, tries to reassure her, insisting that he is the one who should be apologizing. The two stand there in an awkward silence, both repeating as they struggle to move past the uncomfortable moment. The tension remains as Nari apologizes for her abruptness, explaining that she is searching for her savior in Colossal. She asks Shiel, who is from that region, if he happens to know the person she is looking for. Shiel, caught off guard by the question, can only respond with a confused eh? Nari continues to open up to Ciel, admitting that while she had considered asking the knights for information about her savior, their busy schedules deterred her. She looks at Ciel, noting that he appears to be around the same age as the man she is looking for, further piquing her interest in him. Nari looks down, clearly embarrassed by her sudden outburst. She quickly asks Ciel to forget everything she just told him, reminding him that they had promised not to interfere in each other's business. Despite Ciel trying to interject that he does not mind her sharing, Nari continues to apologize profusely for breaking their unspoken agreement. Ciel hesitates, unable to bring himself to tell Nari the truth about her savior. As Nari looks on with a flustered and expectant expression, Ciel internally laments his inability to be honest with her, letting the moment pass without revealing his secret. The scene opens with a vast, desolate mountain range engulfed in a fierce blizzard. The harsh weather transitions to the quiet interior of a room, where Nari lies tucked under the covers, fast asleep. As the snow continues to fall outside, she remains in a deep, undisturbed slumber. The story transitions to a serene view of a grand city, while Nari is seen walking with someone, her expression calm as the scene unfolds. As the day progresses, Nari walks alongside Ciel, noting the intense heat of the sun. Ciel calmly agrees with her observation, and the two continue their walk together in the pleasant weather. As they continue their walk, Ciel looks at Nari with a gentle smile, remarking that the pleasant weather makes him want to stop somewhere on their way back. Nari suddenly jolts awake in her bed, her heart racing. She touches her chest, visibly shaken and confused as she wonders why the face of the adventurer she met earlier appeared so vividly in her thoughts. The heavy snow continues to fall over the castle grounds. Inside the walls, Ciel and Dane are busy moving heavy containers and jars with Nari nearby. Meanwhile, under the cover of darkness, a mysterious individual with distinct markings on their face pauses to drink from a bottle, seemingly detached from the group's activities. The atmosphere remains calm as Shinaren and others share a meal together. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Nari gently checks on Marquis Ignat, who is recovering in bed. As night falls over the snowy castle, a lone figure stands watch on the ramparts, surrounded by the falling snow. High atop the snowy castle walls, Ceres approaches Ciel to initiate the shift change. Ciel acknowledges the order and descends the stairs, heading back into the interior of the castle. As he walks, he contemplates his plans for the night, deciding that he wants to find something warm to drink before finally turning in for the night. Ciel walks into the kitchen, hoping to find something warm to drink, but stops short when he spots Nari already there. Caught off guard by the late night encounter, they share a brief flustered moment as they greet each other, caught in the quiet atmosphere of the kitchen. Nari finds herself unable to look away from Ciel. As she observes him, the pieces click into place. She realizes with a start that he is the very same adventurer who appeared in her dream, leaving her flustered and speechless. Ciel notices Nari's strange behavior and asks if something is the matter. Flustered, Nari quickly denies it, claiming it was nothing important. To break the tension, she mentions she was just about to make some tea and asks if Ciel would like to join her. Ciel smiles and kindly accepts her offer. Nari focuses on the task of heating water on the stove, the pot beginning to simmer. Ciel stands a short distance away, watching her quietly, the silence of the kitchen emphasizing the tension between them as they wait for the tea to be ready. Ciel reaches for a jar of tea leaves from the shelf, noting with surprise the wide selection available. Nari watches him, sharing the quiet moment in the kitchen as they prepare for their warm drink. Ciel reaches out to select a jar of tea leaves from the shelf. Nari stands nearby, her gaze fixed on him with a soft, slightly flustered expression as the quiet moment in the kitchen continues. Ciel apologizes for his sudden interest in the tea collection, but Nari quickly flusters, explaining that she was just curious about them herself. As the tension eases, Ciel holds up a jar and asks if she would like to try that specific blend, offering to prepare it for them both while modestly noting that he isn't sure if it will be to her liking. The atmosphere in the room remains warm and tranquil, as Nari and Ciel focus on the simple task of brewing tea. With the tea leaves measured and the water poured through the strainer, the pair settles down on the rug before the crackling fireplace. They sit facing each other, the quiet routine of preparing the drink allowing them to enjoy each other's company in the peaceful setting. After preparing the tea, Nari and Ciel take a moment to enjoy their warm drinks. As she takes a sip, Nari's face lights up with a genuine happy smile, exclaiming that the tea is delicious. Ciel marvels at how well Nari has prepared the tea, asking if she often had to brew it herself. Nari smiles, explaining that she only recently picked up the skill from her Yuna, after having a frail body for so long. While CL expresses his gratitude, Nari remains humble, feeling she still has much to improve upon. As they continue their conversation, Nari reflects on her past health struggles. She explains to CL that she had to learn to brew tea, because it was a necessary step in preparing her medicine, and that she was encouraged to stay active despite her frail body. She admits with a touch of vulnerability that, despite her best efforts, she found it incredibly difficult to make the tea taste good. CL listens intently as Nari explains that her past health struggles required her to consume medicine in tea form because it was more effective that way. CL acknowledges the difficulty of the process, and as they continue their conversation, he becomes intrigued by the revelation that monster materials require specific preparation methods when used as medicine. Nari reflects on her past, noting that while she didn't fully understand the science behind it, preparing her medicine as tea was the only way to make the bitter concoction palatable. She chuckles softly, agreeing with CL that the method significantly improved her experience. Nari and CL sit comfortably on the rug, the warmth of the fireplace casting a soft glow over them as they continue their tea time. The conversation flows naturally, with both characters appearing relaxed and engaged in each other's company, deepening their connection as they share stories from the past. Nari holds her teacup with both hands, a soft, genuine smile gracing her face as she listens to CL, clearly finding comfort in their peaceful tea time together. CL looks on with a soft, warm expression, clearly engaged in the conversation. Below them, the fireplace crackles brightly, casting a cozy glow that emphasizes the quiet intimacy of their shared moment. Nari stands in the quiet, stone-walled corridor, her thoughts drifting back to the conversation she just shared. A gentle smile lingers on her face as she wonders to herself why it felt so natural and easy to speak with CL. The conversation takes a sharp turn when CL makes a comment about how monster materials must be processed for medicinal use. Nari's expression shifts instantly from comfort to shock. A cold realization washes over her as she questions how CL could possibly know about the composition of her medicine, given that she never shared that detail with him. Nara's mind drifts back to a grim memory of a battle against a monstrous beast and the subsequent transport of its remains. The weight of these recollections is suddenly broken when a guard, Vios, appears before her, politely reminding her that it is late and she should head to bed. Nari responds to the guard with a hesitant agreement, but her mind is racing with doubt. She cannot shake the feeling that the adventurer's knowledge of her medicine is far too specific to be accidental. As she stands there, lost in her internal conflict, the guard observes her troubled expression and asks if there is something wrong. Nari stands in the corridor, her expression filled with nervous anticipation. Unable to shake the feeling that something is deeply wrong, she decides to address the adventurer directly, hoping to clear her doubts with one final question. A relentless blizzard sweeps across the frozen wilderness, showing no signs of letting up. Amidst the blinding snow and biting cold, a group pushes forward, their figures hunched against the freezing wind as they navigate the treacherous terrain. Braving the relentless snowstorm, Avin leads a group of knights to the gates of the fortress. With a determined expression, he announces their arrival, confirming that they have successfully brought reinforcements to bolster their position. At the fortress, the atmosphere is busy as the reinforcements settle in and the merchants finish their recovery, signaling that the group can finally prepare to leave the mountain. CL observes the scene, but his attention is soon drawn to Sir Weiss, who approaches him with a polite but urgent question, asking where Midas has gone. CL and the group are taken aback by the news of Midas' disappearance. As they discuss the situation, it is revealed that Midas left a message, claiming that Kai is still not recovering properly, despite having been with them until they reached the foot of the mountain. The group, including Sheena Ren and Lyre, openly questions Das' motives and Z's sudden, irresponsible decision to leave them behind, after having asked them to join him in the first place. The group continues to vent their annoyance at Midas' sudden exit, questioning his lack of commitment. CL listens silently, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a Riku approaches, offering to accompany them until the end of their journey. He explains that they owe CL a debt of gratitude for saving the young ones during the steel-eating gargoyle incident, providing a glimmer of support amidst the confusion. The harsh weather begins to subside, allowing the group to finally prepare for their departure. Nari and Sheena Ren stand together, watching as the merchants assemble outside the fortress walls, signaling that the long-awaited journey down the mountain is about to commence. The group prepares to depart the fortress, with Riku advising the examinees to travel light to navigate the harsh, snowy conditions. As they assemble, Cell is momentarily distracted by a sudden, inexplicable sensation. Questioned by his companion, Cell brushes it off, though he is clearly troubled by the mysterious, lukewarm wind he just felt pass by. The group begins their long trek down the snowy mountain. Ren tries to remain optimistic, noting that they should be able to head home soon, but the reality of their exhaustion and the difficult conditions sets in. As they struggle through the snow, the group members exchange worried glances, with Nari voicing a dark premonition about the possibility of their failure. Ciel and Nari observe the desolate mountain path, noting that the examiners have been missing for longer than expected. As they scan the horizon, they realize there is not a single examiner in sight. The group eventually reaches a daunting hanging bridge, which stands as the next obstacle in their path. The group stands before a massive, swaying hanging bridge that stretches across the snowy abyss. The sight of the bridge combined with the eerie silence and the absence of any examiners leaves Nari and Shinaren visibly shaken, their expressions filled with sudden alarm. The group stands before the precarious hanging bridge, where an examiner instructs them to hold onto the ropes or each other for safety. Offended by the implication that they are weak, Shinaren and Nari snap back at him, refusing to be looked down upon. The examiner, unfazed, offers a sarcastic apology, noting that for such prestigious special class examinees, a mere hanging bridge should be nothing to worry about. Ren moves with extreme caution across the hanging bridge. The structure creaks under his weight, and the intensity of the situation is reflected in his focused, wary expression as he makes his way through the freezing mountain air. Ren carefully makes his way across the unstable hanging bridge, feeling the pressure of the situation. Vios watches him closely, warning him that falling would be a significant problem. Nearby, Lior and Rian observe the scene, deciding that it is time to move on and assist the other students in navigating the dangerous crossing. The hanging bridge groans under the weight of the examinees as they slowly make their way across the snowy abyss. Ren stays close to his companions, his focus entirely on maintaining his balance. Nearby Ciel and Nari follow suit, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation, while Vios remains vigilant, ensuring everyone stays safe during the dangerous crossing. The group navigates the harsh, snow-covered path. Ciel, feeling slightly out of his element, wonders if it would be more appropriate for Eri to speak with the knight, Sir Weiss, rather than himself. Despite his internal hesitation, he approaches the situation, and when Eri asks for his assistance, Ciel readily agrees to help. As the group continues their journey through the harsh, snowy landscape, Ciel pauses to check on Nari. He asks if she is truly comfortable with him helping her, to which Nari, looking slightly embarrassed, reaches out and asks the adventurer to lend her his hand. Nari looks at Ciel with a gentle, shy smile, confessing that she had actually planned to ask for his assistance from the very beginning. Taken aback by her honesty, Ciel can only respond with a quiet, surprised question. The hanging bridge creaks under the weight of the travelers as they brave the snowy pass. Ciel leads the way, while Nari keeps a firm grip on the edge of his coat, moving cautiously together to ensure they both safely cross the unstable structure. Ciel pauses to check on Nari, noticing her anxiety as they traverse the harsh, snowy terrain. He apologizes for pointing out that she seems more frightened than he anticipated. Nari smiles, blushing slightly, and tells him not to worry, affirming that she feels safe because she has him protecting her. Nari lies in bed, lost in thought as she remembers the fragility of her existence in the past. She recalls how she lived each day simply going to sleep and waking up, never certain if she would see the next morning. Nari's expression softens into a warm, serene smile. As she looks back on the fragility of her previous life, she finds strength in the present, confidently declaring that she is no longer haunted by the fears that once defined her existence. After their moment of reflection, Ciel and Nari proceed across the precarious hanging bridge. Suddenly, the cold mountain air is interrupted by an inexplicable lukewarm breeze. Ciel, puzzled by the unnatural warmth amidst the heavy snow, pauses in concern as the bridge begins to shake, signaling an unforeseen danger. Ciel and Nari stop in their tracks, visibly alarmed by the sudden appearance of a strange swirling vortex of hot air amidst the freezing landscape. Realizing that the phenomenon is real and not a figment of their imagination, they brace themselves as the atmosphere around the hanging bridge begins to warp. The atmosphere on the bridge turns dire as Ciel and Nari sense a powerful force rising from beneath them. Realizing the danger is imminent, Ciel urgently shouts for Nari to run, and they both scramble to move quickly across the precarious structure to reach safety. The snowy mountain path turns into a nightmare as Ciel and Nari find themselves trapped on the hanging bridge. A massive, swirling vortex of fire suddenly manifests, surrounding them and cutting off their escape route. Stunned by the sudden appearance of flames in the freezing cold, Ciel and Nari realize they are facing a powerful and dangerous magical anomaly. The freezing mountain air is instantly replaced by a searing, unnatural heat. Ciel and Nari stop in their tracks, their eyes wide with disbelief as a colossal spiraling vortex of fire blocks their way, turning their escape route into a perilous trap. The hanging bridge has become a death trap. CL and Nari stand small and vulnerable against the backdrop of massive, swirling vortexes of fire that have erupted on all sides. The intense magical phenomenon has completely cut off their path, leaving them isolated in the heart of the inferno. CL and Nari are paralyzed by the sheer scale of the magical inferno. As the swirling vortex of fire roars before them, they realize the gravity of their situation, left with no path forward or back amidst the mountain snow. As the immediate threat on the hanging bridge looms, the perspective widens to reveal the vast snowy mountain range now being scorched by inexplicable raging flames. The origin of this magical inferno remains a haunting mystery, casting a shadow of doubt over the safety of the entire region. The hanging bridge, once a precarious path for CL and Nari, is suddenly obliterated by a massive blinding explosion of magical fire. The inferno erupts with overwhelming force, engulfing the structure and leaving no room for escape as the mysterious catastrophe reaches a terrifying peak. The hanging bridge becomes a scene of chaos as a massive, unnatural vortex of fire swirls ahead. Recognizing the danger, the group rushes forward, with someone shouting for everyone to hurry and cross, warning that the flames are far from ordinary. Panic erupts on the hanging bridge as the group realizes the danger is far from normal. While others scream in confusion, Nari desperately wonders if this life-threatening situation is actually part of their final exam. CL, focused and tense, refuses to let her stop, shouting that they must keep running to survive the unfolding catastrophe. Facing the overwhelming power of the magical fire vortex, Nari reaches out with her hand, shouting a command to freeze the inferno. Her desperate attempt to neutralize the threat unfolds as she and CL struggle to survive the perilous crossing on the hanging bridge. Nari's desperate attempt to freeze the flames pays off as her magic slams into the fire vortex. The intense heat meets the cold, causing the fiery barrier to shatter into crystalline shards, momentarily clearing a path for her and CL as they stand precariously on the shaking hanging bridge. The force of the magical blast sends tremors through the bridge, nearly throwing CL and Nari off balance. CL grunts in pain as he struggles to stay upright amidst the chaotic debris and blinding light of the explosion. The bridge remains under heavy assault from the magical fire vortex. Nari, struggling to keep her balance amidst the violent tremors, cries out in alarm as she realizes the sheer intensity of the flames surrounding them. The hanging bridge is consumed by a violent, swirling vortex of magical fire. Amidst the chaos, CL and Nari are pushed to their limits, with CL looking on in shock as he questions the nature of the unnatural flames threatening their lives. CL and Nari stand frozen in front of the raging magical fire vortex. The sheer scale of the flames leaves them in shock, with CL barely able to process the sight, as he mutters that the phenomenon feels like something beyond their understanding. CL stares up from the bridge, his eyes widening in realization. As he sees Nari caught in the center of the magical fire, the terrifying truth hits him: the overwhelming attack isn't random, it is a calculated strike aimed directly at her. Caught in the center of the unnatural flames, Nari can only let out a bewildered sound as she is lifted into the air by the magical trap. Seeing her in immediate danger, CL ignores the instability of the bridge and charges ahead, determined to save her from the swirling inferno. With no time to lose, CL throws himself toward the heart of the magical storm. He lunges through the air, his eyes locked on Nari, who is helplessly suspended and spinning within the intense, destructive vortex of flames. CL lunges toward the center of the swirling flames, his face etched with intense concern as he calls out to Nari. Nari, caught in the heat of the magical vortex, looks toward him in shock as he desperately extends his hand, shouting for her to reach out to him. CL dives headlong into the swirling magical fire, his hand outstretched toward Naria. He ignores the danger of the vortex, focused entirely on grabbing her and pulling her out of the path of the destructive magical flames. With a desperate leap, CL throws himself into the center of the raging magical vortex. He pushes through the blinding heat and swirling flames, determined to reach Nari before the magical trap consumes her completely. Plunging into the heart of the vortex, CL catches Nari in his arms. With a surge of power, he manifests the demon's sword of shields, creating a protective barrier that envelops them both and holds the destructive magical flames at bay. Inside the safety of the magical barrier, CL gazes intently at Nari. With a determined expression, he reassures her, promising that he will return her home safely despite the chaos surrounding them. Kessel maintains his defensive barrier around Nari, shielding her from the intense magical flames. Suddenly, the swirling vortex is struck by a powerful spell, causing the entire magical storm to freeze in place. The intense heat of the magical vortex is suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of freezing energy. With a deafening impact, the fire is shattered into countless shards of ice, creating a massive, blinding explosion that clears the battlefield in an instant. The freezing spell makes contact, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. A massive cloud of crystalline debris and magical energy erupts, instantly extinguishing the raging fire and clearing the battlefield in a display of raw, overwhelming power. The force of the explosion leaves Sheena Ren and Nari airborne and vulnerable. As they tumble through the sky, Nari lets out a startled cry while Sheena Ren desperately tries to navigate the chaotic descent. Surrounded by the remnants of the shattered structure, Sheena Ren and Nari plummet through the air following the explosion. With quick reflexes, Sheena Ren reaches out and catches a rope, straining under the sudden impact as he secures himself and Nari against the cliffside. Sheena Ren and Nari hang precariously from the rope, suspended over the abyss. Above them, Lear and his companions strain to pull the rope, shouting words of encouragement and warning to ensure they do not lose their grip as they are hauled to safety. The freezing spell detonates with overwhelming force, shattering the magical fire vortex and creating a powerful shockwave that clears the immediate area. Amidst the chaos of the aftermath, the group frantically pulls on the ropes to secure everyone. Leor, observing the scene, initially feels relief that most are safe, but his expression quickly shifts to alarm. He realizes that Sheena Ren and Nari are not among them, and his shock intensifies as he spots lava erupting in the distance, threatening the two who were left behind. Sheena Ren and Nari remain suspended by the rope, desperately trying to stabilize themselves amidst the chaos. Below them, the landscape is consumed by a violent volcanic eruption. Looking at the devastation, they are struck by the sudden realization of the danger, with Sheena Ren questioning if the Baldur Mountains themselves have erupted. The earth trembles as the Baldur Mountains unleash a violent eruption. Thick, billowing clouds of smoke and ash surge into the atmosphere, creating a scene of total destruction that threatens to overwhelm the bridge and the surrounding landscape. The massive suspension bridge trembles under the force of the eruption, its structure groaning and swaying violently as the ground beneath it is consumed by the unfolding disaster. Amidst the chaos of the eruption, Sheena Ren holds Nari close as they are pulled upward by the magical vine. They remain suspended in the air, desperately clinging to the lifeline as they escape the crumbling bridge. Suspended in the air by the magical vine, Sheena Ren looks at Nari with concern, asking if she is all right. Nari softly replies that she is, as they continue to be pulled away from the erupting Baldur Mountains. The scene concludes with a sense of uncertainty about what lies ahead for the pair. The eruption of the Baldur Mountains reaches a terrifying scale, with thick smoke billowing into the sky and molten lava cascading down the slopes. The tremors shake the very foundation of the land, looming ominously over the nearby castle as the entire area is engulfed in the catastrophic volcanic event. Standing atop the snowy ramparts of the fort, Ciel and Nari pause in the cold night air. Nari looks down, clearly troubled, and apologizes to Ciel, blaming herself for the circumstances that forced them to retreat back to the fort. Ciel comforts Nari, absolving her of guilt for their current predicament. Despite their separation from the group, he remains calm and analytical, noting that while the path they took should be safe based on his knowledge of the terrain, staying at the fort is too risky as the lava approaches. He firmly decides that they must seek a new way down the mountain instead of waiting for help. Ciel carefully examines a map, tracing potential paths with his finger as he discusses their options with Nari. He explains that the most direct route leads toward the former Viscount Given's territory, though it will take significantly longer to descend than their planned path to Colossal. Nari listens intently, agreeing with his assessment, while Ciel warns that they may be forced to take more difficult, troublesome routes if their primary choice proves impassable. As they study the map, Ciel and Nari delve into the political implications of their surroundings. Nari explains that Viscount Given's territory was placed under the care of the royal family following his disappearance. Ciel contemplates this, noting that since Duke Ignard is part of the royal family, the territory should be secure. However, Nari remains concerned, wondering aloud if the instability they are witnessing is a consequence of infighting between the nobles. Ciel maintains a cautious outlook, suggesting that their current situation might be the result of someone's calculated scheme. Nari reflects on the presence of various influential figures, such as members of the hero faction and high-ranking nobles, questioning the wisdom of their involvement given the risks. Ciel narrows his eyes, deep in thought as he considers the possibility that the mastermind behind these incidents lies outside the noble factions. He begins to wonder if the culprits are actually those plotting to revive the Demon King as a mysterious emblem appears before him. Ciel realizes that dwelling on the identity of the culprit is a distraction they cannot afford. He points out that the volcanic eruption provides enough light for them to travel safely through the night, urging Nari to leave the fort immediately. Nari acknowledges the urgency of the situation, agreeing that they must keep moving while they still have the chance, and quickly gathers her belongings to prepare for their descent. Nari, clutching her lantern, suddenly freezes in place. Her expression shifts to one of pure shock, her eyes widening as she reacts to a sudden, jarring development that interrupts their plan to escape. Noticing Nari's sudden change in demeanor, Ciel asks if something is wrong. Nari quickly brushes off her alarm with a forced, cheerful smile, insisting that there is no problem at all. Though still appearing somewhat unconvinced, Ciel simply replies that it is all right, and the two continue their preparations to leave the snowy fort. Leaving the fort behind, Ciel and Nari make their way across the vast, frozen mountain range. The harsh, snowy environment surrounds them as they press forward, determined to reach safety despite the challenging conditions. After successfully departing the fort, Ciel and Nari find a moment of respite in the biting cold of the mountains. They set up a small temporary camp, huddled together against the vast, snowy landscape as they continue their journey to safety. The journey remains unforgiving. Ciel and Nari are seen carefully navigating the sheer snow-dusted rock faces of the mountains, pushing themselves to keep moving forward, despite the extreme conditions and the daunting height of the terrain. The morning light breaks over the icy peaks, casting a bright glow across the landscape. Nari crawls out from the tent, looking out at the expansive, cloud-filled horizon as they prepare to resume their escape. The morning sun illuminates the snowy campsite where Ciel has already started preparing food. Nari walks over to join him, greeting him with a friendly smile. She apologizes for waking up late, but Ciel simply notices her disheveled hair, commenting on her bedhead with a calm, quiet observation. Ciel and Nari sit together in the quiet morning, sharing a simple meal. Nari expresses her gratitude for the food while Ciel watches her, internally debating whether to mention her messy hair again. Ultimately, he decides to stay silent, choosing to let her enjoy the moment, despite the stray lock of hair swaying in the breeze. Watches Nari eat for a moment before deciding to get a head start on their preparations. He tells her to take her time with her meal while he begins packing their belongings, maintaining a considerate distance as they prepare to continue their journey through the mountains. As Ciel busies himself with packing the tent, he catches a glimpse of his own reflection or shadow and notices a stray hair standing up on his head. He realizes with a sudden clarity that he had the same messy hair as Nari, which explains why they kept making eye contact throughout the morning. Ciel is stunned to realize that he also has a stray hair, just like Nari. As he touches his own hair in disbelief, Nari looks into her hand mirror, clearly embarrassed to find that she has the same messy hair issue. The awkward discovery brings a light-hearted, human moment to their journey. Leaving the campsite behind, Ciel and Nari venture deeper into the frozen wilderness. The environment is unforgiving, with massive icicles hanging overhead and a thick, swirling snowstorm looming in the distance. They carefully make their way across a fallen tree acting as a bridge over a deep chasm, focused on the path ahead as they continue their arduous journey. Nari expresses her guilt for falling asleep during her watch, feeling she failed in her role as the one being escorted. Ciel calmly dismisses her concerns, noting that the area remained peaceful and free of any monster attacks, allowing them to continue their journey without incident. Nari approaches Ciel, noting that he was the one who kept watch by the fire the previous night and expressing her wish to share the duty today. Ciel politely declines, reminding her that it is his job as her escort. As they continue their conversation, Nari mentions that many of the servants employed by the Ignat family have prior experience working at the Imperial Castle, a fact that Ciel finds impressive. Nari watches Ciel with a shy smile as she tells him he can discard the tea, if it is not to his liking, recalling how the servants back home used to react to her brewing. Ciel takes a drink, but the flavor is so incredibly bitter that he is left speechless, trying to process the overwhelming taste. Ciel attempts to be polite by insisting that the tea Nari brewed is delicious, even though his expression betrays the struggle. Nari, however, is not fooled by his attempt to be kind, and playfully calls him out, pointing out that she noticed his eyebrow twitching from the bitterness. Ciel and Nari sit by the campfire, discussing their progress as they estimate 2 more days until they finish their descent. Suddenly, Ciel shifts the conversation to praise Nari's strength, noting how impressed he was by her lack of fear when they faced the flames on the hanging bridge earlier in their journey. Nari smiles softly, explaining that the reason for her composure stems from a previous discussion. She asks Ciel if he remembers the people at the fortress who suffered from symptoms resembling a vessel fracture. Ciel nods in agreement, recalling that it is a debilitating condition caused by the body struggling to contain magic power that is fundamentally unsuited for it. As the discussion about the dangerous illness continues, Nari looks directly at Ciel with a calm, vulnerable smile. She confesses to him that she was once afflicted with the very same vessel fracture condition that they had been discussing, shedding light on her own past struggles. CL listens intently as Nari elaborates on her past struggle with the vessel fracture. She reveals that her condition was so extreme that healers, herbalists, and magic tool craftsmen all labeled it an impossibility, claiming they had never seen such a case in their history. CL observes the necklace around Nari's neck and identifies it as the Exorcism Necklace, a rare magic tool designed to suppress magic power. He recalls that in the game, The Legend of the Seven Heroes, this item was dismissed as worthless despite its rarity. He realizes that Nari has been using it to manage her condition, effectively using the tool to dampen her magic and reduce the strain on her body. As Nari continues to share her past, the scene shifts to a flashback of her suffering from the vessel fracture. She is shown lying in bed, overwhelmed by the internal pain caused by her incompatible magic power, while Yuna sits by her side, tenderly looking after her and feeding her to help her recover. As Nari delves deeper into her memories, she visualizes the specific objects that marked her difficult days, the bookshelves she could only access on rare good days, the various potions and magic tools her father gathered in a desperate attempt to heal her, and the chair that remained an unreachable comfort without assistance. Nari looks back at the small, isolated world that once defined her existence while she was confined to her bed. She reflects on how, if her past self from just a year ago could witness her current life, she would surely believe it to be nothing more than a dream. Nari explains to Ciel that the routine of her isolated life was broken when her father and the servants began acting strangely. She describes how they became cold and avoided eye contact, which led her to believe that the doctor had informed them she did not have much time left to live. Nari continues her story, explaining that her father had secretly given her a new type of medicine the night before. He had kept it a secret to avoid disappointing her if it failed, which was the true reason for his and the servants' strange, distant behavior. They were all silently praying for recovery. CL, listening to her account, realizes the significance of the medicine. Noting that it was derived from a chief wolf, the memory unfolds in silent, heavy frames. Yuna prays with a worried expression, while Marquis Ignat sits alone at his desk, his head bowed in deep contemplation and anxiety. The weight of their secret hope hangs in the air, revealing the true, agonizing struggle behind the cold distance they had maintained toward Nari. Nari lies motionless in the darkness, her mind drifting back to that pivotal night. As she rests in bed, the weight of the uncertainty she felt the silent, desperate hours, spent waiting for the medicine to work floods back to her, capturing the isolation of her past struggle. As Nari continues her story, she describes the morning that changed everything. After a night of uncertainty, she woke up to a sensation she had long forgotten. Her body was completely free of pain, signaling that the experimental medicine had finally worked. Nari, still adjusting to the sudden relief from her long-standing illness, loses her footing and tumbles out of bed. She hits the floor hard, resulting in a bump on her forehead and swelling on her cheeks, a stark contrast to the physical agony she had endured for so long. Nari finds herself in a vulnerable position on the floor after her fall. She reflects on the moment, feeling that she looked truly pathetic as she could only manage to crawl across the carpet. The morning sun streams through the large window, illuminating Nari as she sits on the floor. After years of being confined to her bed by sickness, the simple act of sitting up and feeling the warmth of the light feels like a new beginning, marking the end of her long and painful struggle. As the weight of her past suffering finally lifts, Nari finds herself moved to tears. For the first time, she experiences the overwhelming joy of being truly free, marking the beginning of a new chapter in her life. In the quiet of the forest, Nari sits by a small campfire with Ciel. She speaks with a sense of calm, telling him that because of what she has survived, she no longer feels fear. As she lies down on the ground, she contemplates her journey, realizing that the challenges she faces now are nothing compared to the dark days of her illness. Nari looks at Ciel with a gentle smile, sharing her hopeful outlook on life after they descend the mountain. Ciel listens to her, reflecting on the incredible struggle she endured, just to be able to walk normally again. Ciel looks at Nari with a gentle expression, making a firm promise to lead her safely out of the Balder Mountains and ensure she returns home. Moved by his words, Nari thinks about how true the rumors were. Really is a kind person. She smiles softly and gives him a quiet, trusting answer. The quiet moment is abruptly interrupted by a sharp spiderweb-like cracking sound manifesting in the air. Startled by the sudden phenomenon, Ciel turns his attention to Nari, asking if she is feeling unwell or if something is wrong. Nari, visibly surprised, quickly waves off his concern and insists that she is perfectly fine. The tension reaches a breaking point as Nari stares in disbelief. The space around her is literally shattering, with jagged cracks spreading through the air like broken glass, leaving her stunned and vulnerable in the face of this mysterious threat. The reality around Nari begins to splinter into jagged shards, leaving her in a state of utter disbelief, overwhelmed by the inexplicable event. She can only wonder in despair why this is happening to her right now, and why it has occurred so suddenly. The air continues to shatter like broken glass, leaving Nari paralyzed by the sudden, inexplicable destruction of her surroundings. She remains silent, her expression one of profound confusion and fear, while CL looks on, witnessing the ominous event unfold before them. CL and Nari trudge through the deep snow of the Balder Mountains. As they move forward, CL notes that the snow has thinned out significantly, and Nari briefly agrees as they press on with their journey. The journey through the Balder Mountains takes a terrifying turn. As CL and Nari observe the thinning snow, their path is abruptly blocked by a colossal, swirling vortex of energy that tears through the landscape, leaving them to stare in stunned silence at the unnatural phenomenon. CL gazes out at the terrifying, swirling expanse of magical energy that has fractured the landscape. Realizing that the path ahead is impassable due to the violent disturbance, he sighs, acknowledging that they cannot proceed through this area. CL and Nari stand before the dangerous reality-warping vortex, realizing that their journey to the former Viscount Given's territory is at a standstill. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Nari decides to intervene, stepping forward to channel her magic in an attempt to stabilize the area and create a safe path for them to cross. Nari extends her hand, channeling a powerful surge of magic directly into the heart of the swirling vortex. The energy erupts in a massive display of force, lighting up the snowy landscape as she desperately tries to force a path through the magical obstruction. CL remains at her side, watching the volatile reaction unfold as the barrier resists her attempt. The massive magical vortex is torn apart by Nari's concentrated power, leaving a deep, jagged trench through the snowy terrain. CL stands at a distance, witnessing the raw impact of her magic as the environment settles, his expression one of pure astonishment at the path now opened before them. The massive energy barrier collapses under the weight of Nari's magic, disintegrating into fragments. CL watches in silence as the once impassable vortex is torn apart, clearing the way forward. As the snowy landscape is disrupted by a violent, glowing eruption, CL and Nari stop in their tracks. CL watches the surge of energy with concern, noting that this is clearly not a natural occurrence, as it mirrors the strange event they previously witnessed at the hanging bridge. Nari agrees, confirming that she can sense a distinct, powerful presence of mana radiating from the lava itself. As the unnatural lava continues to spread, Nari notes that the phenomenon feels as if it is intentionally trying to corner them. Agrees, realizing that retreating to find a different path is no longer a viable option. With no other choice, CL suggests they attempt to take a hidden route, leaving Nari to wonder if they will truly be able to descend the mountain safely through that path. CL confirms the existence of the hidden route, but cautions Nari about the presence of dangerous monsters lurking there, recognizing they have no other choice to escape the spreading man-infused lava. Nari firmly decides that they must take the risk. With their resolve hardened, they prepare to face the dangers ahead and continue their journey down the mountain. CL and Nari trek through the harsh, snowy landscape of the Balder Mountains. CL reflects on his knowledge of the legend of the Seven Heroes, noting that the mountains were never meant to be this dangerous, nor were there any records of such disasters occurring during the final exams. He turns to Nari, feeling the weight of their situation, and realizes that these deviations are clear evidence that the future has been irrevocably changed. CL shifts the focus of their conversation to Nari's past deeds, recalling how she helped the sick at the fort. He presses her for information, curious about the specific skills she used to save them. Nari, caught off guard by the direct inquiry, hesitates to provide an explanation. CL reflects on the necessity of secrecy, remembering advice given to him as a youth about the dangers of revealing one's true strengths. Returning to the present, he acknowledges the difficulty of Nari's position. Nari, looking troubled, apologizes to CL and explains that she is under strict orders from her father to keep her abilities a secret from everyone. Continuing their conversation, Nari decides to be honest with CL, revealing that beyond her ice magic, she has the unique capability to interfere with the mana of others. CL listens in shock, mentally cross-referencing this information with his knowledge of the legend of the Seven Heroes and realizing that this power is an anomaly that was never part of the original story. Continuing their discussion in the harsh environment of the Balder Mountains, CL asks Nari if she used her unique ability to heal the adventurer's vessel fractures. Nari confirms this, but adds a somber detail. Her power is ineffective when applied to her own body, meaning she cannot heal her own vessel fractures. CL listens intently and expresses his sincere gratitude for her willingness to share such a guarded secret with him. CL contemplates the implications of Nari's unique power, wondering if it is linked to the threats they have encountered. He recalls the incident at the hanging bridge where Neri was specifically targeted by flames, leading him to realize that the attacks during the final exam were premeditated. As he observes the academy's surroundings, he deduces that whoever is behind this elaborate scheme possesses significant power and authority, marking them as a formidable mastermind. Faye continues to piece together the mastermind's complex scheme. He questions what the enemy truly gains by targeting Nari. He deduces that if Nari were to die, it would trigger a chain reaction, causing Marquis Ignat to abandon his current path and return to his original hostile persona from the Legend of the Seven Heroes. This shift would inevitably lead the Marquis to lash out at Lemel, effectively plunging the region into the chaos that the mastermind desires. CL reflects on the catastrophic events of the original game, noting that if Marquis Ignat is pushed to his breaking point again, Lemel will once more fall into chaos. He concludes that the mastermind must be dedicated to the Demon Lord's revival, the same group that manipulated Marquis Ignat into using forbidden power to awaken the Red Dragon. Asphalt. As he walks through the snowy landscape with Nari, the pieces of the conspiracy begin to align in his mind. While taking a break on the snowy mountain, CL contemplates the nature of the attacks. He reasons that if the mastermind's sole objective was to eliminate Nari, they would have had ample opportunities to do so by now. He senses that something is fundamentally off, concluding that the recent illness spreading among the adventurers and government-sanctioned merchants must be a calculated piece of the mastermind's broader strategy. CL continues to analyze the mastermind's strategy, looking at the fort in the distance. He wonders if the adventurers were merely pawns used to keep Nari detained. Though he doubts the mastermind would have ignored the inevitability of a rescue mission, he suspects that these actions might be a desperate pivot from their original plan. As he eats, Nari notices his distracted expression and asks if something is wrong, causing CL to pause. CL dismisses Nari's concern, his expression shifting as he realizes the true nature of the trap. He explains that the adventurers were lured into the mountains, mirroring their own situation, and admits that his previous deductions were completely wrong. With a serious look, he tells Nari that there is something important he needs to discuss with her. The vast, jagged peaks of the snowy mountains loom over the landscape, creating an oppressive atmosphere. CL and Nari continue their arduous journey, moving forward through the freezing, desolate terrain as they press deeper into the unknown. The harsh conditions of the mountain trek begin to take their toll on Nari. Seeing her struggling to catch her breath, CL stops to check on her well-being. Nari offers a weary, apologetic smile, admitting that she is feeling exhausted from the relentless climb. While CL and Nari are trekking through the desolate, snow-covered peaks, they are suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Avon. Avon approaches them with a familiar tone, remarking that he finally found them and expressing mock concern about their whereabouts. CL and Nari stop in their tracks, watching the newcomer with wary and silent expressions. Standing amidst the harsh, snow-covered peaks, Avon confidently gestures for the pair to follow him, claiming he will lead them to a safe location. His sudden appearance leaves CL and Nari completely bewildered, wondering why he would be here at all. In the middle of the desolate, snow-covered mountains, CL and Nari are caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Avon. While Avon cheerfully offers to lead them to safety, CL and Nari exchange wary glances, questioning why he would be in such a remote location at this exact moment. Fell steps forward, telling Nari to leave the situation to him. Nari complies, acknowledging Avon as an adventurer. Sensing their lingering suspicion, Avon tilts his head and asks what is wrong, maintaining his facade. Avon, maintaining his facade, stares down CL and Nari with a sharp look. Frustrated by their continued suspicion, he asks them if he truly needs to explain his presence to them, further heightening the tension in the snowy wilderness. Avon stands in the snowy terrain, his expression shifting as he asks if they are angry because his rescue arrived late, offering a mock apology. Sensing the danger, CL keeps his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Maintaining his defensive stance, CL keeps his hand firmly on his weapon. He looks at Avon with sharp suspicion, pointing out the suspicious ease with which Avon managed to secure government-sanctioned merchants, and questioning if their messenger was also part of his scheme. CL stares intensely at Avon, his expression cold and sharp as he reveals he has seen through the knight's facade. He boldly accuses Avon of orchestrating a trap to murder both him and Lady Ignat in the remote Baldur Mountains, intending to shift the blame onto the hero faction to cover his tracks. CL relentlessly presses his advantage, detailing how Avon intended to exploit their deaths to expose Viscount Given's scandal and ignite a widespread dispute between the various factions. As the cold wind blows, CL questions the true motive behind Avon's desire to throw Lemel into total chaos, forcing the knight to face the reality of his exposed plan. The weight of CL's accusations hangs in the cold mountain air. Avon, cornered and exposed, offers no immediate rebuttal. His head bowed in a moment of heavy, tense silence. Avon's somber expression shifts into a chilling, knowing smirk. He looks directly at Ciel, his eyes wide and intense as he admits that Ciel has proven to be far more perceptive than he had originally anticipated. Avon drops his previous facade entirely. With a cold, determined look, he unsheathes his blade, declaring that Ciel's discovery of his plot does not alter his original objective. Ciel maintains his composure, pointing out that Avon's past actions, such as the incident with the steel-eating gargoyles, were calculated tests of his combat ability. Avon offers a chilling confirmation, admitting that he wouldn't have cared if Ciel had died during that encounter. Ciel then probes further, asking why Avon chose not to attack him from behind while he was busy fighting, forcing Avon to confront the nature of their twisted dynamic. Avon reveals that waiting for the right moment was a strategic choice, allowing him to successfully entangle Ciel in his plot. He admits that his hesitation to strike earlier was driven by curiosity regarding Ciel's hidden power and the need to avoid drawing attention near the town. Ciel remains composed, pointing out that despite Avon's careful planning, things have not gone exactly as he intended. Ciel maintains his composure, systematically breaking down Avon's failed schemes. He correctly deduces that Avon intended to eliminate Lady Ignat and himself at the hanging bridge, but the sudden, mysterious collapse of the people in the fort disrupted those plans, forcing Avon to scramble and revise his approach. Ciel maintains his composed demeanor as he confronts Avon, revealing that he has figured out the truth behind Avon's movements. He points out that Avon did not return to this location alone, catching the knight off guard. Avon remains silent, his expression tense as his schemes are systematically dismantled by Ciel's sharp observations. Avon lets out a mocking laugh, clearly impressed, yet unbothered that Ciel has unraveled the truth behind his movements. He stands tall in the snowy landscape, his sword at the ready, confirming that his calculated plan is proceeding exactly as he intended. Avon laughs off Ciel's sharp intuition, confirming that his plans were indeed derailed. He reveals a chilling detail. He had intended to slaughter all the examinees, but upon seeing Nari, he found himself physically unable to move, which forced him to take a significant detour in his mission. Nari looks visibly shocked, questioning if she was truly the cause of Avon's change in plans. Meanwhile, Ciel watches the scene unfold, finally connecting the pieces of Avon's strange behavior. Determined to understand the truth, Ciel challenges Avon, questioning the nature of his power and preparing to face him directly in the snowy landscape. Ciel maintains his intense gaze, cutting through the tension as he reveals the shocking truth. He points out that both Avon and his associate carry the ominous engraving of the Demon King cult somewhere on their bodies, leaving no room for further denial. The atmosphere turns heavy as Ciel's words hit home. Avon and his partner, Matus, stare back with expressions of shock and realization, their cover blown by the revelation of the Demon King cult's mark. Neri stares in disbelief as Ciel drops the bombshell about the Demon King cult. Standing amidst the snow, Ciel calmly confirms his deduction to her, pointing out that Avon and Matus are clearly aligned with the enemy. Ciel maintains his serious demeanor as he details the catastrophic chain reaction caused by the Demon King's power. He explains to Nari that the instability triggered by Lady Ignat caused the mana to overflow from Kai, rapidly spreading to everyone nearby and leading to the sudden collapse of the surrounding people. Ciel continues to break down the events, explaining that Matus likely avoided the worst of the mana corruption due to the residual magic defense on his gear. However, Ciel finds it hard to believe that Avon and Matus possess enough power to alter the environment of the Baldur Mountains to such a degree. As he shifts his focus to the mysterious occurred at the hanging bridge, Avon lets out a heavy sigh, clearly feeling the pressure of Ciel's relentless investigation. Kai stares intensely, clearly frustrated by the current objective, and remarks that it is a hassle to keep their targets alive. His long-haired companion immediately interjects, warning him to refrain from killing them since he is already aware of the requirement. Ciel turns his attention to the approaching threats. Kai and Theo, who are closing in on their position, he calmly tells Lady Ignat to step behind him for protection. Though he still has many questions regarding the situation, Ciel realizes that combat is now unavoidable and readies himself to face them. Ciel stands his ground, realizing the sheer threat posed by Kai and Theo. He notes that the two antagonists possess enough confidence to handle anyone who dares to climb the mountain alone. As the confrontation looms, the ground shifts under their feet, signaling the start of the battle. Ciel remains calm, facing the two formidable opponents. Kai and Theo advance through the snow, their presence radiating a dangerous, oppressive energy as they prepare to strike. Kai and Theo stand side by side, their expressions hidden in deep shadow as they draw their weapons. Surrounded by a swirling, ominous aura, they prepare to launch their assault against Ciel, marking the beginning of a fierce confrontation in the snowy peaks.